Embrace your darkness in the rabbit hole hosted by Soft Life Dizo, the God, Askofu Papa Baiko, and Mama Kanisa Kamom Karembo.
Yes, sir, bana. Hey, welcome to Embrace the Darkness in the Motherfucking Rabbit Hole. Hey, jameni, tuko hapa Papa Baiko, Phantom Noah, as usual, Karembo, and Soft Life God himself, bana. Jameni, gift naona leo umeamua the early bird catches the worm, eh? What's happening on your end? And a good afternoon.
Oh, niliamka kuosha vyombo bana.
Vyombo gani? Za maintenance ya mayai ama?
No, vyombo, dishes. I had like almost 5 days worth of dishes.
Unajua gift, I know you are a troll, bro. You want to thirst
No,
trap?
like I'm still,
No. You want to
no, I'm
thirst
seriously
trap me
washing
so
dishes.
that I can ask you what were you doing in those 5 days that you didn't wash the dishes?
Oh, no, I just didn't feel like nilikuwa tu ile zone out.
Why, bro? What's going on your end? Are you feeling down?
Literally hakuna. Zi, nilichoka tu. Nikasema acha nipumzike.
So what time is it on your end?
Where's my other phone? I think it's 9:20
9
in the
fucking
morning.
20.
I was up by 5. Cleaned up, vacuumed, mop. Ndo namaliza kuosha dishes.
So do you work at night?
No.
Uh-huh.
No, I only work time ya binadamu.
Bro.
Alafu mwambie nilikuwa nasikiza Isa. Alafu nasikiza hivi naona huyu ameweka Lingala na Rumba. Amechoma.
Hapana, tuko tu sawa. We are in the same house. We are in the right place, bro. Unajua makosa ni ati we were dealing with something small here. Sana ilikuwa we were trying to shift our network ndio tusije tukajipata tunajiongelesha. So we had to put something to nini.
Salimia Dizo na ako Karembo.
Nitawasalimia. They will join you shortly, bro. Wacha wamalize shughuli yao. Man. But today, man, we want to dive in pole in the darkness, pole on the topic of man-made and system solutions versus natural solutions. Now, how we are going to start this, man? It's a very weird. It's a very actually very intriguing topic because the way we look at solutions, there's a lot that builds up in the way you come from a problem to a solution. But now there's another indicator that pulls in the way you make decisions. One, if the problem is natural or the problem has been created. By created, I mean either by man or by a system, because these are things that are existing in the unnatural. If something was natural, it means that, bro, that was purpose to be there. Either not by design, but ndasemaje ile greater good. It is there for a greater good. You might not see it at that moment, but it is there for something. So even the way you come up with a solution, sometimes your solutions become very radical. Because also the problem you're dealing with ni gift umeanza kucheka na sija kuingia bado.
No, nimesema the solutions umesema radical na nikaongezea and selfish.
Oh yeah, and selfish. Yes. So people might not really understand you when you're making that decision. But remember this, when you're encountering that problem, it is natural. It is in nature. When it comes to nature, we separate from group to individual. Sijui kama mpaka hapo tunapatana a gift.
Yeah, I got you.
But when it is man-made and in the system, then the solution can be a one solution fits all kind of thing. And that one is sometimes it becomes very simple to solve, but at the same time becomes very complex to solve. Now, our ideologies, that's where we are going to go today. How do you solve this? How do you come up with these solutions? How do you solve these problems? From what aspect do you look at? Because more modern nature, modern times, people we've been brought together into this group kind of mentality with the woke movements, so many groupings where we have to identify as one label. So sometimes you find yourself solving a natural problem in a group setting. How will that um, 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 how will that pan out? For example, things like deforestation, things like climate change. We are fighting these things from a one brain kind of thing. Yet, where we live and our environments are totally different. I used to laugh most of the time when I used to see Wazungu, they're coming to Kenya and they've come for tourism. I never used to understand what the fuck these niggas are doing here, man. You are spending an arm and a leg just to come and see a lion. Kwani kwenu hakuna lions? You're spending the most interesting one and the most intriguing one was bird watching. I never used to understand that completely. Because, bruh, I'm wondering, you've traveled, you've come by plane all the way to Africa, the motherland, that is, you're calling it, just to watch a bird. Never used to make any sense to me until I sit down with one of those guys who was an avid bird watcher. His name was Herman from Texas. And he tells me, man, in my country, we have birds that we can count, species that is. So I've seen them all. So imagine my shock and surprise when I come to Africa and I'm seeing things I have never seen before. But when we are solving these issues like deforestation and climate, we use one solution and then we try to like replicate it everywhere else, man. We are solving a problem of icebergs.
Blanket solution.
Exactly, man. We are solving a problem like icebergs melting in the
Antarctica.
Antarcticas in Kenya by carbon emissions, man. How is that happening, man? It becomes quite interesting to see how people come up with these solutions, because it goes to show you that people are not thinking really holistically about what they are doing or the problem they are encountering. They're just solving these problems on a base level. Bora tu tumesolve tu kidogo tu, we've thrown something at it. You saw our effort in this, eh? But
Yes.
on the other hand, when we go to system solutions, that is man-made solutions, where the problem was created, it didn't naturally occur, it was created. Now the solution is tailor-made for that problem, because a man-made problem is a very specific problem. It's not that jamaa tu aliamka siku moja and then he decided to do something that doesn't make any sense. No. It had sense. That is why he came up with that problem. And the solution is also coming up with, is also fitted to that problem. But hapa kuna shida moja. Most of these solutions become very rigid. They are not changing as the problem is changing. Remember, this problem was designed this solution was designed for that specific problem, not the problems that come after that. We've solved one problem, second problem arises. We've not come up with a second solution. So we are still using the first solution on the second problem, and so forth and so forth. So you find and I think that is where we are right now. And we are at a point whereby we go to great lengths to try and understand that problem, but not to evolve with it. That is where we involve things like technology. Things like now integrating your whole generation into solving that problem. And then we try and do something we call scalability. But remember, how we do scalability is limited to how much we understand that problem. So that problem becomes very rigid in a way that when it is evolving, we do not notice it. But I'm talking about the negatives. On the positive side of a man-made solution, we have a holistic approach to problem solving and providing solutions, because we dissect that problem to the T, to the last bone, to the last nerve, because we are designed systems specifically for that one, for that problem. Even the technologies we form exist specifically to solve that problem. For example, AI. AI, I think, came to solve the problem of computation and analytics and automation. It's very specific problems. Haikukuja ku fuck around and find out. No, it came specifically for those things. We give rise to now other fields evolving from that. Imagine a small problem can create so many different fields just to try and understand it. For example, when people came up with machines, bro, it gave rise to things like engineering departments. It gave rise to fields like science departments, bro, physics departments. Even government, bro, they had to integrate themselves there to try and solve that problem based off that level, policy and economics. When it comes to scalability, now the man-made problems ziko na advantage moja whereby they move according to the understanding that the people solving that problem are encountering. So even in scalability, it is only scaling according to the quickest mind absorbing it. For control purposes, it becomes quite easy. That is man-made solutions. For example, things like recycling. These are man-made solutions coming from problems that existed, created by man. You guys are eating. You're buying takeouts. What are you doing with the refuse? Let's create dump sites. The dump sites are becoming full. What do we do with this now? Extra garbage. We need something better. We landed on recycling. People moving into towns, urban rural migration. Kwanza niko na shida na watu wengi sana nawe. Unapiga watu ushago sana. People created urban transport and urban planning. I don't know mpaka hapo Gift whether you are going with me ama I lost you along the way.
Niko na wewe kwa bus.
Unajua, with you I have to you have to be very specific which bus. Is this the bang bus?
Wanasema the train of thought.
Oh, bro. Train. Gift, you are very, very, very you're very fishy with how you nini. How you mention things, bro. You know me, I know you very well. You mentioned and unajifanya hujasema kitu yote. Gift, I see you where you're going, man. Yeah, go ahead.
But ukiwa hapo tu kwa hiyo explanation yako,
Mhm.
you also need to factor in the fact that if you are to consider solutions,
Mhm.
man-made solutions are options provided by man. So you can only work within what is provided. So it's like a set of conditions that the man provides. Unaelewa?
Yeah.
Like kitambo we didn't have borders. We didn't have borders, so you could literally just move from one country to another country because countries didn't even exist. So we're talking maybe before 1890, 18 something, Africa didn't have borders. But then the, let's say the man ended up creating a problem, and then they created a solution, but it's conditional.
Uh-huh.
Unaona, when it comes to natural solutions, you can manipulate them to suit you. But if it's man-made, it's all conditional. So if you go out of the scope of what is provided, it's it's um, it's termed as breaking the law or illegal. You understand?
Yeah.
Eh, so you also have to factor in. That's why unapata, even when you talk about recycling, a
Mhm.
problem that was created by man, a solution provided by man, but it's confined in
Gift, are you there?
a garbage place. That's probably a misdemeanor. Unaelewa?
Yeah.
So man-made solutions tend to be more conditional. There are terms and conditions to it. Even planting trees, it's not like utaenda kuplant trees hapo expressway. Unaelewa?
Yeah, yeah. And do you think it's coming from where do you think this one is coming from? That the conditions themselves, where do you think they are coming from? Are they coming from our understanding? Because this is a man-made problem, eh? Sorry, a man-made solution.
Mhm.
Is it coming from the place where people understand that problem from? They put conditions up to that point.
No.
Mhm.
So this is my own understanding. Um, the watch cartoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. When you watch cartoon,
Yeah.
there's usually like a light bulb moment that someone gets. Alafu unaona bulb inatokea kwa kichwa.
Mhm.
That light bulb moment, it's not for everyone. It only the bulb moment only affects the person who thought of that idea.
Mhm.
So what uh, population solution does is it confines you to a certain chain of thought that inafanya, like you only get used to that and nothing else. So it's more of, it creates things like tradition, because traditions came from somewhere, religion came from somewhere. Like when you look at all these things, it it molds you, it molds your chain of thought, it molds your understanding, it molds your social construct of how life is supposed to be. But then there's something called self-discovery. So muona man-made solutions, they are just to confine you from thinking out of the box. Now you'll realize anybody who thinks out of the box or out of the social construct ends up becoming the 1%. Now they'll talk about, oh, high value man, high value woman, or they'll talk about, oh, the richest man on earth, Elon Musk, or geniuses, because these people do not confine to what was provided. Unaelewa?
Yeah,
Because
hapo,
that light bulb moment,
yeah.
meow,
That's
wao
what.
waliamua, I'm
Mhm.
doing something out of the ordinary.
That's where I will disagree on you. I'm agreeing with you up to this point where you say it limits you from thinking outside the box. I think to
Mhm.
me it limits you from thinking outside that box, not the whole
Yes.
box, that box itself. Because as I was trying to explain to you, you see how this person has come with this solution. He's come with that solution. You remember that light bulb moment? It happened only to you at that moment, to you only.
Mhm.
So you had a solution up to a certain point. Are you flowing with me on this one?
Yes.
So you never went beyond it because you never understood that problem beyond that point. So even when you're coming with a solution, you're only solving up to a certain point. Now, this is where synergy and now the interdisciplinary come in. That is you involving other people in solving that specific problem. They take it out, they take it from where you stopped, and then they improve it past that, and then go on handing on the baton somewhere else till that whole problem is completely solved. So it limits you from thinking outside that box. But now I understand you, because I can see where the problem is, because I see most people limit themselves to a certain kind of box, and they start to say, this is me. Is that where you're going?
Yes, and that's what brings terms like defiance, disobedience.
Mm-hmm.
It, it's gone ahead and created terms that go against the social norms or the social construct or the social solutions that have been provided.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm.
you remember, I'll give you an example. Um, Imagine the people who end up succeeding in an idea are the ones who are the first people to go against or to think outside that box yenye unaongelea. So
Mm-hmm.
let's put it like, growing up, you had to be an engineer, you had to be a doctor, you had to be a lawyer. There were certain careers that were known to be the, like the epitome of success. You
Yeah.
understand? And then there are people who went ahead and did music. There are those who went ahead and did arts. There are those who went ahead and did business. A lot of people just ventured into so many things, but they were the first people to do that. Do you know how much trouble they got into? But the success of their defiance is what defined them, Sasa. So they created a solution out of their own problem. And then imagine, in hindsight, someone doing that right now. Wao wanasema, I want to be a musician like Michael Jackson, but Michael Jackson defied a certain moment. Sahi, how many
Are you
musicians are we
saying,
talking about?
are you saying defiance is only defiance until you solve a problem?
Okay, so life as it is a series of solutions
Mm-hmm.
to problems either nature creates or society creates. Unaelewa?
Yeah.
So in life, we put it this way. I'll put it in the easiest terms. There are more losses than wins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
but the wins are what define life the most.
Mm-hmm.
Unaelewa?
Mm-hmm.
But there are less wins than losses, and that's what makes the wins more beautiful. You understand?
Yeah.
So the entire journey is a
Mm-hmm.
journey of problems and you finding solutions to it. That's why the first 18 years of your life, it's either school, nini, so that's another problem. But that is a problem created by man. And then you have
Mm.
to look for a job, or you have to do this, you have to do this. By the time you're 30 or 40, you start having self-discovery moments. But that's now your kind of, that's nature taking place. Unaelewa?
Yeah.
And
Now,
then there's reproduction, there's all that.
now you're actually making me question this, and I'm trying to wonder whether, um, hmm, because when you say,
Even
and you use this analogy of a light bulb moment, it means that one person is having that idea, right?
yes, only an individual. That's why life is an individual thing. It's not a community.
Mm-hmm.
You're the same person who just said here. Well, if today, Sakaja
Mm-hmm.
going to um, imagine Sakaja going to Western and saying, "Nitawajengea, I'll bring rapid transport system." People will look at him and tell him, "Are you mad? We don't want these things." But if he says that in Nairobi,
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense because that's a Nairobi problem.
Mm.
You can't go to Mombasa and talk about sijui ama uende, imagine unaona venye Ruto anaenda sijui huko mashambani anawaambia affordable homes.
Mm-hmm.
These are people who can build their homes out of mud and they are comfortable. Unaelewa? That's an urbanization problem.
So
So
when you say
any yeah.
that wins are less, and um, the failures are the ones that are in plenty, then does it
Yes,
mean that even when you were coming up with a solution is not for everybody?
yes, it's not for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you an example. I'm sure you've probably watched Resident Evil.
Yeah.
I think that's the best movie I can use to describe this. Resident Evil, unaona the lady aliyekuwa in a certain building and then he has to come out of it. You can either use that movie or you can use the Maze Runner.
Maze Runner.
Yes, Maze Runner. Have you watched the
Yeah,
movie?
yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Eh.
So,
So you have to do everything to get out of that. But imagine you people are a crew. The Maze Runner, muko crew, muko wengi. But there's only one idea. Out of kila mtu, imagine everybody would give an idea, and it would fail. But the person who gives the idea has to action that idea by themselves. Unakumbuka? Yes. Alafu akishatoka, people try to replicate exactly what this other person has done to make it out of the maze.
Good. Now we are in agreement up to that point whereby you create a solution that at first it fits all, right?
Mhm.
But
Yes.
the more you go on, you start to realize that that solution is no longer working, because remember, this was a man-made problem. When you're coming up with a solution, it is also improving itself. Like,
True.
for example, that description, yeah, Resident Evil na Maze Runner, when they figured out how to overcome one obstacle, another obstacle appeared.
Exactly. Another obstacle appears.
Mm-hmm. So,
Yes. And that's where my point here, there are more losses than wins.
yeah.
Because you think you've won, but you haven't.
Now, this it brings up another question. Now, is a solution is a man-made solution temporary, or it can't be permanent? I'm actually answering my own question. Uh-huh.
Ushesikia Waislamu wanasema there's only one thing that is guaranteed in this life, and that's death.
Yeah,
I think death is the solution.
take us there.
Um, Moi became president, did all that, all the atrocities, nini, Akanyuria, he died. Kibaki, Hitler, Mandela did all the good, Mother Teresa. But the one thing that equalized all of them and will probably equalize all of us is death.
But now that's a natural solution.
And that's what I'm saying. At the end, nature wins.
No,
No matter what you do, we can create all man-made solutions for ourselves here. Even today, why do you think we are trying to fight? We're trying to counter climate change because nature is winning. The hurricanes, the nini, and when nature wins, what does it do? Ushesikia wanasema when nature strikes, you can't stop it. And what's the one thing that people fear the most when nature strikes? It's death.
but
Because it's the one thing that equalizes. Look at what happened in LA. Whether you are rich, whether you are poor.
And
So the man-made solutions
yeah.
are only efficient if you're alive. So you just have to stay alive.
Okay. I get you up to that point. But as we go on, there's somebody who wants to say hi to you here.
Hi, Gifts. Hello, hi. Diesel. Okay, actually, there's a new Diesel on my seat today. If you go pale YouTube,
Oh my
Tamwana,
goodness.
he's in a nice, cute tutu skirt. So Tamwana to Apple, looking so lovely. Um. But Gift, let me ask you something. When you say that the nature
Yes.
is winning, how is it winning yet these are more of repercussions of what we've already made? Because if you look at now, like global warming, it's all man-made effects that are now causing, like, that whole situation of ice melting, causing a lot of, if you look at the sea level, it's, that increase of of the water. I hope I think you get my point, right?
Mhm.
And again, you find like some of the yes, some of the things that we've created are actually also causing some. I believe in even the tsunamis that we're experiencing, because the core ends up either also hitting at too much, or there's shifts that now we are forcing these things to. We're accelerating the situation at hand. So the question would be: is it really nature winning, or is it nature um, punishing us for our own actions?
Um, I need you to understand one thing. Um, when you talk about us as human beings, we are part of nature. Anything that we do to survive is also part of nature. Sisi tukichinja mbuzi, it's part of nature. When we are building homes, it's part of nature. When we're creating wealth, it's part of nature. The same way
Wait.
a lion will create a territory.
How is creating wealth part of nature?
No, it's part of nature.
No, I feel
You understand?
I feel you
Because,
at
no,
when you are
no,
creating
put
wealth,
it this
it's
way.
you're solving a man-made problem.
No, put it this way.
Mhm.
Squirrels gather nuts for an entire summer so that they can store it to sustain themselves throughout winter. You understand?
Yeah.
Now imagine nuts in a man's in a man's life is wealth, because we have to feed. And either that's why unapata wealth in Masai land is totally different from wealth in urban areas.
Based off the
Utapata
environment, eh?
Msomali, yes, it all comes down now to the environment, but it's all wealth. It's just how you define it.
Mm-hmm.
But we as human beings who are part of nature, we have, for us to survive, we have to gather. Unaelewa?
We have to.
We have to gather produce, we have to gather water. That's why uko na mitungi kwa nyumba,
We have to work.
because we have to work.
Yeah.
So talking about ati climate change chenye inafanyika nini, no, whatever is happening in climate change is because of our survival. So it's because we as human beings are winning against the other nature,
I don't
which is
think I
either
would want to disagree with you, Gift, on that.
mhm,
Because, for example, let's look at natural habitats, especially for the wildlife. Look at what your uncles and aunties have done, those sides of Rungai. They've entrenched what you now call natural ecosystems that now the nature itself will retaliate in this sense. So you get into my territory, I also get into your territory, if you get my point.
Are you saying they are solving?
We are not solving, we're actually creating our
no,
own problems
Mhm.
to a place
no, but you
where
have
it's,
to now.
mm,
Now we have to now factor in something called survival for the fittest.
Mhm.
These are, mind you, it is not, you need to take out the mindset here. Man is fighting lions or sijui nini. These are animals fighting animals. We are animals. We are also trying to survive.
Mhm.
So now, are you going to say the British walikuja Kenya to conquer us? We used to conquer kingdoms way back. It all comes down to who's, hata ukiangalia mbwa, how many times do you like, if you like, my dad has 5 dogs, okay?
Yeah.
When he brings in a new dog, either that new dog will take over the master's dog, ile ya cage, ile cage ya ule mwenye alikuwa baba yao. And I'm sure if you have dogs, you'll actually understand that.
Kwani hiyo dogi yenu ni weak aje?
no. I
No,
thought for
no, 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 no.
dogs, and no, but let me ask. In whatever ecosystem, man, animal, wildlife, dogs, cats, whatever, there's always a situation where a hierarchy situation happens. Like there's somebody who'll just going to establish dominance from one generation to the next. Like your si kitu unaweza fight.
Now hata venye umesema is exactly where we were with the gift. I was asking him whether problems exist, these man-made problems
Yeah.
in a group,
Mm-hmm.
but the one that is supreme is the one that comes with a solution.
Yes, correct.
Mm.
And yeah.
His solution
Mm.
is fixed on his understanding of that problem.
Yes.
So kuja na mtu mwingine better than him,
Mm-hmm.
he becomes now supreme. Juya may solve your problem better than he could. The other
Exactly.
person could.
And sometimes it's not always problems,
Yeah.
but it's more of trying to adapt to better and easier solutions within that whole ecosystem. Because I'm looking at to the point where we are now having podcasts. We can have Nani in Canada. We have people here, people in the States, people watching through YouTube. All these were solutions. I don't think they were actually problems. Because look at imagining that the first computer, the size of it, and now we have small microchips that can work as computers. So I feel sometimes it's not problem solving, but more of solutions.
You're providing solutions for
Solutions.
that
It
problem.
may not be even a problem because the people are comfortable. And I noticed something. There are people who, you remember there was a time I think we were tackling, I think it was duality, I'm not sure, where if you're not going to push yourself from the comfort, that comfort place, if you don't push that boundary, you'll be okay in that comfort.
Yeah.
So that is why now you're finding there are people who want to push the boundary to a place where they want to now imagine how they can insert a chip and we can do all the communication from our brainwaves. Somebody's thinking of let's move some of this whole population to another planet and start another civilization altogether. So when I look at dominance, sometimes it's not really coming to bring there was a problem, but it's probably just bringing a better solution of doing things.
Control.
Control.
Because now you're making sense kwa sababu when you look at things like how do I put it now, things like vile gift alikuwa nasema, and that's why I was disagreeing with him. Wealth creation is not natural.
It's not.
This came from a man, a problem created by man based off his greed. I mean, because the natural reward for creating a solution is satisfaction. Ulikuwa unasikia njaa.
You have to look for food.
You look for food.
Yes.
You eat that food. But now you've become so good at looking for that food. Somebody else has not discovered what you have discovered. You start charging.
They charge. They actually decide you want food. I can actually bring it to you.
I can bring it to you.
You don't have to come to where the food is.
You need to pay.
Solutions.
Yes, but it is
actually,
not.
it's not even. Yeah, it's not a solution. It's coming up with a better. Yeah, it's a solution. It wasn't a problem.
It is not a problem.
Yeah, somebody has invented.
Yes.
Or have found a loophole.
Yeah, and I feel now wealth creation, I think where we go wrong is where we assume it is part of this system, yet it is just a reward for solution.
Yes, correct.
No.
Is actually a reward.
Yes, and now people have realized the better I solve this problem, the better creation I come up with that will actually talk to so many people who have the same problem, the better I get paid. Do you remember this problem in a group? Sisi wote tuko na njaa. Sisi wote tutaki kutoka kwa nyumba. So somebody like Putin says, I do deliveries. I mean, he's already got, if he's charging 100 shillings, he got 300 shillings from all of us.
Correct.
So imagine, this is now starting to make a lot of sense because now when you go to scale, it becomes very easy to scale a man-made solution or a system solution.
Okay, scaling it in regards
as in
to
the way you are solving that problem.
Okay.
Na reach yake. Because you've come up with a solution, but you're not sure how many people have that problem.
So it becomes like you'll have a niche.
Bas.
There are people who will adopt onto that solution.
Yeah. So you go saying probably 3 people in this building want food deliveries. It means I can get 3 other people in the other building.
Correct.
Pole pole hivyo tu.
Yes.
Now,
build capacity.
Yes. Your reward for that is now wealth.
The wealth. Correct.
Yeah. So wealth is not natural. It is just.
It's a.
It's
a
just
reward.
it's like a complementary.
It's a reward for a solution you've created.
Yeah. But
which actually look at it this way. I always say, for me, wealth is more of, if you talk of people who are wealthy, rich, or whatever, for them to be there, it means that at one point in their life, they didn't have that wealth, they didn't have those riches. So they provided the solution or invented something in the loophole that created the reward to make them grow in riches and wealth.
they are solving their own
Yes,
problem, but at the
correct.
same time, that problem they discover that other people have it, but I've already solved it. So
Correct.
sitakupea bure.
Yeah.
But now that is how the world made man-made solutions.
I hope Gift is getting that
He is
kind
getting.
of.
Namwona amenyama, sijui labda unajua sasa umeingia kwa video, mimi naogopanga ukiingia kwa video
No.
Gift anaweza kuwa
No.
Hapana.
Gift
The
go for
only
once.
thing,
Bro.
the only thing the only thing I'm trying to explain when I talked about your wealth, it's the survival for the fittest, and survival for the fittest is not greed. It's basically just survival. And the rules of nature is there are no rules.
Is this where you said
There are no
that
rules.
now we put labels now to man-made solutions? So that
Yes.
you don't escape
So
that box.
they realized exactly.
Okay.
And that's where I was coming. Now that
What
that
do
was
you
my
mean
point. So
by
the reason of
putting
mimi
labels?
kusema,
Kama greed sahi.
all right.
Ndio na discover
Kama greed.
why am I terming getting money as greed? Making wealth as greed.
Correct. It shouldn't be called so.
Bro, you are good at that.
If you're good at it, you should be called
You
greed.
found a loophole. So
Yeah, you're
wewe
just
pambana
being a
nazo.
go-getter to
loophole.
it.
Exactly. So that's mimi ndo maana nawaambia, even creating wealth, it's not greed. It's nature. And that's why I used squirrels. A squirrel will do everything possible, even go into other territories just to get nuts so that they can store them throughout winter. Mind you, winter is 7 months. And this is a squirrel. Now imagine a human being who has more consumption, who has more needs, because the needs are created from the need of their own survival out of problems they created themselves. Now that there comes in vitu kama urbanization, there comes in vitu kama magari, you need fuel, there's tax, there's nini. So it creates more need. There are more nuts that you need to keep storing. So what that does to a man who's also part of nature is the need of them to survive. And their survival is to go to any extreme to stay alive.
It doesn't matter what
they
you're
need to
doing.
do. Exactly.
As long as
there
I
comes
am
in
living.
vitu kama zile, and there comes where venye nilikuwa nasema words like you're breaking the law.
Because
this is called
you're making a lot of sense.
greed.
Because Apple, this is a very interesting one. Man-made problems are very unnatural.
You know what from what like Gift you're talking about, and then when you talked about like things like nomads and all that, I realized like if I move that squirrel maybe to a place of Africa, he doesn't need to save. He doesn't need to do a storage for winter for 7 months. Probably it will only be for a couple of let's say 2 months, because grain.
No, they will die.
Because nature will solve that problem.
No, you know what I'm looking at.
Nature will solve that.
Okay.
Because unaona squirrel from another place coming here, it has not adapted to our conditions.
But how are we able to adapt? You know the reason I say this is if today you take me to go live with Gift in Canada and winter hits, I will need to adapt, right? Exactly. I can't just stay in the same. So the same squirrel will also come and adopt.
No. You see, the difference between us and nature, we have found a way to survive.
Even them, they do. Because look at it from this point. How do you, for example, if I move to a very cold place, what is more likely to happen? I'll become more hairy. Because that's the way we insulate, right?
No, not you.
Not really.
Not even you.
You know, I'm looking at. No, I'm looking at. If
that-
Karamba moves today
that
from Kenya and
Karembo.
goes to live in one of the cold countries, I will. My body will also have to adapt and start knowing that we need to insulate our body heat. So what happens is
No.
body. You'll find I'll have probably more of fat deposits and hair grows a lot. Then I've
All
seen
right.
this happen.
Wacha
Okay,
nikuelezee.
ngoja
Huyo ni nani uliona?
then when that squirrel comes probably here in Africa, it might shed off some of its fur because it doesn't really need because it's not.
But for how long?
It'll catch up. That's what we've been doing. We've been catching up.
It wouldn't.
It would.
You see,
Okay,
let me give you a
explain
story.
to Karembo.
Kidogo to gift. There's a time, not even there's a time, when lions are taken from Africa and they're taken to the zoos, uko places called
Quality
regions.
in the States. Or
Yes,
something.
in the States.
Mhm.
During winter, these lions are put in a temperature controlled room because they cannot survive that winter. Sisa uko. Now, how nature has found a way.
Because their winter is not the winter of in the
Bas.
savannah.
How nature has found a way to try and sort that is through ndasemaje breeding. Inaenda ikisolve your problem pole pole.
And that is what I'm talking about. Look at human beings. Human beings have, because of a higher intellect, they've been able to make solutions about it. That is why we have so much interaction right now. That makes sense. And there are people who are saying, in thousands of years to come, we'll probably have the same kind of color or texture or kind of hereditary because of that kind of
Hapo mimi naweza kata.
And it makes sense because look at it from this point. Lions, which are the regions lions are found? And that's why now I actually get to see the point when you guys were saying it's true. That squirrel will actually get to die. Because we know there are animals that are going to be found in most cold regions. And then we have animals that only are found in hot regions. Like, let me call anything south. Okay, let me just like Africa. Because where else do we find lions apart from Africa?
And you see, where I will agree with you up to this point, whereby when you look at evolution, natural solutions are long-lasting. See,
Yes,
at Yasai,
true, correct.
we are not solving that problem at right now. It is being solved, but not at that level that you're thinking.
Yeah.
Ati nimetoka hapa, I go to the nini, nimeanza kupata nywele instantly. I look like ule jamaa wa X-Men alikuwa anaitwa Dr. Blue. Nah, it is coming from this point whereby through breeding, pole pole, your DNA starts to change.
Correct.
To a
So it
point
takes
whereby,
time.
yes, you get to that point whereby your descendants are not really having that problem. Because look at even evolution, when you wanafuatanga hizi stories the evolution of man, where they came from the cradle of man, Africa, to a point that these guys had to go to other continents and adapt to those conditions. Kama wenye walienda kwa baridi, macho zao zikaanza kukua lighter. They stopped getting the darker tone so that their eyes could absorb more light.
Yeah, during
Their skin started getting lighter so that they could.
insulate more.
Yes. It is the difference between the people that were left in Africa, where they got darker skin tones to prevent them from things like sunburns. They got darker. Bro, everything was dark. We evolved according to nature based on the environment. But now, man-made problems.
Wachaku flash toilet gifts.
No, I was washing my hands.
Man-made problems are direct.
Yeah.
We are solving that problem now.
Yeah.
So that is where I think tulikuwa na gift whereby that solution you're giving is being solved at that particular moment. For example, when you go uko nje the country to a cold region, what is your direct problem? It's cold.
The cold, yeah.
Yeah. So you have to solve that problem at that moment.
Immediately, yeah,
Yes.
for my own survival.
So you either get you start by wearing warm clothes.
Thermal way all the way.
Ununue heaters for your house. You're solving that problem at that moment. But as you continue to go on, it no longer becomes a problem.
Yeah.
So you're solving something else. But through that problem, it has created more problems that other people are solving. For you might not understand those other problems that are coming up because you solved that problem at that particular moment. And that is where now groups like synergies za watu wanashikana.
If I may ask, when Gift, let me ask this question to you. So between the man-made and the natural ecosystem, who's winning?
So far, it's more of, and let me put it this way. This is where I was talking about the journey. It's all a journey, and the final part of, let's say, the crossing line will never be, will none of us will probably never get to see. I'll put it this way. I was reading something a few days ago, and kwa hiyo excerpt mtu alikuwa anasema, if you are 4 friends, there's one friend who will attend everybody's funeral among those 4. Umeelewa?
Yeah.
There's one who's going to miss everybody's funeral.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Now, you know how it goes sasa.
Mm.
Kuna mwenye hata atakosa ya moja. Kuna mwenye atakosa ya, alafu the final person will miss his own funeral. And that's how nature works. You understand?
Yeah.
Because when Christopher Columbus alitoka all the way from east and traveled west and landed in foreign land, he traveled with almost 10,000 to 20,000 men. Okay? And during that travel, walivofika, they made a mistake of eating fruits. Do you know what happens? What happened to them walivokula the first fruits? Most of them died because it was poisonous. They ended up discovering that it was poisonous after the first people ate and died. So what did that do? The ones who remained alive had to find ways to keep the ones who had eaten poison, either to stay alive or to point out what fruits they need to eat. I'll give you an example. If you've watched this movie, The Mummy, you realize while they were trying to dig in, while all that archaeology thing, they opened a certain box, or while they are opening the tombstone of the pharaoh, there are people who were standing far away from the tombstone. So nyinyi mnaambiwa fungueni, ili if anything happens to you, it happens just to you.
A few.
The same thing to kuna hii conversation that was going on just the other day, and they were talking about if 100 men were to fight a silver gorilla. And this is just my thought. Nilikuwa nakaa najiambia, do you know the first thing that needs to happen, because nobody has ever fought a silver gorilla, so we need to at least send out the first 5
there
men.
was one person.
No, Caesar.
There was one
No,
person.
I just need you to
Tarzan.
Hey.
No, just understand what I'm saying first.
Yeah,
okay?
Go ahead. Yeah.
We need to have, out of those 100 men, we need to first ensure that psychologically they are prepared. Okay?
Yeah.
Because imagine sending out the first five men, alafu uone venye wanakuwa destroyed, just 5. Do you know what damage that does to you? Are you willing to keep on going? And imagine out of those 100, out of our 100, so nature is the silver gorilla, and then as men, we are the 100 people. Okay?
Yeah.
Now imagine only one person will come to tell the story, and that's exactly what nature does today. 100, 200, 500 years ago, they were trying to find ways on how to survive. There are some who died, some who lived to tell the story to the next generation. The same thing. My grandfather died. My parents will probably die. I will die. I will give that whatever. It's like passing the baton to the next people. Sasa, since we don't know who's going to come back and tell us the story, that's it.
Tunakwamia hapo.
So it becomes venye munaiita hapa, it becomes a rabbit hole. The more you keep digging, the more you discover, oh, there's a bigger problem. Now I need to adapt on how to survive this. Once you survive this, you breed a next generation and tell them, hey, you need to focus on how you can progress from where I left.
Mhm.
So nature, so far, nature keeps winning,
Ah.
despite the fact that our wins are minimal. Our wins look like wins, but nature adapts to what we give it
And
every single time.
and
So meaning always nature is going to win, right? Think about it.
I would say yes.
Yes, it actually. I actually see where you're going, because currently right now when I look at the times we live by, one of the let me say one of something that we've created that really I feel like if Mother Nature could come and slap us all, would be the plastic. Like we've not even been able to come with a solution of how to biodegrade it as fast as we are producing it. So I don't know. Like sometimes I feel like one way or the other, um, like nature will have to know how it's going to reset itself with this whole plastic issue. I feel like that is the one thing that Mother Nature hasn't known how they're going to discipline the man for creating it.
yeah, I think the biggest problem that actually two, that nature will come if it decides to reset na iseme inashuka na nyinyi. One is that aspect of wealth creation, because that is exactly what has led to plastics.
Um,
uh, just before niache Karembo aseme kitu, I was listening to Neil Tyson deGrasse, and he was saying he's a physicist. He was asked a question, and the question was, "What do you think will cause the end of the world?" Unaelewa?
Mhm.
And akasema, let's assume aliens are here. Do you think aliens can harm us? And his response was no. And he talked about the end of the world being self-inflicted.
100%.
Akasema, aliens look at us and wonder, these people all look alike, but they can't agree on anything. They
correct.
literally cannot. So, to a point that Russia has nuclear weapons pointing at US. US has nuclear weapons pointing at Russia. South Korea, yeah, but ukiangalia, they're all damaging the same species. Sisi peke yake ndo tunaumia. So aliens are actually sitting back and waiting for the self-destruction.
You know, the other problem that I wanted to say, because I said there were two, was marriage. Nature will sort marriage out, bro. Because you see, as you're saying, vizuri sana, and it's good that you've gone there, is through marriage, we have literally, because now we are not in control of it, we have literally toned down our intellectual gene to that point you're talking about gift, that us and Russia, same people, but want to kill each other with the nukes. Why? But that's another rabbit hole, man. Let's stick to this one of self-inflicted chaos.
Actually, the resetting for me, I can see it in two ways. One, if we don't go into world war situation where we reset the whole system by ourselves and give it time for all the nuclear to wear off. Like you can imagine if US points to China and whoever and everybody else, it means most probably maybe the lower hemisphere is what will remain not too bothered, if that's the right word. Okay. Uh Either that's why we'll have a new civilization coming from it. Those will not participate in it. Another way I'm actually seeing it is this. If you look at like I don't know, have you guys noticed, like for example, the way we are having tsunamis, flooding, cyclones. Like you can notice, like there was a time we've been noticing there's a lot of resetting happening. Places like there's places like Nyahuru, Limuru, um, those sides of Aberdare, they've already started experiencing more of hailstorms. You look at cyclones that are happening down south near Madagascar. The winds are so strong coming upwards. You look at, for example, there was this whole cloud seeding that the Middle East were doing, and see how the flooding affected the whole, some of those states that were there. Look at all these, the way the greenhouse effect has melted a lot of the ice, causing a lot of floods, too much rain. And now there's this story about, like, I don't know how many years from now, that the continents will shift again, and all. I feel like it's coming, and most probably when it does, it will, even if it won't be there, it definitely is going to eliminate all these people who are creating these man-made solutions.
I feel already nature is doing its work, because you see, when I talk about now you and your gene or your brain being degraded, yani inaenda ikimalizwa, intellect yenu inaenda ikimalizwa, is whereby you are now making stupid decisions, so you are dying faster. That is nature, psychological process.
Give me examples of stupid. What did you just say?
Stupid decisions.
Yeah, stupid decisions that have led to people dying. So can we say like the nuclear war? Like
exactly.
That is one.
Exactly.
The cloud seeding itself.
Mm-hmm.
More flooding, people die.
Cloud seeding is
it's
a man-made
thing.
Solution. Eh?
Yes.
But now I have a question. When nature is winning, do we say it's winning, or nature is just existing? Because the way it is winning, to us, it seems like, bro, it is finishing us, but it is resetting on its own.
Yeah, it's a reset, and reset comes with consequences. Because we don't have the fact that nature decides to reset anything. It doesn't. There's no who gets to live or not.
Consequence now falls on the humans, eh?
Yes, consequences fall on us.
So when also man is making a solution, consequences fall on nature.
Yes, plastics.
So it is like a constant battle between humans and nature.
So we've not been able to find a proper synergy of living in the same ecosystems. What we're doing is more of a push and pull. There's no, trying to, because think about it. If Middle East is supposed to be dry, why are you forcing to make rain? Yet we know for a fact, anywhere that is very arid, that is where you get most of the things like what do we call them? Biofuels, right? So you can imagine now you're pushing more water towards it. What does that mean? It will mean
it is not being dissolved.
Yes.
Absorbed, sorry.
So most probably you'll have, now, as you're saying, everything will take time. Even the nature itself will start adapting to this created. Think about it.
Sijaifikiria ati maji haikuwa absorbed juu ya oil. I've never thought about it that way.
It'll get I mean, we know there are two layers.
It is making sense, bana. Because it is not going the natural process. Absorb in the ground.
Exactly.
Take it back to wherever it came from.
Exactly.
Now in a stagnate mahali.
Let me give you another one that I also see is a very big problem now that we're in the rainy seasons. And look, Kasai, it's not even raining anymore. Today is the 3rd, and I know for a fact, if you go back 5 years back, there was like 2-3 weeks of heavy rain. Those years back, we are talking of. Now, today's the 3rd, there's no even rain. So already that tells you the rainy season is over.
Kwetu kunanyesha.
Kwenyu kunanyesha, come on, you're in the highlands, what do you expect?
Hameni huko.
So you'll find that, sasa, like for example, so akina Phantom, Putin, akina Baiko wamekata miti wakaenda wakajenga. So what have you done to the ground? Siltation. it goes down when it rains inaenda huko chini, si ndio?
Mhm.
What happens? Even the river itself starts changing it. And I've seen a lot of these where even the river start changing its direction, creates more tributary, like a lot of it siltation inaenda chini. Before you know it, because there's not so much of like kasasa, rain imepotea, deforestation. What are we doing towards it? So Mother Nature will be like, okay, we are going to go fulfill to those people who are taking care of it. People who have maybe done reforestation get more rain. Nyinyi inaisha. You've seen there was a guy, I think.
I think sahi sisi wote tuna suffer the same consequences.
Yeah, but look at there's this guy, I don't know, he went and planted trees in a land that he picked that was very arid. All of a sudden, it's a rainforest.
Ule wa Brazil.
Ule wa Brazil. So what does that tell you?
It tells you that
Think about Kasai, let's be sincere. In Kenya, how many forests have we had? Karura is ending, Ngong Forest is in a Queenish. Before you know it, you even forgot that somewhere, just because of this thing we call expressway, you forgot we used to have beautiful canopies of jacaranda trees in the middle of in town, Uhuru Highway yote. What is happening now? Whenever it rains, people down there is flooding that doesn't make sense. So all these, you'll find that will be one way or the other. We'll find ourselves at a point where, because of now even nature trying to adopt, because of also there's no forestation to do all that cloud seeding, because trees help in all that, you'll find now will become a hot area. So no water, so no reservation of that. Everything becomes expensive. We have the issue of wealth. What happens next?
but now I this is where I think we burden nature with a lot of solution making. Kwa sababu, you see, for example, that thing you're talking about whereby people uproot trees for urban development, that's a man-made problem.
Yeah.
Nature has nothing to do with it. As in, it's not a must a tree grows there, but it will still survive. Now, this is the most interesting thing about nature. Nature does not give a fuck what you do. Because, remember,
It does.
remember this.
But it giving a fuck, it comes to teach you. It comes to
Bas.
teach you a lesson, like
It's
your
not-
action have consequences.
It's not even a lesson. It is trying to show you, bro, whatever you are doing, you continue doing it.
You'll have to pay for it.
But I will exist even when you are not here.
Mm.
Because look at these movies we see of utopia. Kwenye human beings are fucked up and then wamejimaliza. For example, that thing you're giving out of, was it you or Gift saying about the nuclear warfare?
Both of us.
So we destroy each other. Bro, who is left?
Nobody.
It's nature.
Nature itself will resolve itself.
Bro, nature will just continue like nothing ever happened. It will recover from that. It's the same way even right now in places like Chernobyl, kwenye walitupa, but there was that nuclear leak in Russia. Bro,
Radiation, the thing that blew up.
yes. Imagine scientists are going there and are finding bacteria. Is it bacteria? It is bacteria.
Yeah, that can survive.
That is eating radiation to survive.
Imagine that.
They're spending their earned wealth trying to understand why nature exists in such a calamity.
Imagine that. Bro, nature exists in anything. Even in chaos, it will still exist. But we go back even to so far into nature. The biggest history nilisoma nikacheka mpaka I almost fell down. The biggest loss that Napoleon Bonaparte ever suffered came from nature. And it came from rabbits. Imagine that. Have you ever heard of that story, Gift?
No.
Yeah.
You've heard it?
What happened?
So Napoleon, after the Battle of Sicily, they are going to celebrate that they have conquered a city. So the way they used to celebrate Kitambo is through games. And those games included games of hunting. So since we've destroyed nature, we have to import man-made solutions. What is the man-made solution? Import rabbits. So that
you can do the games.
Sasa games zikianza, we release these rabbits and then we hunt them for sport.
We hunt them.
But the problem of rabbits, they fuck a lot.
They hunt like dogs.
Bro, sungura moja inazaa sungura zingine 7.
Mhm.
So by the time they were being released, they were so many that hata wewe ukitafuta mahali ya kukanyanga hivi hakuna. Now
It
Nap-
became an infestation.
Napoleon is short. So he's trying to run away. These rabbits are overwhelming him.
Stampede.
He was almost swallowed by rabbits. Ni vile tu aliokolewa na the same guy who started that problem.
Mhm.
Mwenye alitumwa kutafuta hizo sungura. He's the one who actually saved Napoleon. So it became a more of an infestation whereby nature tried to correct that problem. You're putting us in the wrong environment, but we will thrive either way. Bro, si ati umetuambia tumekuja hapa, you've taken us from the forest, you've put us here. We will not continue doing what we are doing. Bro, we'll still fuck. They are fucking there. Rabbits zimetokelezea. They don't give a fuck kama kuna chakula ama kuna chakula. Si umetuleta hapa. We will thrive. It's the same way if you put a plant inside a house and leave it there. Kama hizi climbing plants. You start to find them zimeanza kuinvade wall yako.
Actually, that's what they do.
Yes, and now it becomes a what? A problem.
A problem.
Yes, because now you're trying to figure out a way to fix it. But if it was back in nature ingeisort. In the way that thing it is invading, it kills it.
Yes.
Because mostly they climb trees. And when a tree...
And walls and...
when a tree is imekosa chakula, it just naturally dies. And that plant dies.
Yeah.
But now you've placed it in a wall. Bro, the wall cannot die. So it is for that thing to grow as far as it wants.
Yeah.
So when you may create your problem,
correct,
it becomes a problem to you.
Yeah.
It will eat you and it will leave you there because you've given it room ama wings to fly. You see where I'm going with this one?
Yeah, that really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But what happened about those rabbits?
Sasa hiyo story inakuanga funny.
They eat them and what happened to the rabbits?
Sasa now these guys had to figure out ways to kill those rabbits.
Oh.
Sasa one of the biggest mistakes they did, they introduced poison. Now with poison inakuja, okay, kuna mtu ako njaa, so mimi nitashika sungura nikule. They also poison themselves in the process.
Yeah, because I'm looking at, I can't remember which story it was about rat infestation and the way it brought a lot of disease.
It was the
rat infestation in New
Genghis
York.
Khan. Even Genghis Khan.
There was a story
Even
about
in New
that.
York.
Where Genghis Khan was using...
And look at the rats even in New York. Those things are humongous.
Bro, sijaiona lakini I'm
no,
assuming...
if you look at the videos that are there, I think that's nature trying to survive.
I used to watch, sijui kama umeona hii movie, is this show called How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah.
What did Barney do?
There was another rat that had evolved mpaka now they were calling it a cockroach rat.
No.
And it has bred with cockroaches. It has bred with...
I bet that story came from Barney. I bet
it came from Marshall.
Marshall's also.
And they eventually saw it until it gave birth.
and you know, now I wonder. Apana. No. Actually, come to think of it, in Langata, there's a very big infestation of rats in Langata. And they're very humongous. I don't even know how I even survived there. That is a very scary place to live by.
Wapi go?
Langata. Unakuta kipanya tu kikwago. No.
Have you watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
The one with Megan Fox or something?
Yes, there's this rat called Splinter.
Master Splinter.
Like the Master Splinter.
Don't disrespect that name.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You saw how now the story of how the scientist went ahead and tried to change the DNA of how the normal functioning of the turtles and the rat.
Yeah.
And even while they found themselves in the sewer, they discovered a way on how to survive. So what did Splinter do? He trained himself first, and then he trained the turtles.
Uh-huh. Bruh, you see, that is now when man-made solutions interfered with the nature. You see, you saw what, bro, that movie or that
Nature adapted.
bruh, and it adapted so well to a point that they eradicated humans. Ama they were looking to eradicate humans because
You know, now when you say it like that,
Mhm.
I wonder. You see, like for example, so is it? Have we had situations where nature is trying to eliminate us?
exactly that, and that's why I'm telling you. For me, my biggest problems were two.
Mm-hmm.
One,
Mm-hmm.
wealth,
Mm-hmm.
because when we fucked around with the nature by introducing man-made solutions,
Mm-hmm.
we discovered wealth.
Yes.
But now the way we have used wealth, it is coming back to eat us in a way that we now disregarded nature. No, no, because now we don't give a fuck about what nature is doing. Me, as long as I'm making money, bro, I will make that money. You see somebody going to a whole forest and yangusha yote chini, not planting any more trees.
Mm-hmm.
He's making money, but does not give a fuck about that shit. If you go down that journey, eventually you will have money, but you will not have nature.
Not forever.
Yes. If you don't have a nature, how are you going to survive?
That's it. Because you finished all the trees.
Bruh, not unless you go a robot. I'm a cyborg.
Exactly.
That's the only way you're going to survive.
Eh.
That's why you're seeing even humans, the way they think of remedies is leaving this planet.
You know that even if they leave this planet and even go to Mars, Jupiter, whatever,
Same
the
problems.
same problems.
Yeah,
They are
exactly.
going to be inherited.
You have
there.
not solved that specific
Exactly,
problem.
because right now I feel like you know when you spoke of nature has been able to produce a bacteria that can eat
Radiation.
the radiation, not just even radiation. The such isotopes are just way bad. The fact that humans, if I introduce it right now, and even have different children out of it, we probably the only time a healthy child will be there, baby will be like maybe the 8th generation from where I am. That's how fucked up it is.
Now
eh?
you are coming to my second problem.
Before we go even there, now I'm trying to look at it from this point. Leave COVID, which was Kina Nani, somebody's agenda. Let's go to 19, was it 1912 or 24, when there was such also another viral, let me call it pandemic, that really cleared like half of the population. And because that situation only thrived because the conditions were right for it to mess everybody up. So, okay, so you see, gift, when I'm looking at it from this point. When we are trying to come up with solution to diseases and something like that, then you hear that, some of these diseases have gone to a place where they are now evolving, resisting treatment, resisting vaccines. Is that still nature?
That's still nature.
Because I feel like it's trying to get rid of us, like
No,
we're the
you
we're the
remember when you
problem.
were saying, now, if I'm going to a cold place, I will have to come with solutions.
Yes.
But we discovered that those solutions are tailor-made only to you. If you continue going down that journey, that generation, that is you as you started it. The way they are going to come with solutions are not going to be the same as you did.
No.
But now the problem is we come with man-made solution and we do not factor in environment. Remember once we had a disagreement with you about vaccines and HIVs.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
I was trying to go to that angle whereby we come up with solutions and we disregard the environment.
Actually, let me shock you. In the same line of work that I've been into, and especially this time when we were handling the monkeypox situation, you can imagine we were looking at it and asking ourselves, when was the last time we had such a scenario? That was 50 years ago. What has monkeypox, the virus, done? It has evolved to a point where it wasn't attacking the previous vaccines that had been made against it. It is the new strain that was actually prevalent in certain areas. So you see, nature is very bright. So it keekeeps learning and changing and learning and changing. And we notice something. The moment we solve like issues of, let's say, hepatitis B, C, HIV, what do you think will happen?
Another one.
Another bitch will be coming in, and trust you, it will be worse than that,
The
because
previous.
there are people who we've seen who've been cured of HIV long term, and there are people who believe there are vaccines out there. But because of wealth, somebody needs to sustain that for some time.
For example, if I take you back to COVID, there's something I've been trying to track down. Imenisumbua sana. There's a flu that is coming up.
No, that flu is here.
Hiyo flu sijui ni nini.
I
Watu
don't know
wanapata hii
if,
kitu.
yes, have you guys
Hata mimi
noticed
nilikuwa
there is a
nimepata.
flu that is going round?
Yes.
You get it the first time, it looks, and it's very strong in a gonga proper good one.
Wacha.
When you think it's over, it comes a
Inakuja
second
tena.
version of it.
Sasa ni mifupa.
I had to a point where that people are even getting diarrhea, and I was like, "Yo,
I'm telling
it
you.
is bad."
Uliza
And
test tube hapa.
you know, when you hear not people in different areas telling you they've had the same kind of symptoms, and they tell you the same episode, and they don't even know each other, you realize,
Na sasa
the flu is coming. So you can imagine right now we are going now into proper a cold season, and this will kick in probably because if you see the rain have stopped now, that means the cold will come in early in June. So what does that mean? The nini has been dormant in your system. Maybe nilienda kapatana na phantom Baiko who probably had it, then probably pia
mimi nilipona.
No, I'm saying no. I'm just saying. So like now we are 5-6 people here. I have it, but it's dormant. Somebody, that's it.
Sasa wacha nikuchekeshe. Mimi, the other problem was marriage. Nature will come to fix. It's coming for marriage.
Okay, how does marriage and nature come in? Because this is already too man-made, and nature doesn't really give a fuck of what you're doing.
As I said, we became irresponsible with that thing.
So people like Gift will be sorted out from there.
Gift has already been sorted.
I know they're killing. Nature is not, nature is not happy of Gift trying to eliminate himself from the equation.
Nature is very happy with
No.
Gift. In fact, you will find Gift will live a long life than you.
So it was going to award Gift.
Bro, in fact, Gift, if you ask him, from the moment he cut off that
his
sack,
balls.
Angepima kilo zake saa hii, hiyo time, na saa hii. Bro, this guy has added weight.
Definitely.
That is how nature is rewarding him. Bro, you are doing a good job for yourself.
No.
You are kilo usipitishe hapa. But anyway, man. Leo sijui kutaka aje, man.
Kuna viongozi wameingia huku.
Leo bwana niko na my arch nemesis. Hata niwachezee the preemption of what is coming up. Hii ni ya wazee. Vunja mifupa kama meno bado. Mr. Sultan, habari gani?
Niko poa Baiko. Long last.
Finally.
I'm good.
Happy baby.
It's a Saturday.
Hapana.
It's my day off.
Tulisema aje.
It's my day off.
Ile siku utawahi sikia niko mahali. Kuja na bibi yako.
Ndo ikuwe nini?
Asot.
Wewe relax. Wacha kuuliza maswali mengi.
After 35 years ndo ikuwe nini?
Wait, usini 35 years? Unaogopa nini?
Hakuna kitu naogopa.
Sasa si umpigie simu akuje.
Hiyo ni kazi ngumu.
Nasema asiyefunzwa na mamaye hufunzwa na ulimwengu. Yeye ndiye ulimwengu.
But it's nice to meet you.
Nice to see you, bro.
Mwana kijana ni mnono mfupi round.
Mtono mfupi round. Hata nikamtumia akona donut na tumbo kubwa.
Kwa hivyo
anashindana na ukuta. Same explanation. Msi think otherwise.
Na hisi AI. Huyo ni Sultan tuko naye hapa bwana. It is not AI. Juu Sultan hajui kutumia AI. Ni Sultan.
Na ujue bado tukiongea about AI consequences.
Thank you. We are going there na technology. Lakini sasa hapo tunaweza toa Sultan juu.
Kwa hiyo mimi
technologically
soja mimi siko na ChatGPT saizi. Sijasoma vitabu. Mimi I joke with anything. Me nothing hits me.
Yaani wewe uliamua utakuwa troll tu.
Mimi ChatGPT ni yangu. Ukiona tweet ujue imetoka kwa ChatGPT. Mimi nimeiprompt, imenipatia results na nimetumia wanaume.
Umedunga hapo.
Sasa wao wakiona mimi ni mwerevu, ni mjinga.
So hata hizo advice unatupeanga za marriage za kwa kutoka kwa chat GPT.
No, unajua AI is not clever. AI, you have to prompt it your idea, then it gives you what you are thinking.
True. Actually, I feel like mostly AI, it's like Google search. Vile you go search, like, tell me who Ali Mapono is, and then it's like, gives us photos and all that, and then it says, Ali Sultan. It gives us all the names and gives us all the names. And then asks, what do you want to know about him? Is it true he's married for that guy?
Unajua imebidi ni pause juu sasa
Algorithm.
Karembo hata wewe ujipendi.
Algorithm.
Unasema alimapono na ako hapa na wewe.
Mimi alimapono kwani
imetoka. You know the way I can't imetoka.
hiyo si habari ya kutoka, hiyo iko.
Let me say Sultan. So I think for me AI
Watu wako wanauliza aje. What the fuck is Sultan doing there?
there are people who actually ask that. Must be nice.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Sultan amekuja kuaudit.
I know.
Una audit nini?
But karibu by this.
It's nice.
Yes.
Nice meeting you guys after a long time.
Yeah, last I think I saw it was last year. In one of the shows tulikuwa tunayo.
At least I'm meeting Baiko for
Mimi
the first time.
sijaimuona.
Bado niko na matiti yangu. Ambile matiti yangu
Hi,
bado
bro, unakaa visexy.
Mazee, Karembo bado ako supposed kumpatia
Yeah,
bra
I'm
yake.
actually I will leave you with
Ako
this.
supposed kunipatia bra yake.
Itakushare vizuri.
Nijaa hapa.
Na wewe ni light skin bwana.
Mimi?
Matiti imetoka wapi
Kwani
sasa?
ulikuwa afikiani?
Mimi sikuwa najua Sultan ni light skin.
Nasema kwa kitwekea picha huko hivyo
Nilikuwa nafikiria ni anapiga simu na anapiga picha na upo. Mimi I thought that was it bro. Mimi sikuwa najua. Nimeelewa sasa kwa nini kuna mahali ulipelekwa swimming.
Mazee, kama kuna mtu ananibanta katika Twitter space ni Baiko, yani Baiko akiona tu anaangalia wapi atani hit the most.
She's having a field day with you.
Mazee, ana low punches.
Mimi
Saa ingine
niliacha,
by the way nazichukulia gaki, saa ingine nazifeel
but-
zinakuwaga too low saa ingine.
But you know with
Anakuona
Twitter,
na mbao.
Yaani, Baiko uliona kasikia mambao.
Sasa nimekuona hata nasikia tukae na wewe hapa kwa kiti.
hapana. But unajua bante ya Twitter is so strange. It's not your, it's, oh my God, you guys are cutthroat bana.
Hapana.
I've never seen people, hey, let me say this. Can we never have what happened that other time?
Which
What?
one?
Hapana. You guys went on mulikuwa
Wewe
jab-
usikufanya kitu
Mimi
yote.
na Baiko
No, but you know what we did, so that's
Yeah,
fine.
Wachana na
Did not do
Baiko.
anything.
Bado kuna rumors nyingine nimetia mwanamke mwingine mimba katika Twitter.
Oh my
So
goodness.
Baiko is still going to
No.
open a space for that
But then-
one.
I mean,
Hiyo si najua unajua sasa makosa yangu Sultan. For mimi sifanyangi vitu tu hivyo. Mimi
una
lazima
research.
nifanye
Mazee,
research
research
yangu
yako ni-
vizuri.
Yeah, research ya
Nijue mumetoana wapi, nijue msichana anaishi wapi.
Nilimvulia kofia.
you can imagine now, and like that was back then, right? And then you can imagine. Okay, let me ask, because we are talking of this. These are man-made problems.
Exactly. This is a natural
So
solution.
how did nature sort this thing out?
No, it
Sasa
will
unaona
sort itself. The way
Sultan
we'll say.
already ameenda kwa bibi yake akamwambia sasa, because
Stop
you
it.
see men were saying that uko na bibi mwingine. Bra, kuja wazi. Kuja wazi. Sultan went all the way to Diani, tukamwona kwa Swimo. As in, nature is sorting that shit out.
Natural tells us.
Amewacha kupretend that he's inside the closet. We've been talking about the closet, bro. Katoka na tears pale akifanya
Matiti zinacheza tu bwana.
Ah.
Baiko hiyo ni hit yake, hiyo ishamzee, usijali. He has a permanent grudge. But it's good, Baiko.
But karibu sana man Sultan. I'd never thought I'd see you.
Why?
That's something I will say.
Milima ndo ikutani.
Ndio nasema I never thought I would see you.
You never thought.
Wow.
Bro, nikifikiria watu naweza kutana nao. Ati niseme nimepangisha line hapa. Sultan angekuwa hapo.
Mnyamwezi angekuwa number 1.
No,
But
hata
already
si
asha
mwezi.
meet.
Usha meet.
Mimi kuna mtu nataka kumit.
Nani?
Hiyo ni siri yangu man.
I know, but alikwambia alikuinvite for that nini next weekend, next
Nani?
Friday.
Anataka
Gari alimfanya nini tena?
No,
Hata mimi
BFF.
nashangaa.
Anataka kuona
No, BFF
anataka
ya Sultan.
anataka kuona Kate.
Hapana, huyo si namba. Kate ni nani?
Si
Oh,
Kate,
boy.
Andrew Kibe.
Hapana, huyo sitaki kukuta. Mimi nataka kukutana na mtu mmoja, Abuya Master. Me, that's the only person I want to meet. Bro, huyo mtu mkiniwekea number 1 kwa list yangu,
Abuya.
niseme nakutana na Abuya Master, naweza furahi mbaya sana.
Okay, Abuya Master ni
Unajua Abuya Master?
Abuya Master ni yule rabbit.
Thank you bro.
Gift mambo.
So Gift, let me ask this question. Is nature currently awarding you for snapping your balls?
let me put it this way.
It's Bykov said it. I'm not the one who said it. I'm only
No,
asking
no.
a question.
No, it's totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
I've as a matter of fact, I'd say yes because I've had the how do I put it? Unaona, mimi nilikuwa na shitty uncles, like super shitty uncles, and one of the things that I discovered with being at self, unaelewa, I mean, in my own existence, is that I've been very considerate of the existence of my nephews and nieces. I've been a very present uncle, super present uncle. I interact with them. I make phone calls. We talk. I spend time with them. Nini. It's also made me a better brother to my siblings.
Your sisters.
It's
Okay.
made me a better son because my concentration is not focused on anything else. It's just that. And mimi kukua kivyangu imenifanya niko free. And I'll give you an example. In during COVID, 2020, 2021, penye niko sahi is almost 1,800 kilometers from where I used to live. So imagine, niliamka asubuhi, opened my balcony door, and I just looked at my life. I was like, nah, I don't want to live here anymore. I've been in this place for almost 6 years, and I left. I never discussed it with anybody. I uprooted my life to another place, which is 1,800 kilometers away, and I began my life afresh again.
And you see, that is nature trying to sort you out.
Hey, like now imagine if I
No,
had
he didn't say
sasa,
it with a straight face, by the way.
no,
Yaani,
now imagine
gift umeavoid hiyo
if I
swali
had-
kabisa yani.
no, nataka tu wewe imagine if I had anyone to consult. Unaona, like today naweza amka niseme I'm feeling like going back home, and I'll just book a flight, nipande ndege niende tu home. Nothing stops me. I don't have to run it by anybody, no discussions, nothing. Naamka tu natoka naenda kufanya chenye nataka. There's power in that, and there's lack of accountability equally, because nature has created an environment where there has to be some sort of community. Unaelewa? Na mimi hiyo sina.
So your community is back home. It's no longer there.
Unajua
No.
Si ameavoid hiyo swali kabisa.
na unajua amejibu
Community yangu ni
lakini
mimi.
hajajibu directly. Kwa sababu if
Si
you look
jibu yake.
at life venye life ya gift imekuwa, bro, nature has been trying to communicate to him until akasema Allahu Akbar, because as he's saying very well,
No, how was nature talking to him?
as
How?
he has said it very well, for you to exist in nature, nature has created a sort of source of community, but gift has left
Ran
that
away.
community.
Yes, ran away from the
So
community.
nature ikamwambia, bro, nitakuonyesha kitu yenye hautawahi recover.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Kafanyiwa mercy killing.
Mercy killing for his cause.
Kuna neche ilimwambia hivyo, yeye ndiye aliamua.
No, it's actually punishing him because he says he has found proper relations with his nieces, nephews, and even his siblings. Then why basi anaenda anakirukaruka huko hivyo, ana move 1800 sijui kilometers.
You know, nature,
Anatorokea nini?
Nature-
Already asha
No, sasa uelewi. Okay, now ngoja Sultan and Karembo, you need to understand this. The reason why I left where I was, it's not that I wasn't doing well or I wasn't mentally okay. It's because I had conquered whatever environment I was in.
But you've not conquered
I
yet.
really no, skiza, I was in that area because of school.
In
That's
his
the
mind,
first
he had
thing that
conquered.
got me
In
there.
his mind he had conquered.
Yes.
But nature
No,
had actually
Sheila.
nature ilikuwa imekuonyesha
You're
you
not
can be a good
understanding.
father.
No. Listen, you're not getting. The main reason of me moving was because I felt like I've done everything in that area. That city nilikuwa nimeichambua in and out in terms of business, in terms of failures, in terms of progress, in terms of friendship. And then this was the time yenye nilikuwa nimemaliza college. So my
Wait,
friends have also started dispersing.
let me ask you
There
something.
are those who
Gift.
moved na nini. So mimi nikakaa nikajiambia I need to try something else.
Gift. And
Yes.
I'm going to ask you this question because there's another guest in the building. Hata huyu nilikuwa namuona kwa TV peke yake. Kwa TV namaanisha
Oh my
YouTube.
goodness.
Mimi ni mtu wa ushago, nikiona kitu yote kwa TV najuanga hiyo ni TV bro. Tumeona hiyo news kwa TV. The question is, because you gave us a very good story that you had conquered that environment, you'd conquered friendship, business. But I remember you giving us a story about your friends trying to poison you.
No, this was just last 1.5 years ago. That was in Kenya.
Wasn't it
I'm
the
talking
same
about-
time you did the move?
No, I did the movie in
alikuwa amerudi.
2019, 2020.
Yeah, and the reason I'm saying that is because if you had conquered that environment, your friends wouldn't want to poison you.
No, you're not getting. Hiyo ilifanyika Mombasa. Mimi nilikuwa Canada.
Okay.
Huku Kenya.
Nimekupata.
Okay.
And shikilia tu hiyo point kidogo. Najua wewe na kushikilia njoti ni ngumu kidogo. Lakini sasa itabidi tumeanza
Njoti
simu and
gani?
retention. Akona cut out manzi.
Mzee,
Nikisikia inakuja.
anaweza
Nga.
mtu ajua malio kata
Hakuna
utiko
ni yeye tu anajua. Yeye na daktari ndio anajua kwenye waliweka. Hata Gift anapatanga shida.
Ouch.
Ndio maana nakuambia Karembo akiingia kwa video Gift anaenda kutafuta cut out.
Hapana.
Swali vipi bro?
poa sana poa.
Me I've seen you tu kwa YouTube pale. There's a dark time kwenye tulikuwa tunapitia shida mingi sana. Tukiongea mambo ya embrace the darkness. Nakumbuka tulikuwa tunakaa hapo bana, ndio unaanza kurealize kuna hope kwa hii dunia kama sisi wote ni wenda wazimu. Juu tuko hapo na Soli, tuko na Dizo, tuko na Sultan. Sultan ndio huyo ameingia kwa matrix yake ya marriage, amepotea hata hakuna mtu anamuona.
Sultan ni ambassador of marriage.
Mimi hiyo nashuku wingi sana juu niko na evidence imefuatana
Lakini
nitafunga hiyo kitabu.
watu wa spaces mko brutal sana.
You know, right? There's a lot
It's
of
cutthroat yani. Like someone can slit your throat when you're sleeping.
Ni survive. Unajua Sultan aliapia when I was just trying to make my career. Nikasema, Jesus, thank you for providing this manna. A manna from heaven. Kuja Sultan, come unto me. Nikuonyeshe kazi yangu inakaaje.
embrace.
Acha tuanze kupanga makaratasi.
Nikaingizwa kwa rabbit hole properly. Kama hujai kusikia rabbit hole. Hii rabbit hole ilianza kuanguka na mimi.
Sultan kidogo nikuambie pole, lakini nikakumbuka men don't cry.
Never say sorry when you are wrong. George's quotes, hiyo mimi nitaipaka kesho sitaisahau. Especially when you are wrong.
Unajua Sultan kwenye nilisikia ni kama nimeguza mlima. Ni kwenye ulitoa video ya press statement kwa nyumba yako ukitingika.
Matiti. That was
I've
mad.
destroyed this person. Bro, pole lakini.
Don't say sorry.
Pole.
Why? Pole ya nini?
Pole ni ya.
Pole iponyeshi.
Ndio nakwambia aje. Pole kwa kufikiria ningekuambia.
Pole. Okay, pole. Okay. I get you.
But slowly go ahead, man.
Papa, nafuatilia hii conversation yenu ya nature. You know, nature is very unforgiving.
Yes.
It's very it does not reward stupidity. If you do stupid things, nature inakuweed out
Pole.
of existence. So but kuna kitu huongea about the state of nature. You talk a lot of philosophers, especially political philosophers, talk about the state of nature. Life in the state of nature. Mali ni wewe na nature. And I think there was a famous philosopher called Thomas Hobbes. And there's a famous quote where he said, life in the state of nature is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Yeah. So when you look at many African societies, even before independence, before anything, huko in the traditional setting was very harsh. Yeah. In fact, I had this argument with an elder lady, and the way women were very oppressed in the past. And I was asking her who was not oppressed, because life was bad for everyone. Yeah.
Oppressed according to who?
So you're saying that women used to, they used to fetch water, they used to do what? I was asking her, they did not have electricity. They didn't have flowing water. So what else was there? So you can't say people
was
were
the
oppressed.
system
That
then.
was the life then. Unaona? But then over time, people realized we can create abundance. There are some things which we can do that can benefit all of us. And these things, we call them the good things, or the common good. Certain things that if you have a clean environment, it benefits everyone.
True.
You know,
Yeah.
all you have to do is to keep it clean. So everyone benefits. If you have good laws, they benefit everyone.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have clean water, piped and all that, it benefits everyone. So I think the question now that is there now is, and I always have this conversation and this problem, especially with a lot of people in the development sector who are like, oh, we are going to fight poverty, and I'm like, you see, if you focus on poverty, then all you get is poverty. But if you look at it, the truth is that all of us start from poverty.
Yes.
Yeah, all of us start from poverty. Even you look at the Kenyatta family. If you go down several generations back,
They're poor.
you'll realize they were poor.
Yes.
But then their ancestors over time, they did things.
Became thieves.
Yes, I'll call them things for now.
No, somebody found a solution.
Yes, I'll call them things that whatever it is they did, whether it was good or bad, that got them where they are. So, so the question is not eradicating poverty, and the question is not how we got here, because we all start from poverty. The question is, what are the things that
Can empower.
you can do to create wealth? So you have to shift the focus from poverty to wealth. Yeah. What are the things that you need to do to create wealth? Yeah. And for you to be able to create wealth, you must have a clear understanding of what wealth is. Yeah. And for the most part, wealth is assets that generate value and appreciate. They don't lose their value over time and all that. So you have to be able to clearly define. Otherwise, you cannot get something you can't even define. And money is not wealth. Money is a store of value and a medium of exchange, and it has certain qualities. But when now people started saying, so what can we do to get wealth? So at first people are like, if I want something, I attack another people, I conquer them, and I take whatever it is I want. But then I do that, after some time, they also come and attack me, and the cycle continues. Then Mzungu became a bit clever. He's like, why don't I get these people? I go and capture them and enslave them. And then I bring them and make them work for me to create wealth. And they continued with slavery. And over time, people realize slavery is inefficient. People will rebel. They'll kill their
The
masters and all that. And then now people realize the best way is we trade with other people. So I come, I tell you, look, I have this thing. If you're interested in it, we can exchange for something. And then people started trading, and they realized that trade is a more superior form of interaction than conquering and killing. So now people are moving slowly from the state of nature, and then now from there, from trade, now you realize that things like entrepreneurship, a business, creating business is good. So it's part of the good, and people now started doing business and creating wealth and moving away from the state of nature, the harsh realities of nature. But nature doesn't change; it's the same. But there's a saying that says, "For nature to be commanded, it must first be obeyed." So you have to obey nature first, and so you have to align yourself with nature. But what we have today is that we have strayed so far from nature that a lot of things we are doing today are unnatural. And in religious term, we call that now sin. Sin is because nature has certain laws. And when you talk about law, there's natural law. Natural law cannot be broken. That one, God is the one who enforces it. For those who believe in God like me, I know there are people who don't believe, but I won't engage you in that conversation today.
Yeah. Those are man-made problems.
Yes.
Amejitoa
Or
vizuri
whatever
sana hapo.
problem.
Yes.
Even
Eh.
you
So-
say God is man-made problems.
Yes. So now from natural law, because creation, for creation to exist, creation itself is evidence of a creator. So those laws is what now people studied, the natural laws. And they are like, okay, there's vibrations. I can call this vibration frequency. I can send something over the air and you can receive it. They're just following. Physics follows the laws of nature.
Yeah, true.
And the laws of nature are like that. You can't break them. When you break the laws of nature, there are consequences. And these consequences, they are enforced by nature itself.
And you cannot escape them.
Yes. If you eat the way you're not supposed to eat, it's like if you put the wrong fuel in your car breaks down.
Breaks down.
So if you eat the way you're not supposed to eat, that's why in law now they came up with that saying that ignorance of the law is no excuse. But that's not the right nini. They say ignorance of the law does not excuse you from the consequences of the law.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huwezi potea.
So
Lazima kutakuwa na
if you break the law,
Mhm.
there are consequences. Now that then there's now man-made law. Man-made law, because all law comes from the creator. But man has his laws. Now, the good laws are the ones that align with the laws of the creator. Bad laws are the ones that are messing us up. Those are now the man-made problems. So when you break God's laws, they call it sin, or you've transgressed. But if you break man-made law, it's a crime. So there's a difference. And so you cannot do away with nature. In fact, the closer you are to nature, the more whole you become. Yeah, and the further removed from nature, the more fragmented and the more problems you'll have. That's where you have all these issues, even in relationships today, because there are people who want to tell you that men and women are the same. How are they the same? Men are men, women are women, and they are different by nature. Our natures are different. But there are people who want to treat the two the same way. You can't treat the two the same way.
Bro.
So
And now sasa
yes,
you've brought in a very interesting concept wealth, that it is not money is the one that you've said it's a tool, eh?
It's the tool.
It's more
it's
of
a
a
tool.
tool.
Yes,
And wealth is more long lasting.
Yeah.
yes,
And if you look at even nature and natural solutions and man-made solutions, I'm starting to realize that for you to make wealth, you must tie it into nature,
True.
because nature is more long-lasting.
yes.
If you use man-made solutions to make wealth, then hautakimbia sana.
That's why I think it makes a lot of sense when he says
Mhm.
when you're closer to nature, you're more fulfilled.
Yep.
So even the wealth itself will also
Fulfill it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Fulfill it, yeah.
because I'm feeling this way in this sense. For you to come up with solutions, you're looking for higher touch. Unapata?
Definitely.
I am not solving a small problem. If I'm dealing with nature, that is. I'm not solving a small problem.
Yeah.
I'm solving a more, nasemaje, bro, a very big problem that is affecting so many people. For example, kama Hitler.
I think it comes to you the way you were saying. You must obey before you command.
Exactly. So
it actually makes a lot of sense. A lot.
Because now if you look at mtu kaa Hitler, najua mkuwa mnangoja niende hapo lakini
Kwenda wapi?
nimeenda hapo kwa Hitler.
Usiogope.
Sultan ndio naona anaanza kufanya alama za msalaba na ni Muislamu.
Okay.
Na by the way,
he's a misunderstood guy.
Utabarikiwa na Mungu. Nimeona una consider wazee. Umesema swali ashikilie mzee kewe devices za
unajua kidogo atakuwa na walking stick ya mic so
I was almost there.
Usijali bro. Tunakuangalia hii area tuko inclusive of every gender.
Oh goodness.
Hata wheelchair iko.
So nataka kwa make sure that nimeacha trademark la mali nitakapokwenda. So hivyo usijali kwa imetia tena mimba.
Nakwambia Sultana, this is a sharp shooter.
Kutafutia mtu, acha story moja.
Ashapata. Ashaona. Ninawaambia. So
hata hiyo mimi nataka kuiona. I will show up just to see.
Mbona uko back to Hitler?
Baiko uniona.
Baiko, I know you must dunga but please.
Ni pole. Zingine I cannot help myself. Naturally
the nature of Baiko.
Ningekuwa daktari singekuwa na wadunga man. Nisingekuwa nadunga watu. Ningekuwa naenda pale kwa naambia teremsho. Zaza lakini sijakuwa daktari. Zaza lazima dunge watu physically but and psychologically. Bro, so if we go back to mtuka Hitler, there's an actual problem that arose of a population. Napata? But now if I'm going to solve this problem, I must give it a label. I am not killing humans. I am killing the humans that are creating this overpopulation crisis. That is the Jews. But if you really think about overpopulation, see Germans pia kwa hiyo matrix ya population and overpopulation. So he is coming up with a solution, but yeye mwenyewe ameitie into nature because I felt that was a perfect tie of a solution, man-made and natural, but akaimanipulate. Hapo ndio shida ilitokelezea. But not even in the sense that we think, because the Jews themselves isipokuwa ni hao wanatupatianga hii account ya Holocaust and what not. If the Germans give you that story, bro, these ones are giving you a different account of what happened. We are just receiving this story from victims. If we go back now to Bituka post-election violence.
Are they victims though?
Now we are at a very good place. That's a good rabbit hole.
How would they call themselves victim and they didn't even go through it?
Tulikuwa na hii conversation hapa
the Black American thing.
Na tukacheka sana when we realize that for you to get justice, you must be a very good victim.
Yeah, you must be.
Ile una perform bana, unalia mpaka.
It's for you to hustle people.
Exactly.
So you have to hustle people.
Bro, so you appear like a victim.
Yes,
but you're not.
Package yourself as so.
Yes. Because so in fact, there's more benefit being a victim, and is also a source of your strength. Now you're able to hustle people and extort
bila repercussions
from them.
And this game has been played several times by women.
Yes, even married people.
Oh goodness.
On reality, because even if a woman cries, I say how she has been.
But the tables have already turned. Nowadays, you'll find that there's more. Whether this is currently what I've noticed, currently right now, there's more say. They get to listen to what the man also has to say. They actually get to look into the woman's story. You can't go at a cry fall anymore.
But still,
that's an African thing.
No,
it's a
it is
Kenyan
actually
thing.
happening because of
Yes.
and I think we Africans mostly we end up now trying to adopt the state as it goes. And the reason I say hivi ni kwa sababu I was somewhere and I was seated with ladies and I had now you're finding that there are people you're finding they are having court cases with their nannies because of dismissal. And somebody wants to go and ask for more than 250,000 in compensation. Imagine that. Yes, court case. Nani amefika mahali na kusu all that money.
What happened,
Imagine.
what happened between that guy and that
times
guy?
have changed. things are
But it never come
changing.
a time that a woman will be able to support the man because the woman is working.
Wasn't there somebody? There's actually somebody who shared a statistic saying that right now, men in the United States are more nurturing than the women. Imagine that.
They're
But-
bitches.
Give me no. I
But
okay.
but it's a special case. It
that
can
didn't come
No,
from
but
you.
no, but
Hata mi
I
sijamini-
was expecting from you,
sijamini
but I
itoke
didn't
kwa
expect
Sony
you
bana.
to say such a
no. Just be prepared, yani.
you know when you sit with bitches, you end up being a bitch. So
And
So
don't
when
worry.
when men become weak, that's when now you have all these
And
problems.
come to think of it, in your first submission, when you're talking about, when you're saying about the whole nature thing and resetting and saying that even in relationships, the issues that are there, because you, at one point, there will be a reset. And you remember when you're trying to bring the marriage thing, it made sense now to a place where you see the point where we think that this whole unhealthy kind of relationships people are having, you feel like nobody's gonna judge you because you're jumping from one to the second. You think there are no consequences. It now brings the whole aspect of, look at some of the sexually transmitted diseases that we have. That is part of nature trying to solve that issue of marriages and relationships.
you
It is, look at it from that point.
you
And at one point, it's gonna reset it because remember, obey command.
hapo
Obey
ninaweza
before you
There's-
command.
hapo naweza sema 50-50.
There's a sociologist who did a research, huge study, and he found that when any community or nation falls into immorality, it is destroyed within 2 or 3 generations. That's where Kenya is now.
But sasa hapo
It's
ndio
gonna reset itself.
hapo mi naweza disagree na nyinyi in these two ways we are dealing with two things, nature na man. Now this guy has gone into immorality. Where we are thinking that nature will reset itself is where we are not accounting for that guy who decided to go into that immorality coming up with a plan for it. For example, Sai, we are living in a very sexual society that if I want a woman, si lazima niende mbali.
Immoral society.
Yes.
It's just immoral.
No, it's sexual. Sinanga
Okay,
shida
let's
na-
call it hypersexualized.
No, it is just sexual. Mi sina shida na immorality juu tukianza kuongea mambo ya immorality na tuseme tu bahati mbaya tu tunaongea hii story tuseme we are moral and then tu nani shetani wa nini waislamu wanaitwa nani? Shaitan.
Satan.
Iblis.
Ibilisi.
Ibilisi ama the devil comes out and says, bra, dunia imeisha saa hii. Nakwambia hapa tunaweza enda wengi tukichukuliwa na sultan.
I saw that coming. Don't worry.
Lazima
Me,
ungekuwa
unajua
kwa-
Where to
nini?
go?
I saw that coming.
I like the way you're talking about a sexual society. I'd like to see you talk about a sexual society when you're being pegged.
Bye. Huyu jamaa ngoja. We have found the person mwenye butt plugs zimekuwa zikinunuliwa. I've been wondering Dizo anapeleka wapi butt plugs. So it was you all along.
No, so, you're saying there's no difference between sexual and immoral. There's a difference.
There is no.
There's a difference.
No.
There's a very big difference.
The difference
No,
comes here.
I think the question you need to ask Baiko here would be, what do you understand by moral and immoral?
Now that's a very good one. Kwa sababu we tackled this.
I know morality.
Now where we come na nitawakupeleka tu polepole na mtaratara, muniachie tafadhali kidogo before we were talking about beaches na that's a story for another, but I saw a beach on the speakers panel kwa jina anaitwa Joel. Sorry Joel, ni si beach ya BITCH. Batch, nilikuwa namaanisha batch of Ugandans. But we started here where man-made solutions
Oh, but then this is diesel.
nakaa fiti.
This is diesel today.
I don't even want to think about where that's coming from.
unampatia nini, unajua absence makes the heart grow fonder. Wacha bwana, Dizo yuko hapa alafu unaanza kumkumbusha.
That's why the deed laws were made. I think that's the
Bas.
idea, Ken.
Mimi vitu za Sultana najuanga mimi zinanishangazanga.
When you
Mhm.
The
so you
code.
get a substitute.
Adildo.
And then you can name that.
Lord.
Do you have Adildo?
Where
Me,
did
I
I
have
miss
a
this
dildo.
come from?
Doing what?
Yaani nyinyi sasa
have a
mmeingia
dildo?
story kabisa.
For do what? To do what?
Oh, unajua
Akitaka atachonga moja ambao shida iko wapi? Hebu tuendeleeni.
fundi wa
Umaliza point yako.
fundi wa miti bwana.
Pamoja Karembo akuwe choked.
Karembo ako tu sawa.
Karibu apatia akele oda.
Wait, guys, you need to give me a disclaimer. He cannot be speaking like this with all that innocence in that face.
Umeona hiyo sura? Hata mimi
Alafu
nasikia.
mtu anakuja anasema akitaka ya
You don't know
kuchonga
Sabi,
ati
then you
atachonga
don't know
tu.
Sabi.
I'm like, what? Nani kama?
Yeah. So let's go there bwana. Unaona, when you're coming up with a man-made solution, nilikuwa najaribu kuelezea kina Karembo and Gift, na nimenotice hata tume-neglect Gift kidogo, na Gift is that mtoto anatakanga attention. So Gift we shall come to you, don't worry. Papa is here.
Tupeleke polepole. Gift is the last of the Mohicans.
Bro, unajua nikaa last born lazima umwambie sorry baba.
The last of his kind.
No, I think he went for the young and akawa fight for nani Kalisi or something.
Unasikia akisema the last of his kind, bro.
That's solid.
After
And
Gift,
solid, yeah, it doesn't make sense.
after Gift there is nothing. Imagine that, bro. Unaamka asubuhi unajua hivyo tu. Tricky thing. Mimi naweza kuwa nafanya vitu weird huku nje. But this is the thing. Man-made solutions zinakuwa very individual. They are very individualized based off that environment. Mtu ana come up na solutions zake. Now, if we proceed further into what were we talking about first?
Immorals.
Yes.
Immoral
And morality.
Yes.
And sexuality.
Yes, and sexuality.
Bringing the two within the sexual.
Bas. So even if I'm talking about immorality, it depends on where I am and the solutions that I've come with at that time.
Let's keep it here.
Mhm.
Let's keep it Kenya. Let's just in the society
Sawa.
we are in.
So
Thank you for even going there.
Yeah, let's not go far.
Jumina,
Because if we start bringing in cultures and people like America and all, no, let's just
let me keep it in Kenya, ne?
Mm.
And I'm going to go to our tribe. Hata
Kukuyus.
unajua uzuri hii group ni kubwa juu. Hata Sultana kwa hiyo tribe yetu.
Alioa huko.
Na bado
Alioa
anaenda
huko.
kuoa tena lakini
Aligusa mlima.
niliolewa huko.
na anaenda kuoa huko lakini imepakejiwa kama mkosti. Umetuma M-Pesa ukonfirm jina.
Akinyi.
Bro, ngoja uone tu. But if we go there, immorality in Kenya is not what we think. Sisi to immorality yetu is based off two things. Quran na Biblia, because those are the two major religions in Kenya. So inakani kama tumekata cross, iko na balance that sisi wote tuko in agreement what immorality is, but ni ile tu tumepatiwa guideline. But if we go and dissect a step further down, we start to realize that our aspect of immorality and morality is very different. Kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaongea na kina Phantom na Dizo,
Yeah.
and we discovered that pande yao,
They
bro,
accommodate.
there used to be mlango ya nyuma ya kwa bibi yako ndio tusikutane, unapata,
Bwana
you get a
asipatane
kid out of
na mpita
your
njia.
of your tribe.
of your
I
tribe
mean of your marriage.
because of the disease which was going on by then. At
Exactly.
least one attack, they used to believe in a pandemic
Uh-huh.
where maybe a whole community or a whole family can be wiped out because of that disease.
Yes.
So if you have a kid from outside,
Mhm.
outside the gene, that kid can survive.
Bro,
You can germinate to get
more
to-
kids.
to get still.
Hiyo lineage inaendelea.
Lineage.
It's the same thing. Ukiangalia hiyo kitu na uifuate tu polepole, you start to realize hata tumeendelea nayo juu. We are the same people. I think pia
By the umesema hiyo kitu. Now it's very interesting. About 3 years ago, we have an emergency run to the hospital. The first thing they asked me is this: is your child coming from a certain region of the country? Because of, and I present a certain, thinking that maybe it's anemia or something coming from that tribe. Imagine that. So the fact that
And
now
what
you're
did
saying
you
strengthening,
answer?
eh?
What did you answer?
No. Don't say. So, but you see now that whole thing of trying to strengthen the gene out there, it makes a lot of sense. Unaweza fikiria ati Sultan ye nini baby daddy lakini Oyugi ni yeye alikuwa huko.
Exactly.
Finish.
And this was nature, because you see two things are happening here. Unajua human beings wako na capacity moja yenye hakuna mtu ataikuwa nayo kwa hii dunia. We learn. That is what separates us from animals. We learn. That is why tulikaa pale kwa kichaka, jamaa mmoja akabebwa na simba, tukasema bro, uliona mse alienda, hebu tufikirie hizi mawe ule jamaa alianguka kwa hii mawe akaanza kutoka damu, so hizi mawe zinaweza umiza mtu, acha tupige hii simba na mawe. They learn pole pole. I'm not saying that is what happened, but mimi ningekuwa huko ningefikiria hivyo. But they start learning and they realize that one day that family, when we married into that family, watoto wetu wakupitisha miaka 10, nini inaendelea? So wanaangalia Sultan pale, nasema naweza kuwa ni Sultan, hebu acha tuone. Watoto wana grow wanafika 10 years, they die. They start to inspect, is it Sultan ama ni bibi? Pole pole they start learning. Now when they start learning that, bro, hii area yetu shida ni clan yetu, what do they do? Si wanaleta mtu kutoka nje. So you start to wonder now, if what is immorality and morality? Is it we are looking at immorality based off environment yenye tuko sayo, ama tunaangalia holistically that immorality ama morality is what we need to do at that moment? Unapata? Juu sasa kama saa hii tukiangalia mambo ya, as I was talking to, saying saa hii kutaka demba na unaenda pale online unachukua kenye unataka, unaweza piga simu kutoka pale kwa workshop South B, teke imeanguka huko, unaweza ingia pale 1624 kutana na bouncer, pita naye
1824.
Ni 1824. Unajua mimi ni mtu wa Gishagi bro. As in, it's as simple as that man. Unaweza enda pale hata kwa gari yako tu inamishe viti upatiwe kenye unataka. You've gotten whatever you wanted, right? There was a need you had.
But that's sexuality.
Ndio tunaenda hapo. When you go back home, you have a family, you have a wife, you have whatever. All you need to do is do what? Is pray for forgiveness. Sindio? Umebadilisha anything hapo?
No, praying for forgiveness, that's a different thing. Because when you're praying for forgiveness, it means that you're not going to repeat that.
But you're going to repeat it again.
No, then that's not for, you're not asking for it.
Bro,
You're
that's why I'm telling you, when you look at immorality and morality, it is just the words. But in the action part, they do not exist.
No,
But I feel like the only time whatever you'd consider immoral in our cultures was at point of necessity. Either you're trying to prevent, making sure that the generation is prevailing, and also trying to hide shame, because people culture used to have that thing of when they notice that this man is not siring any kids, the brother steps in, and they're thinking that he's the one doing it. You get my point? We've had these cases before. So I feel like immorality only came in a place where, and they tried to dress it like you're saving a situation. It's a solution you're creating. But to a place where there is no shame. And that's, I think, where he's coming from. The immorality that you're talking about, hakuna kuficha, there is no shame in it. People will do it and not give even care about it. Think about it.
For me, I think...
I'm looking from the point of we are having... Now look at the tools that we've had that are man-made. We've gone to a place where now people are having OnlyFans. Is that morality?
Only what?
OnlyFans. That's not morality.
It is morality kwa
Mi
sababu...
sijaharibika hivyo sana vile.
No, I'm
naona.
looking at it. We have...
But look at it this way though.
But now
Instead of saying...
Hapana, okay, sawa.
Instead of saying...
Angalia apps za Sultan.
Nini? Immorality, morality. Let me rephrase it this way. So there is sexuality.
Tukimaliza hapa tutapatiwa kiwanja tu hapa kidogo, tukusane kidogo, tuheshimiane.
Tutawafanyia nini Russian roulette mumalizane.
Basi hiyo.
Tutatafutia keja.
tuko kwa Kenya.
Mwenye nguvu mpishe.
Mwenye nguvu
You know,
atagusa.
there's this species of sea creature. There's no like male and female. So when they meet, they fight.
Whoever atakayechafu.
Mwenye
Ule
atapigwa,
anashindwa ndio anawekwa ball. Eh.
Huh?
Eh.
Seahorse.
I think I
No.
don't know if it's a seahorse.
No,
or
the
that.
seahorse, the male carries the pregnancy.
These
I
ones,
think.
they are all the same, eh? But when they nini, I'll try and look it up. Ile inashindwa inawekwa ball.
na inakuwa beach.
Eh.
Mm.
So next time unakula na unaenda gym unapiga tizi.
Buda.
Alafu unatafuta weak spot.
Ukizaa.
Utafuta mtu. Nasema next time natafuta mtu weak.
Unapita naye unalipisha.
So but look at it this way, there's we are talking about nature, and in nature there's what is natural.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can say there's natural sexuality. That is okay.
That's a man and a woman.
But then there's unnatural. That is one I'm calling immoral.
No, immoral. That's what
Unnatural.
Yes, a natural is immoral.
Yes.
Unnatural is when men and men have sex.
No,
Yes.
no, not even that. You know,
No.
we are no. Look at it
That's
this
unnatural.
way. We've had places where I don't know if you've seen. We can call it all unnatural because you've seen somewhere showing a bear and a fox coexisting.
Human beings.
Would you call that natural? It's unnatural,
That's
but
unnatural.
they found a way
They are
to.
both predators.
They are predators who are
symbiosis.
coexisting.
Zimeanza kuwa line.
Yes, lakini
Mbona?
azinini yani.
Goals zetu zimeanza kuwa line. Unakula fisi, unakula wanyama. Hata mimi.
Azinini
Don't
yani.
forget there was a time some people were trying
Fox
to force
haiwezi
an issue
fikia hata.
saying there are gay lions out here.
That's nonsense.
No, that's what I'm
A
saying.
lot of-
That's
I mean,
become unnatural.
deep down, if we are honest with ourselves, you know what is natural and what is not natural.
True.
So now, when you talk
Yeah.
about a man and a man and a man, a woman and a woman, a man changing to be a woman, trying to
Mhm.
Also, a woman. Okay.
OG. where you
No,
group
I'm
of
looking
sex.
at this point. If we look at what is natural, like the way lions do it, decides this is going to be the female that gets to give me a litter of carbs and all that, it becomes committed to that one.
Protection.
That lioness, that one. It doesn't have several.
No, lion has
Lion
several.
has several.
Lion has several.
In that group, it has
In that
several.
group. All those are his
I
wives.
had it's one.
No, all those are
Hey,
those. all
moja
those
ona
are his
video
wives.
za National Geographic lion inapiganiwa hapo na some
yeah.
bitches.
So the
Mimi
only
najua
time
lion who
when
commits
another
one.
man
That's-
comes
that's
in, when
its
another
harem.
man want to take that territory, he'll have to fight that lion. Whoever wins, if that lion is defeated, he'll walk away and leave the wife to this man.
Or he'll
Na
be
inawacha
killed.
wote.
Atawawacha wote.
Na inaua
And this
watoto.
man akikuja wale watoto atakawakuta pale atajua si wake, he'll make sure he has killed all those kids.
So that is a part of nature.
It is
That's the
nature.
state of nature.
So that
Yeah.
would mean even even if you come to humanity,
No, if I
a
come
man
to your
can
house,
have
No,
several.
Even
So
in
That's the
humanity.
nature.
In
Not
humanity.
woman
but
having-
in
No,
humanity,
listen,
I
in
will not kill
humanity.
those
No.
kids.
Wait. They used to kill.
Mm.
In humanity,
Yes.
people come, they conquer, they kill all the men and all the boys, they take all the women and girls.
Sasa hapo ndio.
And all the old women are killed.
Was that immoral?
Hmm?
Was that immoral?
That's the state of nature.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So we need to define it in a point of we are talking of which time,
Contexts.
context.
Na
No, but the
environment.
question is,
Environment.
has
Ina
human nature changed that much? It's not changed.
No, it has
The
changed.
same thing is happening. It's only now
in a
it's a
different
bit
form.
more sophisticated. Yes?
Man has
They'll
created, Man has created that problem that we are facing now.
Which problem?
You see, when you're saying that human nature has not changed, bro, it has changed. It has not changed in the way that you think, but it has changed in the way we perceive now problems. Juu tumekuja na solutions kama technology.
You see, your perception has changed, but human nature has not changed.
And that is where we are. Kwenye nasema, we are slowly changing human nature. That mtu anafikiria that I can be a man and I'm a woman.
So because
No,
the
imagine he's
because
right.
the
Human
perception
nature
has
has
changed.
not changed because let's not forget, survival comes from what? Killing one another. Isn't that why we have laws?
It's
the
not from
man-made
killing
laws?
one another because
at
people
one
figured
point-
out. Yes, at
You
one
remember when
point
you
you
were
used
saying
to
that
kill
whole
each other.
slave thing of
Yes.
taking over
Yes.
or doing exchange?
Mm.
What is happening is mwenye nguvu tends to have better chips to trade you out. Look at it that way. Because why are we then depending on other countries if we are trading? Why, even if we call it a political
We
era?
need protection from them.
We need to find abundance in our own environment if it was natural.
But the stronger,
the
the stronger one
man-made-
wins always.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying these are man-made issues, man-made problems. So in the same way, that's why I'm looking at it. In the end of the day, how are you surviving? How do you solve this situation that you need to keep on surviving? They end up killing one another. That is why you find, even in, you just said it, the lions, they will kill who was dominant to take over what was there.
You'll chase the
So
lion
that is
till
the
whatever
the
it is.
natural part of it. You want to kill one another, so you tend to suppress each other until you have who's above the other person, and that's why everybody right now, because of the man-made laws, as you said, is what is putting everybody on a standstill. That we don't fight as a world or a globe and all that.
Sasa hapo ndio kwenye nilikuwa naenda kusema immorality and morality as just measures of control. How do we deem things immoral?
It's religion which has put us in that form.
Yes, religion and law.
And when you go back to Hitler, the main thing I think when he went to attack the Jews is because he saw it as Jews were being favored. He never created them. So the cleverest one, they're the ones who are creating all the artificial, the machines and
Yeah.
everything by then. So they were too clever.
They seem
I-
to be doing the
only way
invention.
he was going to do was supposed to conquer them. And conquering them is by killing all the Jews, women and children. And the ones who were profitable, the ones who he can use them.
You see,
either-
that's a narrative. If you study history, it gives a different picture. That's why I don't think the story of Hitler is the best example of Nini. Tumia tu kama hii ya kina Leopold when they came to Congo and all these people who came to conquer Africa. Just use that as it. I think that's a better example. I don't think it's the
But
Hitler.
when they came to Africa,
There's a lot of yes.
No, he
they
makes a
came-
lot of sense because look at like the way Congo should be one of the richest countries in Kenya, in the world, right? But look at the state.
Hata umeenda kukonka Kongo.
Ah, sisi wa Kenya tumeshafika huko.
No,
You can
pia-
imagine that
pia
we've-
Wakenya ni tamaa. Ajitupa huko na tamaa. We don't want to trade with these people. We don't want to.
No, we've got
Do-
to create a solution between the people they are fighting with.
You see, for trade to work, it has to be a win-win solution.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's how nature is.
you see, even for when you look at the safety of your people in the long term, because I'll give you an example. You're a businessman, Sindio. You go, you discover something in China. No one has brought it to Kenya, Sindio. You bring that thing to Kenya, you start selling it 3, 4, 5 times the cost. Sindio. You're overcharging people. But because people have nowhere else to buy, they just buy from you. But then over time, people become smart. And they figure out, this thing, bana, this guy anatugonga, we can get it and sell it at a much cheaper price. And they go, they get that thing and they sell it at a much cheaper price. Then these people suddenly realize, kumbe this guy alikuwa anatugonga. You think those guys will ever come back to your place?
No.
They won't
No,
come
they
back
will
to your
not.
place.
Because as long as you avoid it, because if you come and discover this, I'll bring something else. Before somebody
They
discovers,
no, we are talking about a particular item.
because now you cannot keep on repeating.
They will not come back
They will not come back.
to your place.
You know the difference.
To get that item.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you a person who buys material from Tails and Carpet
Mm.
and a guy who goes buy material in Kikomba.
Yes.
The same
Thailand
material-
carpet is luxury goods.
The same material in Tails and Carpet is costing 1,050 shillings per meter.
Mm.
The same material, the same material from the same company, you'll get it in Kikomba at 420 shillings.
Mm.
But there are people who will never step in Kikomba
Yeah. Mhm.
because they're going to buy flowers. They're buying the name.
They actually, yeah.
But the people from Gikomba who used to buy it at Thailand carpet when they realize, do you think they come?
They will realize that.
They'll
But
not come
because
back.
of the name, that's
Actually, look at
that's
it.
the
No,
funny
he's
thing.
right because what he's done is this. Somebody in Gikomba who was buying from Tens and Carpet found out the source was one. So chose to be the one becoming the middleman, pale hivyo Gikomba, so that people stop going there. So
you
the person who's going to Tales and Carpet is somebody probably who doesn't want that all has
Class.
But
class.
you see,
Well,
that's why there's that niche for luxury goods. Yeah, there are people who, if you sell him this cup, if you sell it to him at 100 shillings, they won't buy it. But if you sell it to him at
that
1,000, then they'll be like, yeah, they'll buy. If you sell it to him at 100, they think it's the same thing.
The same thing as hotels.
Yes.
There are people who can never go to a hotel and buy a cup of
So-
coffee for 50 bob. And there's somebody who will walk it in a
Yes.
restaurant, he'll buy a same cup at 500 shillings.
So when you go into a hotel or a high-end restaurant, what you're paying for is not the tea or the nini. You're paying for the ambience.
ambience, yeah.
Yes. So even when you go to buy a luxury thing, you're paying for the name and all that. You
The
see,
experience.
and the experience.
Mm.
Yeah. So there'll always be people like that. But I'm telling you for a fact, if it's something people needed and you exploit them and they realize that you are exploiting them, you will lose them as customers.
Sasa si hapo ndio.
And that is what is happening to France. Yeah. With the uranium, with Uko Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso are like, these guys, we are selling it to them, sijui at something cents a kilo. And in the market, it's $200.
Somebody's exploiting you
Yes.
because you don't have the knowledge.
Yes. So you see, exploitation is a win-lose
Mm.
Yeah.
situation.
But
But-
I feel that is where now death comes in.
Hmm?
That is where death
Death.
comes in.
Death.
They will fight for it.
Not directly, ati
Eh.
nitakuua.
Eh.
But si nikikuacha kama customer, I am considering that, bro, mi nishamalizana na wewe.
Yeah.
If we do it, so many of us, eventually we'll close down.
Yes. And that's the beauty of the free market. Yeah. That's the beauty of the free market because they call it the invisible hand of the market.
So would you call that
To-
natural or unnatural?
That is natural because it goes according to
It's a
human
natural
nature.
process that is happening.
The free markets, I think, are natural. What is unnatural is when now governments come and they start
Controlling.
regulating and skewing and distorting the market. I'll give you an example. I make elevators, right? Then the government comes and passes regulation. Oh, when you make an elevator, when you put an elevator, nini, when it's installed, we have to come and inspect, nini, all that. Then they make the process long and tedious and they charge a lot of money for all of that. But let me ask you, if I make an elevator and it kills people, do you think anyone will buy from me?
It depends.
My elevators kill people.
You will not buy. Nobody will buy.
The market will regulate it.
It depends.
It depends on what.
If I'm creating these elevators to assist in killing people after judgment pale kwa
As-
koti.
Yeah, but that's a special elevator.
Tumesema niche.
That's a special
but
niche.
from that point
Yes.
of trying to make,
Yes.
true, the government will either make you rethink of how you're making your elevators.
No, but my
Reduce.
elevators are fine because if I make bad elevators that kill people, I can assure you I will not be in business long.
Yes.
Yes, the market regulates. If you come and start doing funny things in the market, yeah, this is something even like Kenya Power. The only reason why Kenya Power is there is because of government, because you can't have a monopoly without the government. So the government creates that monopoly. But I am telling you today, if you introduce 2 other electricity providers in Kenya, I am moving from Kenya Power.
Correct.
I'll move from there.
And I feel sasa hapo,
We leave Baiko there.
mimi Kenya Power nitakaa. Sisi we are customers mpaka mwisho, bro.
Mm.
Mali,
Niliambiwa Kenya Power kukinyesha wanaanua stima.
Wananua.
bro, I'm telling you that
Wanazima.
used to be a problem until tukapata loophole whereby sasa neighbor yangu wanafanya kazi Kenya Power. Nikamwambia ile siku yenye tutakaa bila stima, hata wewe ujue kwenye utakaa. Bro, hizi siku kunanyeshanga hata siogo. Kitambo kulikuwa kunanyesha hivi, naanza kutafuta power bank. Immediately. Nisikia tu wapi power bank yangu. Because now we knew that for 3 days hatutakuwa na stima. But now tukunanyesha hata unaweza wacha kama hujazima stima, ziniwache power box umefungua.
Lakini sasa unaona sisi wengine hatuna maneiba kama hao.
Sasa shida yenu.
Eh?
Ndio maana mnatafuta watu wengine. But nilikuwa nimeona jamaa anaitwa Joel but naona amedrop. Joel bro, ulikuwa you wanted to say hi to Mzee Sultan but pick up the mic man.
Ama anataka kusalimia Karembo.
Huyu jamaa anasalimia
Hawapendi
wanaume tu.
muatandika.
Anasalimianga wanaume peke yake.
Anasalimianga tu wanaume.
anapenda no, he enjoys conversation with men.
No,
alafu-
and he love old women.
Allah.
Very, very old women.
Love very, very.
You know here we have two old
Kwani
women.
si old women na women also. Kwani shida iko wapi?
Unataka kuanzisha chaos.
Swingishe Sultan kwa hugs and jugs.
Kwa what?
He was already part of it.
Hey,
Alikuwa
was-
shaingia, he was follow. Yeah, he was a
What the fuck?
he was a follower.
Of what?
As
and
Ben
Jugs?
Jag,
What is that?
the community group ahead.
No, I don't
You came and made some comments.
Sultan anarukanga wewe.
I know.
Wewe.
remember.
Don't
That's
fuck around
so-
with Sultan.
Don't make me
Sultan
pull out
Sultan ni kama
comments.
yuko bipolar.
He forgets
The
and
good
like
thing-
oblivious
the good
about a
thing, by-
situation.
that's the
Yeah.
thing.
Let me not go pull
By
the
by
comment
I'm a good
section.
at forgetting.
Mm.
I can do things.
Kabisa.
Alafu kunikumbusha siku
Hata
moja.
unaweza sahau mimba.
But it's good.
Chini.
But it's
Ni vizuri kusahau.
That's why mimi siakagi grudge.
Mm.
Because I don't remember what you did.
Bro, mimi ningependa
It's
akili
okay.
kama
It
hii.
comes
yako.
with all
Ningekuwa
the-
nimeruka
Mimi
wasichana
si-
wengi.
eh?
Ningekuwa nimeruka wasichana
Mazee,
wengi.
mimi siakagi grudge. Mimi sina adui.
Sasa
Labda mtu adui.
You
na mimi.
reset. You reset.
I reset very
Like a day.
me for what?
Wonderful.
Sultan, acha niseme tu hivi. Semangi hivi sana lakini Mungu akubariki.
God
I think
help
that
us.
is me.
Sasa Sultan unapaswa kusema ashanibariki.
Amina.
Mimi nilibarikiwa kitambo.
Amina.
Eh.
Amina Sultan.
Ndio watu wananipenda, wanawake
Wow. Master himself. Mtu wa natural solution to aging backs bro. Tanyorosha kitu shangae.
mimi akangu nimefika saa hizi.
Sultan, unajua mimi I can never forget you ati ulikuwa unatupigia story mkienda ni Diani pale kwa massage room sijui bro. I was like what the fuck? Sultan, is that you? By the way sikuelewa ni wewe juu ulikuwa unapiga story ilikuwa boys trip. Umeenda kufanyiwa massage.
Anaandika hiyo story huku nje.
Bana.
Ningekuwa kwa hiyo mbogi yake.
Bado mtu
Ungemtoka mbio.
Tungemtoka. Naenda kuanika maneno huko nje.
lakini nilinotice it is by design. Sultan ni mwerevu man. Don't fuck around with Sultan.
Eh.
Mimi kitu moja nimekuja kujua na Sultan. Hao watu mnaonanga hawajui kenye wanasema. Wanajua kenye wanasema. But the message is not yours. Message si yako bro.
It is still at
Iko na message. Kuna mtu hiyo message inapata bro. Sultan alipanda hivi akasema mimi nilienda nikafanya kitu inaitwa lienda kwa Wahindi and then he did ilikuwa inaitwa nini ya kufanya meditation bro. Mimi niko hapo nauliza nashindwa Sultan story inaenda wapi bro. Nikiangalia hivi kona kumbe kuna msichana anakuja kuuliza about self love. I'm like fucking Sultan. You knew what you were doing eh?
Sindio?
Alafu jamaa kaenda kapatiana mimba. But anyway bro. kuna jamaa anaitwa
Hizi
hapa
mimba za
Joel.
Twitter hata mimi nataka kuziona.
Bro,
Mbona
Joel
hakuna
amejoin.
Chunga usipate bro.
hakuna watoto uzaliwa? Naona tu mimba za Twitter na kuna watoto wanazaliwa.
Mimi nakwambia mnafikiria Simba ndo wanaua watoto wakichukua territory. Hujakutana na Sultan.
So people like gift and wamejua how to solution real quick. Hakuna mtu anakuja kumwambia
Yaani
kitu
wewe
za
umepambana hapo umeishi vizuri na society with your nieces and your uncles and then Sultan anatokelezea anasema
Anapita.
let's go for a massage. Mtu wako anaenda hivyo bro hata mimi naenda nashika na ikate okay.
Lakini unajua kuna force is a willing buyer willing.
Sasa unaona mimi nimekwambia Sultan is very clever.
In anything as long as it's not forced, that is nature. Nature is taking its course.
Buddha. Mimi
You have to know.
Sultan, you know one thing I love about you is you accepted that you are a playboy.
Actually, that you did, even that story, he must have spoken of it when he was in his player days. But pia maplay uplayewa.
Mimi, if you notice, I've not said he was. Nimesema he has accepted he is a playboy.
Sorry, my bad. I take it
See,
back.
just say past tense at
I
imeisha.
take
No,
it back.
it's only- the
I
only thing I know I'm good around women.
Bro,
I know how to talk.
I know that,
I know,
Sultan.
that one, I don't know whether it's a gift ama it's in me, I don't know.
No, inaitwa tamaa lakini
No, si tamaa. Even the other day when you came to my
Yeah,
space
nilikuwa
late
nataka
at
kumwambia
night,
probably you're
when I
a
was talking
woman.
to that girl. Ati
And Sultan, shikilia hiyo kitu hapo juu. Kitu moja mimi najuanga na wewe, wewe utakatia msichana apenda tusipende. Mimi nikupata ukikatia Ioba siku moja ukimwambia you want her the second wife, nikasema these guys don't know Sultan, my
See, he
nigga.
doesn't remember.
Don't know Sultan, man. Anyway,
Amnesia.
Joel, good. Hey, Sebo.
See,
Serabrunji.
it's a game of numbers.
Sultan,
Yeah, Mr. Joel, my friend from Uganda.
will Karembo survive from you today?
No. Game shot.
Going to go down for Karembo tonight.
Joel.
She can kidney or neckney.
Karembo, Sultan is eating you tonight.
No, she's giving me a bra. So you just
Today we're just in a bra exchange. That's it.
just imagination.
Exchange. So akupatie
yeah,
yake
you know
na
what?
akupatie.
Anampatia. I kept promising to give him one of my
Unajua
bras.
umesema exchange.
So tunaenda kwa changing room. Akinivulia bra. So
No, unless anipea vest, lakini sijui kama watu wazee wanajua vest ni za
to buy
kazi.
the best.
Ali, now you're putting on bras.
Yes, they are big tits. Kwani you don't know?
Si za double D.
Najua
DD.
Crazy. Yo, Michael.
because Sultan is so he's wondering, are we wearing bras?
You're kidding.
Fuck off.
You're kidding. Sultan role model
And he's wondering how we-
Okay, Joel, all the best.
Mr. Sultan. That's what Joel wants to ask. Okay. Joel, it's okay, man. Bras they're very comfortable. Kuna sports bras za wanaume.
Oh, goodness Lord.
Don't feel jealous, Joel.
But continue, sir. Sorry, Joel.
Now, I picked up the mic earlier, but you guys digress from the point so much and I got confused. But the other person who was contributing, I didn't pick the name. Man-made and...
Soli.
Ule
It's
msee.
called?
Anaitwa
Sorry.
ule msee.
Ama ule mse.
Ule msee.
You mentioned something like everyone starts from poverty and then the separation comes between, like as you go through the process of life, that's how you can become wealthy and something. But I don't believe that. Those who are wealthy are naturally, in their DNA predisposition, are meant to be wealthy. A poor person, even if they give them $1 billion, if in them it is to be poor, that money will go out of their hands. That's why those who like get this windfall money through betting, winning lottos and the likes, you hear a few years after, they go back down because it is not in them naturally, by nature, that they can maintain wealth.
Joel, I have
So-
a question for you.
Pardon? Yeah.
I have a question for you as you continue. Are you wealthy?
You mean?
Going to go for
But I think, you know, for Joel, he seemed to do. Anyway, before Soli take it, Joel, do you think people who've won a windfall, like through a windfall, is that wealth? That can be well. It's not a solution that we are creating.
No, but it can be a gateway to wealth if you know how to create wealth, or it is in your DNA to create wealth. It can be a pathway.
Soli, what do you think?
So, Joel, you've brought a very interesting concept. It's a bit complicated to explain, but I'll try and give it a shot. You see, there's that argument for the DNA connection to wealth, and basically, people who have a common ancestry share a similar DNA, and DNA usually vibrates or resonates at a similar frequency. If you all come from the same, even like your children are able to tap into your DNA or your vibrations. So what happens is that there are certain families, if you look at their lineage, over the years, they have worked to a point where they've been able to encode the vibration and the thinking patterns of wealth in their families. Yeah. So that a descendant of them is able to tap into that genetic knowledge, and they will instinctively know how to create wealth. And I'm putting it very simplistically. But again, their ancestors over the years worked to that. That's why you find a lot of like royals and all these people who are nobles, they prefer to marry amongst themselves. Yeah. Because now they are able to tap into those synergies of the wealth creating potential from this family and the wealth creating potential of this family. They merge those two. Now their children are better off, they know. So there is that thing, and it's actually very scientific. And that's also the basis of witchcraft, because a lot of witchcraft, they're able to take your hair or your nails and bewitch you. Why? Because your hair and your nails is part of your DNA. So they're able to tap into that DNA and do some of those things. So there's that, because human DNA vibrates at a certain frequency. It's a superconductor. So, and superconductors have something they call Meissner fields. Yeah. So any part of your DNA is the same as the whole of your being. Yeah. And then now that can also play even when it comes into sexuality, because and these are areas which a lot of research is being done. So some of them are not very conclusive. So some of them are just my interpretations of the data that I have
Yes.
I have read.
Yes.
So there's something. Let me finish. There's also something, so that you understand that DNA is very important. So there's something they call microchimerism, where they found male DNA in women's brains and brain stems. Yeah, and there is, I believe, there's still, people are still giving a lot of excuses, but I think the DNA gets there through sexual intercourse, and it is the source of soul ties, and it is that DNA that ties that woman to the man. Yeah, so that there's an exchange of energy or information, whatever,
But I have
between
a
the two.
question about that thing.
Yes.
Shouldn't it not
Wait.
be a two-way street? Because when if sex organ are, not just sex organs, even the exchange of body fluids, there's still DNA being shared from the female. So shouldn't the same kind of DNA also be found in the man's brain or whatever, in his code? Think about it.
It is the
Because you
man that powers. It's the man that powers.
but you're also forgetting
Female
something, yeah?
DNA doesn't
Let
end
me
up in.
the reason I want, let's go back.
It
a
was not
bit.
found in men. So
Okay,
microchimerism was
no.
found in women.
Yes, they will say so, but also there's something I'm trying to look at it from. Most of the time when you look at how HIV gets transmitted, it's usually not through the sperms being ejaculated. It's mostly coming from the skin friction, right? It is in that still and not another way of DNA passing. Think about it. Because when you, because what I'm trying to look at, fine, if you're going to say the man's DNA, yes, is in the spermatozoa, gets into the female. So how does it move from the ovaries to the brain? Or yeah, how? Well, probably I'm trying to look at it how it gets to, because again this is an organ that self-cleans. So I'm trying to look at it in a point where how does the DNA seep so fast through the blood system, goes through the blood-brain barrier, and is found all the way up.
But see, sperm, when it is poured inside a woman, it is broken down
Karembo.
into energy.
I didn't know that.
So I can
I thought the only
explain
energy
it to
comes
you.
because from the what we call mitochondria that are found within the tail is what helps it propel it. So if there's no any action for it, it does self death.
Where's
its own.
DNA found?
So there's
Nuclear, the head.
are you familiar with the medical symbol, the caduceus? It's that stick and then the snake
Yeah,
goes
the
round.
snake,
Yeah,
yes.
it's very symbolic because that basically that stick represents your spinal cord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the two snakes represent your life force or your sexual energy,
Mm-hmm.
and the sexual energy usually travels from the base of your nini all the way to your brain, and it goes through the chakras and all that, and that's what now the people who cultivate those things like tantra and all that, that's what they use. But in that circuit, that nini, because spiritual energy and sexual energy are the same, it's just that spiritual energy is very refined.
Mm-hmm.
So it is possible that if DNA is introduced into that circuit, it will travel up the brain. That's my theory.
That's why women say, "Oh my God."
Yes, and because the
I just can't.
so the classic text on cultivation is that if you're able to start refining your sexual energy from your base all the way up to through the chakras,
Mm-hmm.
when it gets to the top of your head, yeah, then that's when now they say you become enlightened. Yeah, so
Or post-nat clarity. Now.
post-nat clarity is something else.
I thought it's part of that energy.
Post-nat clarity is that space when you hear the devil's laughter. Yes. Mm.
Yeah. And he was
Yeah.
disguised as God.
Yes, after you bust a nut, then you hear the devil laughing. It's about gotcha.
Who was that who said, "Oh my God"? Who was that?
And well, there's no God here. It's just me.
I think
Maybe.
I'll need to read more on that. But
I mean, there's a whole school of thought. In fact, Eastern medicine and Eastern philosophy really captures that.
Mhm.
Because Eastern medicine and Eastern philosophy works a lot with energy. Like you hear those acupuncture, meridians, yin yang, all that. So for them, they treat you by balancing the energies in your body. Yeah, which I think for me is a bit more holistic than just pumping chemicals into your body.
That is a more natural way of dealing with
yeah.
Yes.
that solution. That is the body.
Yes.
So would we say now from that kind of situation, because this is something that people are learning along as they go, how will what is the possibility of how nature will try to reset this? What do you think from maybe what you've read?
So I think there's a problem. And the problem is a man-made problem. It's not a nature problem, because there are people who are hell-bent on destroying your body's abilities to do certain things, whether it's spiritual or all that. And they use the medical establishment and they use all these things and they poison the food, they poison the water, they poison your environment, and they poison the air just so that they can, and they also weaponize a lot of these viruses. A virus that, that's what they call gain of function. A virus that would normally not affect you is weaponized, and they use that. That they call it the Hegelian dialectic: problem, solution, whatever. You create a problem and then you give people the solution. So they do a lot of that, where they create a lot of diseases and they release the diseases, and then they come and give you a solution. They tell you, "Oh, come to our hospitals, or what, take our medicine," and you do that. If you look at in the Bible, in the Torah, the way they used to handle sickness was just through quarantine. If you're sick with something, you're quarantined. So that's why they used to say you're unclean. So when you're unclean, you separate yourself. So you are quarantined, and then it's treated if they can treat it. If not, you die with it, and inaisha hapo na wewe. if
Lakini idwa mondo watim Bible gi medicine. Ing'eni gi ok winjre. Ni kama
What's
maji na
that?
nini.
Okay.
Maji na mafuta.
Ni watu wanafuatanga baiko.
so, ni watu wa bike
Si watu
bikelings.
jamaa anakuanga tu
Yeah.
dunia yake.
Who is
So
that?
Sijui.
Okay.
so that's how we used to handle it, and then the treatment was also through natural means, like
Natural
your
selection and way of
natural
breed.
medicines and all that. And these medicines have their own intelligences.
Mhm.
But today, it's become very complicated. Some of the science being used is very unnatural. Like now, for instance, they have the mRNA, where now they want to come and start editing your genes, your genetic code, which is very unnatural. Yeah.
But that has been happening, because I remember one time in college we did a unit bioinformatics where, depending on the DNA we've collected from you, if you have any defect, if we can change it, we just know what we need to set a certain defect or something like that.
Yes. So the yes, gene editing and gene therapy, they've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a very expensive and resource.
I felt like
nini
it was a
process.
man-made solution.
Until they discovered that what is it called? That technology for gene editing. It escapes me. There's a technology that was discovered for gene editing that you can even do it in your garage. And there are people who do it in your garage. But the problem is this: the human genetic code has evolved over very many years to be in perfect balance with the environment, with nature. Otherwise, you would not survive this long. There are so many bacteria and
Yes,
viruses and all that. But the human body has evolved to balance. Now, there are so many lines of code like that. When you change, they know you can change this, but they don't know the repercussions. How is it going to react with the environment on you and all that? Yeah. And they did the experiment with the COVID vaccine, and it's just wreaking havoc. It's killing people, turbo cancers, all these things. And the government is hiding it.
Big time.
They're hiding it big time.
Unajua, bro, nana amepatia hata host. Okay. Unaona mambo ya genes, me I don't even, kwa sababu basics za genes they're very complicated. Lazima ukuwe tu specialized na hiyo genetic.
Kwani Lieta is back.
Ndio mimi nasema mimi niko neutral. You have to
They're very complicated. I agree with you. But the problem,
unaanza na basics. Okay, tuko na 23 chromosomes, si ndio? Unajua moja ikienda mbali, hizo ni mavitu utadili nayo forever. So okay, imeenda backward. Unajua we have no control. Unasema hizo ni za Mungu, sengine nyinyi mnasema ni za Mungu.
Yeah, I mean, you can really mess up humanity if you start editing people's genes at a large scale like they did with the COVID vaccine, because the mRNA basically was a gene therapy. It's not a vaccine. It's a gene therapy. And what's even scary is that...
So how do you know that? Uko na evidence?
But the research is there. The research is there.
Kwapi?
There's a lot of research. Just go online and touch mRNA and just research mRNA technology. You'll see it's gene therapy. It was misclassified. Yes, it was misclassified as a vaccine. But the profession, the experts are saying, no, this is not a vaccine. This is a gene therapy that you're administering to people. And that's what Bill Gates is pushing, mRNA. They are so excited because now they know they can change your nature, who you are.
And do you remember when we were talking about these man-made problems? Most of the time, they're trying to either eliminate. We are trying to eliminate one another. Because why would somebody come already ashajua this? And don't forget the wealth concept and all that. So yeah, I mean, to a point where he's like, I'm ready to command the nature, and he's targeting because of wealth. So you can imagine that if people are ignorant, the way you were talking about it, what will happen? Mother Nature will deal with us. Meaning, being ignorant doesn't mean you'll be spared.
Yes, you won't be spared.
So it means
and that's
if-
why people are dying.
Exactly.
And people can't have children. They're really struggling. And I predict in a few years there's going to be a sharp decline in the world population, even in Africa, the places where that vaccine was administered. So it's very dangerous stuff. It's very risky stuff. And the problem I have is that there are certain people who have termed themselves experts because maybe I have a doctorate or something, I'm a researcher, I have a PhD, I'm an INI. So they're saying that unless we tell you, then you cannot know it. Which is a lie, because knowledge is not limited to experts only. Anyone, you don't have to be a doctor to understand medical stuff. You can go and research for 2-3 years and you will understand a lot of things. Yeah. And when people do the research themselves and they come and tell them, look, this thing, the research says otherwise. Yeah. And there are also some good experts who will tell you the truth. When people do that, then these people come and tell you, no, you are not a doctor, so you can't tell us that. Yeah. So they silence you using that. Yeah.
And solely, let me ask you this. So,
Yes.
like, let's say, for example, now we're having people who are able to come and do this whole mRNA, to mess with us, to mess with the DNA, with the stability that we have. Wouldn't Mother Nature come to a point where, like, let me just clear the whole of your lot and start again, start afresh?
In the Bible, when you read the story of Noah, yeah, God chose Noah because Noah was not corrupted. Yeah. And I believe it says that all flesh was corrupted.
Yes, true.
When all flesh is corrupted, I think we will have a problem.
It will be resetting.
There'll be a problem.
Okay.
Yes.
So we don't have an option. I think we'll have to let the evil ones to just
There's no evil.
not evil, but the most, what I would call.
Are you meaning all soul are corrupted or all soul have a sin in them? All soul were born with a sin. Corruption?
No, that was specific to the time of Noah, because in the time of Noah, when you read history and when you read a lot of the scriptures, not only the Bible but many other scriptures, man has been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
There are periods in man's history where we were very advanced. Yeah, where we were very advanced. When they were building the Tower of Babel, they said, let us build a tower to the heavens so that we go and fight the Most High. And they started building a tower.
Is it still there, that tower?
I don't know. There are people, they say it's here, it's there, but you see the Tower of Babel, to me, I look at it as globalism, where the whole world is talking as one.
Okay.
But God was like, no, this thing is wrong. And he scattered the people and he created the nations.
Give them different language.
Yes.
So that they cannot be
So for me, globalism is very anti-God.
What?
Yes. Globalism is very anti-Christ. Yeah. You see the nature, all these nations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shouldn't come as a one unit.
The whole world is one big family.
Yeah.
Made up of smaller families.
Yes.
So all these families create the diversity of the peoples, of the nations.
True.
Yeah. And God loves diversity.
Mm-hmm.
That's why in nature there's a lot of diversity. So it's like coming and saying, from today onwards, we are just going to create one variety of cow or one chicken for everyone. So you destroy the rest of the varieties, the diversity, just to have one. So now you're destroying the families, all the families of the earth, the Kikuyu, the Luo, the Kamba, the Nini. You want to destroy all of them and put them into one pot that doesn't even make sense.
Want all their ideas to be uniform.
Yes, but in the process, you do away with a lot of diversity, which might come in handy.
But aren't we not yet there? I feel like we have like a one kind of situation, like we are following one kind of system.
So there are people who are pushing for that one world global government.
Mhm.
Yeah. And they are willing to sacrifice and nini as much as they can. Yeah. But there are people who are fighting. That's why you saw when Trump became president, he told them, I'm not a globalist, I'm a nationalist. And he put American interests first, and they were not happy. Yeah, and he pulled out of the World Health Organization and all that. Yeah. And so there are people who are pushing that global agenda. Why? Because they want to control all of you. They want all of you to put you all in one basket and control you.
And aren't those the dangers of man-made solutions?
Yes, those are the dangers of man-made solutions. Yes, they can be easily corrupted.
Sasa, when you guys were talking about nature being unforgiving, upon the kwenye, I think now you start to realize for solutions, are you looking at immediate solution or long-term solution? Kama ni immediate solution, you go systemic way or man-made way. But if it is a long-term solution, you blend these two things, nature and man-made solutions. But nature ikiachwa make your solution.
Yeah, so you have to go back to first principles. Yeah, so you have to break down everything and go. There's a lot of layers of lies that have been put. You know, if I feed you wrong information, you'll end up with wrong conclusions.
Correct.
Yeah, so there's nothing you'll ever make that makes sense.
Even your answer is wrong.
Yes, because the mind works with whatever it's given. So if I give you the wrong things, then if I'm in a position of feeding you wrong information, then I'm in a position of controlling your worldview. Yeah. So there are people who have
You
worked.
said that health bent thing, and I found myself now ask you because now it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So it explains such things like medical, globalism, social, that whole social systems, also even religion. The hell bend if they want to put so much doubt in all these systems. It's what will break. If there was any progression towards something, they break it, right?
I'm not getting your question.
Okay, you remember when you say that there are people who task is hell bent to make sure that you don't get to a place of knowledge.
Yes.
So that is why now you'll find that even such people who are pushing certain agendas, they're just trying to make sure that you don't get to know the truth.
Yes.
But they actually make it sound that there's a problem that they need to solve.
Yes.
So if you're ignorant, you will end up following what they say
Yes.
instead of doing your own kind of finding out how does this, is this a positive thing? Does it, how is this preventing me from getting to a place of, you know, where you were saying if you're in a place with nature, there's a lot of abundance with it. So that is what I'm asking.
So
would it be because in that whole abundance place, you find that you're able to align with a lot of things? For some, it's religion. For some, it's health. For some, it's, a place of communism and all that.
So for me, I think I look at religion as technology for the soul. Yeah. So religion is technology for the soul. The sole purpose of religion is to help you connect with the divine. Once you've made that connection, you don't need religion.
Ah.
So but if you're from the time you're a child, because there are some things you either believe it or you don't. Yeah, I can't tell you. So I believe that man is made in the Creator's image or in God's image. Yeah. And his spirit resides in every person. Yeah. So there are people who don't believe that.
Yes.
Yeah. There are people who believe that you're just an animal and they can do whatever they want with you. Yeah. There are people who believe because I'm stronger than you, I can do whatever. So those are some of the things. But now when you look at it in terms of these people, they have worked very hard to, first of all, distort, because the only way you can rule over people
You have to do
is that the ruling class must have superior knowledge to the class
minority.
being ruled. So they have made it such that they have hidden the truth from people. Yeah. This truth is only taught in their secret societies. Yeah. And because they have superior knowledge, they are able to govern the masses. Yeah. And for the people, they give you, instead of giving you education, they give you indoctrination. Instead of giving you true religion, they give you dogma. Yeah. So that has been happening. That's why they're also still trying to dumb down our education system in Kenya. Yeah. And it is the only way, when I look at it, the only way we can even the scales is that this information that has been hidden has to be brought out. Yeah. So that now people can have the right information. And once the people have the right information, the people are able to arrive at the right conclusions. Yeah. Otherwise, yes.
When people find out they're exploited,
Will not come back to you.
No, but that's what happened with the COVID vaccine. Yeah. People are very upset about that thing. Yeah.
Actually,
because
whatever
they
they
were
said
lied
was
to.
safest was actually most dangerous. What was least safest was actually what seemed to actually to have been even the better option.
I
versus
understand
the
the
enemy.
next generation, the kids are going to be born by the parents who are vaccinated. They're going to have a lot of complications.
Yeah, they're even talking about shortened lifespans and all that.
It's actually happening.
But
because
the question is, this vaccine program, how long has it been going on? Because I think it's not just starting now. I think it is something that's been going on for a very long time.
It's beyond COVID because you know the most interesting thing. Let's even go beyond COVID. Do you remember there's what is usually what we call the CAPI, the usual standard vaccines that a child should get. But you find they go ahead and say there are extras you can get, and then they call them baby friendly. You'd actually find that some of these kids were actually reacting more and
Yes.
having complication more
Yes.
for those who used to get any more add-ons.
A child is
Versus a
born
person-
fine.
Yeah.
After the vaccines, they end up being autistic.
Yes.
The rates of autism have gone high. High
The
above
later was
average.
that's
Yeah.
is it?
I remember there's a documentary I watched.
It's not even the vaccine
Unfortunately,
itself, because there's not even the Pfizer vaccine might have caused it.
you know, this is a thing. You know, Jesus said, a house divided amongst itself cannot stand.
Yeah.
So
true.
these people, you'll see Pfizer, you'll see Johnson and Johnson, but I believe it's the same people.
All people are the same.
It's the same people. Now, there's a documentary I watched many years back, and these guys were doing an investigation on the HIV/AIDS, and they said there was a vaccine. I don't know if it was polio or something that was administered across the globe in the 80s, and all the countries where that batch of vaccines was administered today have the highest HIV cases. And then they said this batch of vaccines, they are supposed to use the culture cells of the macaque monkey, but these ones, they use the culture cells of a chimpanzee. Yeah.
So it
And
was
these
easier
guys
to-
investigated, and they went all the way to DRC, to the institution. The institution has since been abandoned, but they were able to trace the hunters who are hunting these chimpanzees for these doctors. So these guys told them, Yeah. This doctor, they even named the doctors. They named the doctors by name. Yeah. Yeah, they're the ones who are sending us. We go, we catch the chimpanzees, we bring them, nini. So they tried interviewing these doctors. I think one of the doctors, the lead researcher, gave an interview. But then after that, they stopped giving interviews. And then, funnily, because apparently for every batch of vaccine that is produced, a copy of that, a sample has to be with the World Health Organization.
True.
Apparently, that disappeared also. Yeah. So,
How convenient.
so you wonder, what are these people hiding? And so the guys just drew the conclusion. They said, anyway, where this vaccine was nini, that's where the HIV came. There are certain places, South Africa, India, where there are certain places where
But
it was
how is it that
administered.
it got went to America?
Huh?
Think about it.
How?
In the America, it would have been still again the SMS situation.
SM?
Men having sex. MSS. Men having
Men
sex with men.
transmission.
Yes.
What I have learned
because
over the
we
years.
noticed like back then the pandemic was being noted on gay men more.
So what I have learned over the years, there is the narrative. And more often than not, the truth and the narrative are very different. So sometimes you have to go beyond the narrative. If you say you're going to get all your information from the mainstream sources, my friend, you'll be in a lot of problems.
Everything has been deducted.
You have to be willing to listen to other sources of information and then arrive at your own conclusions.
And that's funny because I was tackling that misinformation, information. And you start to realize that information is always there, but now kuna agendas. They push a narrative so well that now that information almost seems like misinformation. Kama sasa ukienda kwa mainstream media, sometimes you find somebody telling you the truth, but kuna narrative inawekwa. Definitely unasikia mtu amerushiwa some allegations na manini. You start to distrust that information. We've seen that so many times. Hata walijaribu kufanya the same thing na kina Trump when he was coming into power. Kumbuka wenye alizungushwa kwa koti huko na makesi zenye hazieleweki. It gets to a point that, and I'm really having a hard time understanding if it is the aspect of wealth ama ni prevention of now that greater good or greater evil. Sasa sielewangi wako wapi hapo, where they try to suppress that kind of truth coming out. Wenye unasema we are heading at that point kwenye itahitajika ni watu wamwagiwe information. You assess what you want to take.
The big brother won't allow you to do that because them they are the ones who are benefiting from this.
Ndio sasa hapo ndio ninafika. I'm like, we might look at it in the way that they are benefiting, but what if there is a greater good than that?
What
But
greater
the,
good?
but the only
Who's
thing
good?
What he's saying, if you want to control the masses, just hide the information. Once you do that, you can control anything that you want.
If you want to hide them, if you want to control the masses, give them wrong information.
Yeah, but that's what's been done. Anyway,
Subdivision was talking
Either
about.
you give them the wrong information or you hide the information.
the bigger the lie, the more believable it is. In fact, the lies that people struggle with, in fact, they do something so unbelievable, so ridiculous,
Scare them.
that if you are told these people did this, you would not believe it. And I want to bring it closer to home. I'm not going to go far. Right now, we have a national debt issue. You know, when you're looking at the narrative, you're seeing, oh, this governor stole 50 million, another person stole, 10 million. There's an MCA who was caught with 400,000, like this, another public servant was caught with kidogo, nini. But then, the money that was stolen in Kenya during the Kenyatta term was in the trillions. Yeah? You're talking about 6 point something trillion that went missing. Yeah. Most people are struggling even calculating things in the billions or even in the millions. Yeah, unaambiwa 100 billion. Nini unaona ni pesa mingi. So if you're told a trillion, you'll be like, nah, who's going to steal a trillion?
Pesa
Eh?
mingi sana.
Most people can't even count. Most people cannot in their mind comprehend how much a trillion is. Yeah. But when you look at a trillion, with 1 trillion, you can build a Kenyatta hospital in every county.
So that's a whole budget for a country. But
These people stole 6 trillion. Yeah. So imagine now there are other scandals in the world that are bigger than that.
na haziwezi kaka-
And you nini. So if you're told, you'll be like, no. It can't be. You mean to tell us our schools were wrong? You mean to tell us these doctors are wrong? You mean to tell me? That's what people will tell you. Yeah. But the system has been calculated and fine-tuned over hundreds of years. These people have been working at it to get the world to where it is. So it is very important for people to wake up. People need to wake up because it's not, it's a consciousness issue. Your consciousness, your level of consciousness, if your level of consciousness is low, you will cause a lot of problems. But you cannot fix those problems at that level of consciousness that created them. So you have to raise your consciousness to a higher level so that now you're able to look down and see, okay, this is what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. You need to go to an elevated consciousness. So all these problems we are having in Kenya, if we want to solve them, we cannot solve them with the same level of thinking that created them. We have to lift everybody's consciousness to a higher level so that we're able to see and say, no, these people, whatever you guys did was wrong.
And how are we going to get there? Because you see, again, looking at what you're talking about today, all these are man-made, right?
Mm-hmm.
How would nature step in? Because it will only mean the collapse of that man-made system, where now the nature in us looks for a place that we need to know the truth of how we found ourselves here.
You see, now that's why Burkina Faso is coming in. And these guys are really trying to control what is happening there. They are really trying to control because now you can see that Mali has joined in. You can see that, what is this other country which has joined in?
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be like a wave which is coming up in Africa. And if these guys cannot control it now, it's going to affect countries like France, I think affect countries like America, I think affect countries like Germany, even Chinese.
Let's even call it mostly the European.
For me, I don't think they will affect them that much. Because you see, venye tu Swali amesema, some of these systems have been so fine-tuned that kwetu inakaa it is very complex what we are experiencing. Kama that example Swali was using about uranium. It seems very complex, but already our watu wako na contingencies. As in, you're not the only people that have this thing.
But look at it from Burkina Faso. How have they been able
Now that is where I'm coming.
to that consciousness, go to a higher consciousness of like,
Because there's
there's
one
nothing
person-
you can come and tell us we know better now.
Now that's where I'm coming. As in, unaona, France already woke up. This is the thing that I always say.
Now them they're waking up that the people who they were trying to suppress is now.
But it's not a problem. As in, France has not stopped.
There's
It
In a
temporarily too.
in a long run,
Mhm.
it will affect them.
Ndio nasema,
Economically,
not even in a long.
But don't forget,
Temporarily.
France is currently facing so much, not just issues outside,
Mhm.
but even in-house. They're having so many problems.
But have they collapsed?
they are not going to collapse now.
Mhm.
Give them another
It
3-4
collapse
years.
can, we said
Leo-
everything will
A country
take
can
time.
collapse
Mhm.
because now you have to look at your GDP. Where do you get your resources? Where do you get your income?
Sasa hapo
Where do you
hapo.
get money
Uh-huh.
to sustain your budget?
That's where I'm going. Unaona, kuna kitu moja that happened when Russia and Ukraine were fighting. Watu walisema, hey, Russia
Itamaliza hivi.
itaisha. But Russia is still ongoing. The thing is,
but Russia has its resources.
Has
Russia has
its
a lot of
resources.
resources.
It actually, yeah.
but
Yes.
also ina work na BRIC nations. Hiyo ni kitu moja yenye.
But remember,
Mhm.
can you compare Ukraine to Russia? The kind of
Ndio nasema, I've not compared. I'm just saying
Mm.
Russia, people assumed, or rather people say that it will go down.
But Russia even didn't even try. They didn't even use the force they have on
Sasa-
Ukraine.
Sasa hapo, bro, war is war. I mean, it is putting a strain on something. It was not planned. It is ni kitu tu imetokelezea.
War is war, and war is fought on very many fronts,
Exactly.
not just boots on the ground.
Yeah.
There's also economic, there's
Mhm.
diplomatic, there's finance, there's technology, all those
All
things.
that.
But you see, the thing is, we can't start comparing ourselves with other people. We need to focus on us.
On
Our
us,
level,
yes, yes.
yeah.
There's a very good Swahili saying that says, mjinga akierevuka mwerevu yu
Wherever
mashakani.
Mashakani.
So, and this is what the West is fearing, because they don't want us to wake up. Because when we wake up and we
Yeah.
realize what they've been up to when we've been asleep, they'll be in trouble. Yeah. Because now, you see, like Burkina Faso is like, I don't have to trade with France. We can trade with other people. Yeah. Other people are like opting for BRICS. Why? Because this other bloc was giving us a raw deal, which brings back to the thing I was telling you. If you've been trading with someone and then one day you wake up and realize that this
guy is
person,
funny,
yes,
Alafu it's
Yeah.
something else. For Burkina Faso to have, let me say, balls to deal with a already developed country. They've already sorted out their systems. They've finished any issues that they were
but you
having
need somebody.
and
Is it-
become
you need
one.
somebody
Is it
to
like,
come and open up your eyes and have the balls to face your oppressors.
You can imagine, like now here in Kenya, we put all our internal issues be done and we deal with whoever who's been trying to suppress us.
For that, for
All
that-
the
for
maybe
that to stop
countries,
happening,
be America, Britain, whoever.
for that to
Whatever.
stop happening, first we have to kill democracy. Second, we have to kill the politicians. We bring somebody neutral,
Yeah, it's a
like
neutral.
somebody who has nothing to lose.
you see,
Right?
some of these things, they exist because of our level of consciousness creates them. You see, a sovereign person is a self-governing individual. A self-governing individual does not need a government. You can govern yourself. But that is a very high level of consciousness. Yeah. Or if there's a government, then the functions that are delegated to the government are limited. You don't give the government carte blanche, like a free, an open check to do whatever it wants. You're like, we are only delegating certain specific functions. If you look at the US Constitution, the Constitution of the United States, there are only 18 functions that are delegated to the federal government. Yeah, everything else stays with the people, with the states. So we have to get to a level where you realize we don't need this thing. We can do without it. And the minute your consciousness gets to that level, then that thing becomes irrelevant. That's why I'm saying, what if one day we just all woke up and we say we are not running after politicians? Anaita meeting, anajikuta yuko
Peke
peke yake.
yake.
Nini? Because we don't have time for that. Yeah, their power will go down.
Hata yatakuwa
Yeah.
anajua watu wamerevuka.
Yes.
Mashakani.
Yes. And then we sit down and we say, now we don't need parliament because the constitution says we can exercise our sovereignty directly or through elected representative. Now we want to exercise it directly. What will they do?
But that has to come from
That unifying factor.
not even a leader. You hata mkipewa leader hadi saa hii, you will still do the same thing because you are not chasing away ignorance.
But you see, that's where Baiko, you see, if you go back to like what happened last year, there were people who saw the importance of saying that, okay, before we even get to a place, because it only came about a finance bill, the budgets were bringing issues. And then you're like, but this money, is it necessary? Why can't we not slash this and be able to accommodate what is necessary for the sovereign, right?
Mhm.
So because like right now, if you look at just expenses, just running the the government itself. It's on the high. And you're like, do we really need some of these dockets? Can we cancel them out?
A lot of them can be cancelled.
Exactly.
We
So
don't
if
need
we
them.
all get to a place where
But how
we are in
how we
unison, that's why I say we are not yet probably there. We still have people who are able to still work on the ignorance of a few people here and there.
Ndio sasa nasema because you see what Soli is describing ni sisi wote tuamke pamoja.
Exactly.
How do we get
We,
there?
we are not.
So you have to
that's what I'm saying.
hiyo jina unishinda. Conscientize the people.
Sensitize.
Yes. Yeah. So you have to raise their level of consciousness.
Now,
Yeah.
for that to happen, there must be a very big turnaround, like what we have the Gen Z movement. So we have to have a movement which is going to wipe away the politicians.
But you see, in Kenya,
We
it's
don't
happened.
even
Not
really need to
necessary.
wipe them.
Not
We
even
just
necessary.
need.
We
You
need-
remember where he said, "We don't need these people. They can still be there, but we can just be done
We
with
don't
them."
need them
Not-
because look at the history. A place like Mohammed, this guy was killed,
Gaddafi.
Gaddafi, because he was a one man. He was a one man.
But
show
look at
who
what
was
ha-
giving direction.
No, but think again, the way he said about misinformation. Gaddafi was in a place of trying to unify the whole of Africa. And
But
he's
he had managed to control his
wait,
country.
but his
Let's-
country was already doing so well.
It
To
was
a
doing
place,
well.
yes. If today to even look at it, education was free, light was free, like
Yeah.
most
Yeah.
even medical was free.
Yes, that's what I'm
So
So
saying.
was that a person?
So let's
So that-
look at it.
Mhm.
Let's look at what the West did right.
Yeah.
There are some things the West did right.
Well,
For instance,
Like
throughout history, it's only the priests who used to learn how to read and write. But the West, they said, we are going to teach all our people to read and write.
Mhm.
And they taught everyone how to read and write. So what they had done in actual sense was to elevate the consciousness of their people. Yeah. But I'm sure if you were to leave it to many of our African leaders, they would say only the public servants should learn how to read and write. Nyi wengine mkae, mwende kwa mashamba mkalime. And that's how it used to
But
be.
we used to survive
Peasants never used to learn how to.
before the education came in. Our great grandfathers were doing okay.
Yeah, but they were not educated,
were
so they could not read and write. So you see what happens because the way knowledge is created, so you create knowledge and then you have to find a way to pass that knowledge on to future generation.
Sure.
And man realized the way we can pass knowledge effectively is through, because our ancestors used to pass knowledge through like they say this clan, you guys are the medicine men, so you teach your children and it will just go through inheritance, and then also through stories, oral traditions. Yeah, but it's very limited. You cannot transfer one concept from one culture to another culture through oral tradition. To do that, you'll need to create writing in order to capture the concepts. And then now you have to arrange these concepts in a way that is understandable. Yeah. And then continue adding on to that. And that is one thing that the West did very well. That's why today, like English is the language for academia. Like almost all the knowledge in the world is in English. Yeah. But in order to underdevelop us, the Muzungu also convinced us not to use our languages. So our languages, they became stunted because what happens is something new comes and then you identify the concept and then you name it and then it becomes part of the language. And I'll give an example. It's called that branch of science is called epistemology, where they study knowledge and all that, formation of concepts and logic and all that. It's epistemology. It's a branch, one of the 5 branches of philosophy. But then the study of words is etymology, where now you study the meaning of words. You go all the way to the root of the word. Those things, sometimes you go to a dictionary, you see it's old Latin, old French, or nini, or Greek. Yeah. and they say how they show you where the word came, where that concept came, and it came. And it's good to understand, because when you study, most of the time when you study etymology, when you go to the root of a word, you get to the truth. Yeah. But what happens is that sorcerers and magicians, they play with the with the words in order to alter your perception. So a good example I usually give people is the word integrity. Yeah. What is the word integrity in Swahili or in our cultures?
Integrity. Kuwa sawa.
Yeah. So if somebody was to tell you, you'd probably say that word doesn't exist in our culture or nini. But when you look at the root word for integrity, the root word for integrity is integer or one, which means whole. It's one whole. Yeah. It's whole or wholeness. When you come to our languages in Swahili, it's uzima. Yeah. So a person of integrity ni mtu mzima. And a whole person is a holy person. Because God says, be holy like I am holy. So you need to be whole. Now, if you come to our cultures, mtu mzima, there are certain things that make someone complete. And you used to hear, oh, so and so, fulani amekuwa mtu mzima siku hizi, ameoa, yuko na bibi, yuko na kazi yake, nini, anaishi nini, na anasaidia huku, ni mzee wa nini. Yeah, you know, there are those things. Every culture has a way of forming an individual into to become a whole person. Yeah. And even in our cultures, there are those markers that show that, yes, the community has formed you now to become a whole person. But if you don't understand that concept, you have to understand it from its root word. If you don't understand it, then the English people will come and tell you what it means. They'll tell you, oh, integrity is somebody who's not corrupt.
Based off their values.
Yeah, but it's not just about corruption. It's broader than that. It's beyond than that. It's beyond that. It's much deeper than that. Ni mtu mzima. Yeah, a whole person, a complete person. In our cultures, you'd not be complete if you don't have a wife and children. Watakuwa wanasema umebakisha bado. Wacheni kucheka
maboys. Mlima ingine moja mzuri sana.
Hapana, maboys, acha maboys siku hizi wanasema men going their own ways.
Hapana. Hiyo tunasema marriage is bad. Don't get married.
So
but there's something here interesting that hii kitu imekuwa it's been plaguing, let me say plaguing us when we talk about it, because as you said, for me napenda kwenda kwa root ya hiyo problem. Not the actual problem, but how did it come about? Napata who was the, ni kama patient zero yenye tunaendanga pale juu, huyo ndio ana spread how that thing fares on point of contact. And we talk about vituka eugenics, and I come back to where we are sisi kama wa Africa. At what point do we practice it? That is number one.
We practice what?
Eugenics. That is the so kama unaona we breed based off certain genes and we try to improve them. For example, kasi tunataka watu warefu, tunashikanisha, tunatafuta jamaa mmoja mrefu. Those are the people we try to bring together, create that genetic line. But if you come back to Africa and you start to look at vitu kama eugenics, it might not make sense to you. Because remember this, kitu ya kwanza, sisi we were not touched by any Africa, they were generally considered to be nasema strong tukicompare na wazungu. In fact, wazungu ndo walikuja kutafuta genes mzuri kwetu, because bro, mtu ana resistance to diseases, this guy is resistant to harsh weather, as in, I want this. Juu hao walishaenda gene yao ika evolve into something else because of the environment. now, as you said, when they come back to educate us, they try and dilute some of these things. And they now turn that strength that you had into a perceived weakness. But so kaweza kuwa msem black, for example, how racism probably started is they shamed that aspect that you are black. But at what point? These people are the ones who are working for them. These guys who are pulling loads for them. Bro, huyu mtu anajituma hata designer hujawahi fanya. But umesha manage to convince that this person is weaker than you based off their understanding of language. I go back to something else we keep on discussing. Sana sana naonanga mostly it affects Kikuyus with their nasemaje. Watu for a very long time, not even for a very long time, people perceive Kikuyus to be of a weaker genome. And they sana sana they push for that interbreeding. But the first question that comes to my mind, are we just pushing for that for the aspect of health and vitality, but are we going deep into culture? Unaona sana sana mimi nikienda place ingine, I might not survive there because culture yangu, bro, you cannot eradicate venye mimi nimefundishwa kwetu. So it will definitely conflict with what is happening here. But instead of you now understanding what problem you're having based off where you're from, you start to solve it from where you are at that moment. And that is why we see some of these things we are witnessing at the moment. Kama how do I call this? Hizi social ills tunaona kama saa hii vile tulikuwa tunaongea mambo ya immorality and what not. Most of them are stemming from that point. People are not understanding their cultures and how to deal with some of these situations. Sisi pande yetu single parenthood, especially nakumbuka mi nikiwa mdogo, it was very hard to see a single parent. Very, very hard. So that's deep time ya kina Sultan. Probably even the word single parenthood never existed.
Unless baba amefariki.
Exactly. Yeah. But now it's common.
No.
Yeah. Because even for us, we used to have a way to solve that. Ati kitu imekufanyikia, bro, huyo mtoto analelewa. At the same time, huyo msichana hawachiliwi. He's still being taken care of by the whole family. Even the parents, the uncle, whatever, bro. But as we started moving away from that, ndio tumeanza kuona issues zingine kama saa hii mtu ana kama hii kitu tulikuwa tunabonga juzi about women wanaenda kujira sheria.
Kamweredhos.
Yes, kamweredho.
By the today I found out that you're not supposed to go seek blessing in Kamweredho. It's not allowed.
Exactly, because
When did this start?
Even this thing where people say that we are going for our parents for blessing, you're not supposed to do it.
Why?
Mzazi kama anakubless atakubless. You're not supposed to force it from your parents.
100%. Nika wewe saa hii mtoto wako akuja kuambia
Ati give me a blessing.
nipatie blessing.
It's
Hata
the
ilikuwa-
parent who summons you.
It is wrong.
It has to be a willing.
Wasichana unasikia nasema acha nimeendea blessing. You're even the one telling them when you're planning.
Bro, how can blessings be
It's only a
forced?
time that your parents calls you and then tell you, I'm just blessing you. Most of the time it doesn't happen.
Na hapo ndio kwenye tunaenda whereby we are, in as much as we are trying to fix things, we are not fixing them from a point where we understand. We are fixing them from a point whereby tumesema hiyo imetosha, but hatuendi kuinspect kwa nini tumefika hapo ama tumefika aje hapo. Tumesema wachana na hiyo tuende kwa kitu kingine, but you've not solved that, you've just avoided it. So hii kitu inakuja na kukuta huko mbele where you have no information about anything at all. Sasa ni guesswork. And I feel hapo ndio kwenye tuko kwa society. When you are saying that it requires collective consciousness, I can agree with you there. But sasa kwenye naonanga shida iko ni kwenye sasa we are collecting that consciousness in form of information. From where are we getting it from? Hapo ndio unapatanga sasa mazingaombo, because the people you're getting it from, most of them are just looking at the aspect of creating money, creating a sense of importance, but not really educating.
I feel like ni kama hiyo ni, that's where Soli was saying that you need to take a few steps ahead the information is there. Find out what is factual.
Yeah.
What's the
Evaluate information.
evaluate the information, because you can't take all of it. And you see, that's why now a lot of ignorance is coming in. Just because, so let's say this or Sultan said this, I say this is what, and I've not even verified where did they get the information from. I didn't even go ahead to find myself. Like, ask yourself question, like where is this information coming from? The same way you're asking, what is the genesis
Exactly.
of some of these problems that have been there. So if we become so lazy to a point where we are letting other people make information and we go by it, already it means this society can never come to that collective consciousness.
It can, kwa sababu
It can only maybe come from a collective naive consciousness.
It can, kwa sababu this is how me I picture shit. Sorry, things.
Yeah, shit.
Yes, let me picture also that shit. Because you have to, you see, when being on anger nature.
No, ongea usiogope.
Ongea itoke.
Sindio? Ongea.
Bro, unaona, nature ni kama polisi. It's like the police. Unaona, mkipata accident, mi na probably Karembo tugongane na gari. Polisi anakujanga na kuambia ongeeni kwanza. Napata. The only time he will step in ni kwenye mmeshindwa.
We've been unable to solve.
Na hapo you will pay dearly because gari yako itatoiwa, yangu itoiwe, tukutane police station, lipe polisi. Bro, there's a lot of things we need to do to recorrect hiyo situation kadogo. Yeah. So that is where nature steps in. Now, how does nature step in now in modern day world kwenye watu wataki kusikizana? Vitu kama wars, epidemics. Hizi ni nature inakuja inaleta vitu kama hizi. Because it is trying to show you, man, kwenye mnaenda si papua. Sikizaneni mumalize. But msiposikizana bado niko. Now, we go back to a point whereby, and Soli was saying this, na hapo ndio, na pia Karembo, I think you're trying to indicate that inarudi kwako, whereby as there's a time I was asking you guys how can you describe God? Kumbuka, and kila mtu akapeana description yake.
Did I say he's like a child?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Mimi, how I describe God is everything. Unapata?
Yeah.
Na hiyo ndio kitu yenye Swali I think ulikuwa unasema na uzima, whereby you become whole, one person but whole.
So yeah.
Kila kitu yako imeshika. The same thing with, if you want progress, you align with nature. Unakuwa kitu kimoja. I think now, if we decide to wake up, or rather I decide to wake up, and I feel this is where people wanapotezanga their vision of sight, ama their line of sight when they are waking up, is whereby I decide to wake up, but I do not wake you up in the sense that I am ready to go the extra mile to inform you of why we are waking up. Unapata? Mtu anaamka lakini sasa yeye anakushautia amka, lakini tunaamkia nini? Tunaamka kasi wote tumeanza kukimbia. But hujatuambia tunakimbia nini? Ni kama vile tao unaonanga hizi pranks, jamaa anaangusha sijui. Kila mtu anaanza kuhepa. But mkianza kukimbia unauliza, by the way tunakimbia nini? That is now where people are. They are discovering that they woke up but they didn't know what they woke up. Na nikimaliza hiyo rant yangu ndefu, naomba tuchukue kidogo. Sultan, kuna rudi kwa pale. Mwenye umeidentify. More power to you.
Soli the nature.
Yako sijui kama ni nature.
Nature will just rectify.
Naona hapa kuna jamaa.
Macho.
Hadi kuna jamaa.
Kuna jamaa hapa. Anasema Karembo looks bored. Tuelewi hapo kumeendaje. Anasema bila Dizo Karembo is going through a lot.
No, this is my Dizo today.
Dizo ndio anakuanga na slap.
Adi Dizo anakuanga?
Ana slap.
Oh, nimesikia slut.
Niko. Hapana.
No, at least officially we can say Dizo is my person on the screen. So tufanyeje? Yes, so let me hack my.
Ati umesema ndio Dizo. Hiyo ndio Dizo.
Yeah, today this is Dizo but
unambalisha anga dress.
Leo sasa kaa yuko naweza mfanya venye hata.
Wanaweza fanya tu.
Yeah. Because he's not there, so leo anavaa ka dress.
Baba na mama.
Huyu ni Daisy.
Ama ni gasoline, unajua
Diesel
kuna
Ama-
gasoline, unajua kuna diesel alafu kuna
Dizo kwenye huko isalimika sana na utego gongwe na meza kwa kona bro.
Mm.
But I mean, but for today's, it's an episode about really having a lot of critical thinking, especially for man-made natural solutions, ecosystems, how they coexist. Is it symbiotic? Is it, all that? So yeah, totally understand. And ni vizuri saa zingine nitakusikiza si kila wakati nashinda nikicheka. Yes.
Ndio Karembo hajacheka sana leo.
No. I think right now we'll give you a commercial break. Mnaweza chapana na Baiko tena.
bike wamembao sana.
Deep inside, you wanna cry, 'cause you're scared. I ain't there. Yeah. I know sometimes things may not always make sense to you right now. But hey, what Daddy always tell you, straighten up, little soldier. Stiffen up that upper lip. What you crying about? You got me. Haley, I know you miss your mom, and I know you miss your dad when I'm gone, but I'm trying to give you the life that I never had. I can see you sad, even when you smile, even when you laugh, I can see it in your eyes. Deep inside, you wanna cry, 'cause you're scared. I ain't there, Daddy's with you in your prayers. No more crying, wipe them tears. Daddy's here, no more nightmares. We gon' pull together through it, we gon' do it. Laney Uncle's crazy, ain't he? Yeah, but he loves you, girl, and you better know it. We're all we got in this world, when it spins, when it swirls, when it whirls, when it twirls. Two little beautiful girls looking puzzled in a daze. I know it's confusing you. Daddy's always on the move, mama's always on the news. I try to keep you sheltered from it, but somehow it seems the harder that I try to do that, the more it backfires on me. All the things growing up as daddy that he had to see. Daddy don't want you to see, but you see just as much as he did. We did not plan it to be this way, your mother and me, but things have got so bad between us. I don't see us ever being together ever again, like we used to be when we was teenagers. But then of course everything always happens for a reason. I guess it was never meant to be, but it's just something we have no control over, and that's what destiny is. But no more worries, rest your head and go to sleep. Maybe one day we'll wake up and this'll all just be a dream. Now hush, little baby, don't you cry. Everything's gonna be alright. Stiffen that upper lip up, little lady. I told ya, Daddy's here to hold ya through the night. I know mommy's not here right now, and we don't know why. We feel how we feel inside. It may seem a little crazy, pretty baby, but I promise mama's gonna be alright. It's funny, I remember back one year when Daddy had no money. Mommy wrapped the Christmas presents up and stuck them under the tree and said some of them were from me, 'cause Daddy couldn't buy them. I'll never forget that Christmas. I sat up the whole night crying 'cause Daddy felt like a bum. See, Daddy had a job, but his job was to keep the food on the table for you and Mom. And at the time, every house that we lived in either kept getting broken into and robbed or shot up on the block. And your mom was saving money for you in a jar, trying to start a piggy bank for you so you could go to college. Almost had $1,000 till someone broke in and stole it. And I know it hurt so bad it broke your mama's heart. And it seemed like everything was just starting to fall apart. Mom and Dad was arguing a lot, so Mama moved back on the Chalmers in a flat, one-bedroom apartment, and Dad moved back to the other side of 8 Mile on Novara. And that's when Daddy went to California with his CD and met Dr. Dre and flew you and Mama out to see me. But Daddy had to work, you and Mama had to leave me. Then you started seeing Daddy on the TV, and Mama didn't like it, and you and Laney were too young to understand it. Papa was a Rolling Stone, Mama developed a habit, and it all happened too fast for either one of us to grab it. I'm just sorry you were there and had to witness it firsthand, 'cause all I ever wanted to do was just make you proud. Now I'm sitting in this empty house, just reminiscing, looking at your baby pictures. It just trips me out to see how much you both have grown. It's almost like your sisters now. Wow, guess you pretty much are. And Daddy's still here. Laney, I'm talking to you too. Daddy's still here. I like the sound of that chair. It's got a ring to it, don't it? Shh, Mama's only gone for the moment. Now hush, little baby, don't you cry. Everything's gonna be alright. Stiffen that upper lip up, little lady. I told ya, Daddy's here to hold ya through the night. I know Mommy's not here right now, and we don't know why. We feel how we feel inside. It may seem a little crazy, pretty baby, but I promise Mama's gonna be alright. And if you ask me to, Daddy's gonna buy you a mockingbird. I'ma give you the world. I'ma buy a diamond ring for you. I'ma sing for you. I'll do anything for you to see you smile. And if the mockingbird don't sing and that ring don't shine, I'ma break that birdie's neck. I go back to the jeweler who sold it to you and make him meet every carat with that.
Here we are. Here we are. Yeah. This one right here is for the people.
Some of the smartest dummies can't read the language of Egyptian mummies on a flag or a moon and can't find food for the starving tummies. Pay no mind to the youths, cause it's not like the future depends on it. We'll save the animals in the zoo, cause the chimpanzee them a make big money. This is how the media villages, on TV the picture is savages and villages, and the scientists still can't explain the pyramids. Evangelists making a living on the videos of ribs of the little kids, stereotyping the image of the images, and this is what the image is. You buy a car, key points, and all of a sudden you are say Indiana Jones. And I thief out the gold and thief out the scrolls and even the bird bones. Some of the worst paparazzis I've ever seen and ever known. With the worst on display so the world can see, and that's all I will ever show. So the ones in the west will never move east and feel like it'll be a town. Get tricked by the beast, but away them a go flee when the monster is fully grown. Solomonic lineage where them still can defeat and them coulda never clone. A spiritual DNA that prints in my soul and I will forever own, Lord.
Yeah. Sabali, that's patience. That's what the old folks told me. Can you get with that? Discovering the world before this world, a world buried in time, uncovered with rhymes. It gets no realer.
We born not knowing, are we born knowing all? We growing wiser, are we just growing tall? Can you read thoughts? Can you read palms? Can you predict the future? Can you see storms coming? The earth was flat, if you went too far you would fall off. Now the earth is round, if the shape change again everybody would have start laugh. The average man can't prove of most of the things that he chooses to speak of, and still run research and find out the root of the truth that you seek of. Scholars teach in universities and claim that they're smart and cunning. Tell them find a cure when we sneeze, and that's when their nose stop running. And the rich get stitched up when we get cut. Wanna heal them broken bones in the bush with the wet mud. Can you read signs? Can you read stars?
Goes to all the wisdom and knowledge seekers of the world. Sabali, patience. Yeah.
Yes,
This is
sir.
doing okay.
Welcome back to the motherfucking embrace. Oh, motherfucking after this. Embrace the darkness in the motherfucking rabbit hole.
Yeah, with Karembo and Daisy.
Mhm.
See, this is Daisy. This is what you call. Nimesema nisimuite Diesel.
Anyway, kutoka kwa closet ukasema I will go.
Yeah, this is Daisy.
I will go.
Yeah,
Do
Daisy
not
and,
hold me back.
Yeah, Daisy and I will love playing with our cleats.
Welcome
What
to the
shall we
night shift.
chezeshe hiyo kitu kabisa. Yes.
By the way, it's interesting. So tumefika mahali now, nature hata inakaa hivi na shangaa. Nobody wants to do the natural things. Sasa unasema nimecome out with my daisy.
Na mimi
nimesikia pale mnasema sijui mnachonga nini huko hivyo za nyuma.
Mimi msiniingishe kwa mambo ya kuchonga. Mimi nilisikia mtu anasema pegs, nikashinga. Kwani pegs zinachonga?
Pegs ni za?
Nisikia Soli amesema sijui pegging ama
hapana guys.
Ndio hiyo acha kama ujui.
Ndio nasema
if you know you know.
If you know you know.
No, there are too many things I come to learn here and I'm like no people I msiniharibu.
Hapana tutakuharibu.
Useme soko imechafuka.
Are you married?
Yeah.
Happily married.
Sultan, are you married?
Happily married. No, don't just say married.
Do you know what pegging is?
I don't know.
Okay guys, about take me to
Soli
I know this pegging. Pegging I don't.
siku pek. Pegging.
Subiri tupatiwe.
Pegging ile nguo.
Pegging si nguo.
Wacha tupatiwe na
if you know you know. Wacha na nayo hiyo. Like tunawapatia nini? Go and Google.
Soko ni chafu.
Mimi najua ni vile ninakuandika nguo, that's pegging.
Soko ni chafu. Wewe jua tu soko ni chafu.
Kuna ingine bwana.
Wewe soko ni chafu. Kama ujui utaanikwa.
Ndizo anashinanga kuja hapa hivi lazima isneak in every conversation.
Si hiyo. Lakini sasa
unasikia Karembo. Kama ujui utaanikwa.
Hii sasa iko hiyo maeneo.
Utatuambia.
It is in the same environment.
No, whatever that is.
But
Karembo fund for therapy.
Uliza Sultan
atakufungulia fund ya therapy.
Nifundisha.
Hamko serious like
you guys know.
Hapana utanifundishaje?
Nimesema nikufundishe.
Niambia unataka kunifundisha
utakufundishwa au utakwambiwa.
This is so cute.
Nataka kufundisha nao.
Nimeshangaa Sultan na submit kwangu aje nikakumbuka.
Ulikuwa umejitolea kufundisha. Ulikuwa umejitolea kufundisha.
Nikakumbuka mademo Agosto na wa submissive so nikasema I understand bro.
Unasema wanakuwa submissive. Kumbe wewe ndio unaingizwa box na ujui. Ukishaingia box unanyoroshwa sawa sawa.
Wacha nikwambie kitu. Unaona sisi Sultan anakuwa na bahati kidogo juu yeye ni mtu wa bara. Ni bara ama ni
bara?
Ni bara.
Huyu ni mtu wa
pwani. Yes. Bara ndio Nairobi.
Huko mashambani huko.
Jamaa amesema nichape mpaka kofi tu.
Wale waliitwa
hao ni watu wa bara wa shamba.
Wale waliambiwa na Americans ruralism. Ushamba.
I am telling you whatever you do in this world utakosa mtu ushago. Pendo spend.
You have to insist in this urban.
No, unajua washamba in America ndio wanaitangwa rednecks sama.
Rednecks.
Yeah.
Na redneck science.
Like African rednecks.
Bro. Redneck science cannot be replicated. Redneck science cannot be replicated anywhere. Watu watakutengenezea vitu ushangae huyu mtu alifikiria aje hivi. But
no, lakini ziko ubaya lakini the problem is you see wakiwa mashinani they are okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The problem is now when you come to the city, unakuja na hiyo mindset.
Unakuja kupollute.
No, si kupollute.
So give examples please. Baiko coming from Ushago. Coming to Nairobi. What happens? Or goes to Mombasa ma Pwani.
Chukua maji machafu, maji masafi. Alafu katia drop of black paint ama Coca-Cola.
Yeah, just changes.
What will be clear anymore?
No.
Exactly.
Italingana. Nilikuwa nataka aje.
Recover.
Kwa hiyo maji.
So tutakuwa pollute. Unless nature now the nature comes in. Cleanse.
Self-clean. Go through processes to clean out.
Stagnant.
But unajua hii conversation ya nini ya urban na rural, to me it is always funny because you guys mtu ushago haizi exist bila mtu wa town. Mtu wa town haizi exist bila mtu ushago.
Mtu wa town anaweza exist.
Hawezi exist.
Hawezi exist.
We buy everything from the ushago.
Yeah, so kama si unarudi tu kwa mtu wa ushago unanunua.
America aliwaambia mkikuja kutoka ushago pick whatever you're picking, go back to your shack.
No, that's now the thing.
Ndio hata mzungu wako anaruhusu watu wakuje huko.
Sasa hatuko kwa hiyo era. That's the thing now.
Unakuja mnajengea manyumba kama ile imejenga
wapi?
Nyumba mbaya man.
Lakini si mnakaa huko.
You are all the owners of pipeline not of are an urban guy can never build those kind of ugly construction.
But nimeona
a house is dark, it has to have a light.
Lakini
bro, mimi nimeona mtu wa town. Ndio nashangaa.
Kalia communities.
For who?
Very organized.
Yeah, think about it. Some of those gated communities make some sense. Haikuenda ikajengwa na team tu ushago.
Kuna system.
Gated communities mingi nimeona ni watu ushago wanatengeneza bana.
Wapi? Please,
kama Great Wall. Hii iko hapa.
Great Wall sababu ni nani?
Na vile Great Wall inakaa.
Have you seen the oh my god. Wewe ni Mkikuyu by the way.
Inakaaje?
Kama pipeline.
Hakuna venye.
Wali economize Q China kabisa.
No. Okay, kuna si kwa ubaya. I don't want to victimize ati watu wa ushago nini. Because kuna watu ushago kuja na wana fit in vizuri
sana.
Yeah. Na pia kuna watu wengine wamezaliwa huku.
Ni bado ni washenzi.
Weko very uncultured. Weko na ujinga. So ujinga is not limited to a group of people.
Thank you.
God in his wisdom distributed stupidity evenly across all people, all sectors.
Are you trying to say urban iko na wajinga wengi?
No, compare ujinga wa mtu wa urban na mtu ujinga wa mtu wa ushago.
Tunakompea juu ujinga inakuja ina fit in kwa urban.
Mtu wa urban amezoea kuna choo, ataenda kuna
tissue.
Where are you trying to say ushago they don't use these things?
Wacha nikwambie.
Stop taking us too bad.
Me, I went to a national school and our school ilikuwa na toilets hizi za kukalia.
Za kuflash, yeah.
I am telling you, when we do an intake here Form 1, one of the first things Form 1s lazima wakalishwe, wafundishwe vile kutumia toilet. Otherwise unaingia hapo unakuta mtu choo ndio hii lakini amejisaidia hapo chini kwa floor.
Bana ya shuleni ilikuwa.
No, serious, it's true.
You can see the gap, there's a gap. Yeah. So mtu wa bara kuna vitu zingine anaona. Mtu wa nini wa town kuna vitu zingine ame grow up nazo. So to them it's like second nature. Unajua, lakini mtu akitoka Moshadha lazima akuje, there's a learning process. It's the same as mtu akitoka Kenya aende majuu.
See that's the same thing mtu wa town akienda tu ushago na face.
No, ushago is
ndio pia mtu ndio, na nimesikia pia watu wa shags wakicomplain
bana,
wanasema
mnatusumbua,
wamekuja kutusumbua
bana.
So hawataki upgrade.
Nile when you go to Rome, do as the Romans do. Lakini unaona shida ni si watu wengi watao wanataka kwenda kuishi ushago. Lakini watu wengi wa ushago wanataka kuja city.
Mimi hapo naweza dispute
whether through
kidogo.
Business, kutafuta opportunities ama nini. Tuongee tu, unaweza dispute.
Ndio inaitangwa urban migration.
So hiyo rural urban migration imekuwa mob.
Kuna mahali umesema vizuri sana that ujinga iko distributed evenly.
Yes.
Between these two regions.
Yes.
And I've started to notice a shift in, unaona, kuna time tushaikuwa na argument na Sultan because alikuwa anasema alitoka nje ya nyumba yake, sijui akaona kumebadilika, na nikamuuliza yeye anafanya nini kuhusu hiyo. As in, what is your participation in
neighbors the way they bring up the
kids? Ndio nikakuuliza, what are you doing to solve that problem? Yes. Umesha give up, unaona?
Because this is how
it doesn't bother him.
And that's how they're going to bring up the
family. Now, ndio naenda hapo kwa hiyo point.
Sema point yako.
Huyu jamaa asha accept that has already happened and he has no control over it. But kitu moja ina separatingi mtu wa ushago na mtu wa town is that sheer determination. mtu wa ushago amekuja hapa kwa sababu unasema ni kweli, wanakuja from ushago kukuja Nairobi. Why do they come here?
To uplift their lives.
Yes.
Exactly. So
Need
mtu ako na sheer
opportunities.
determination
He
Yes.
has determination.
bas to do something
Anything
about
he
his
do
situation.
everything.
Yes, not everything and everything.
Mm.
Hapa sasa ndio kwenye watu wa town wanataka kuitikia. You have allowed that to happen.
Because us,
You
we
can
are used to
block
that
it.
surrounding.
No,
We
no,
are
no.
used to-
You're
we
not
are
used to that
accustomed to it. We
to
are
that
accustomed to
surrounding.
it.
We've allowed it to happen, but we've woken up now.
Sasa mnataka kufanya nini?
Sasa sikiza, huu mtu ametoka huko, si ndio?
Mm.
We unaita shared determination,
Mhm.
but they're probably running away from poverty
Mhm.
na nini, so weko na hiyo mindset, hiyo scarcity mindset
Mhm.
unakuja. So to them, they want to bridge that gap
Mhm.
The
within
fastest
a
way.
very short time.
Yes.
And to do that, many of them will do anything.
But where are they finding that? Where are they finding out that they can be able to do anything?
Because they want to catch up.
Where are they
And the
finding this
problem
out?
is,
They are seeing
Mhm.
the people who have come either to visit.
Ndio nauliza aje,
Job.
ni wapi wanakuja wana discover that bro anything can happen here.
no, they want to prove a point. Mara mingi, if you ask me,
As you said,
no, I have seen it
wacha
before.
tutumie hii example ya Soli where they are saying we are having a scarcity mindset. Wanatoka na scarcity mindset. So
Yes,
they
wameingia
don't know
nayo.
any better. Ndio.
Mm.
Mumesema vizuri sana. They are willing to do anything and everything. Where are they finding out that they can be able to do anything
Yes,
and
ndio ule
everything?
msemo wa Kiswahili
But you also,
unasema, ukimwamsha aliyelala,
Ni sawa, tutaenda kwa
Kwa
methali,
sababu,
tutaingia kwa proverbs.
let me ask.
I'm still trying to understand your question.
The question is, mnasema hawa watu wanakuja na scarcity mindset
Ndio.
into the cities, ndio? And they come to do anything and everything.
Yes.
Wana find out aje ama wapi that they can be able to do all of that.
But, you know,
Ushago ama
but let me ask a question.
No, but
Do you think
kama
their
mtu
solutions wanakuanga
si alimake
later?
hiyo decision akitoka
Yeah.
huko.
No.
He has to
Eh,
make
ndio
it.
amekuja na hiyo nini.
Lazima
Now,
prove points.
mimi nawaambia kitu
No matter
moja.
what.
Kitu moja yenye nyinyi yeah. Mhm.
Wewe.
Hapana, mimi siniingisha hapo.
Wewe.
we can use you as a bad
Eh,
example.
sasa wewe
Sawa.
ndio.
We can
Very
use,
good.
we can use you as no, we can use as a bad
No,
example.
by the way, kitu nimekam kunotice.
Tumesegregatiwa hapa.
These guys will come in, they're not just there to show that, kwa sababu ya scarce mentality and they want to fit in. They'll also want to show you that they can fit in. So they will not be doing it to come up with solutions. They're just trying to show they can beat you at your own game, not come make solutions by the kabisa.
But
That's what they do.
but sasa,
And don't forget, Soli said something very important. They will do it. You know, they will go to a certain level to try show you that they can play the game.
so this is the thing.
Na mara mingi ni because they were not patient enough to understand. Hawa wamekaa hapa wamewezaje pia kujeza kujimaintain hapo.
Now you have said a very interesting point kwenye hawa si wamekaa hapa wameweza kujimaintain aje hapo. The question that I keep on asking na hii kitu amjibu. Sawa, umesema niseme mimi. Nitasema mimi mtu wa Mushadha. Limuru Massive. Ni wanufo ama
Wewe ni kurudi na rudi hata siku mingi.
Kumbe tumegusa.
tuko hapo,
Yeah,
unagusa
Murima.
Murima. Na
about
umenanga
to
zote mbili
Umekach.
zikitoka kwa
Umekach. Si Murima peke yake. Tumegusa kote.
Let me bring
comes
it.
in.
Let me bring it here.
Milima mabonde.
Mi nimetoka kwenye nimetoka. Nikakuja town.
You're coming to make it.
Wait, sijakuja mambo ya make it bado sijajua hata na make it ama
Ana
anything.
prove point.
Mimi nimekaa mtu tao bana. Nione most of the time we used to say this. Tumekuja kuona nini inaendelea huku. As in what can we do? Unaona? Sijakuja hata na intention ati tuna make it. Bado hata sijajua kuna kitu kama kumake it. I've just come for better opportunities.
Yeah.
Better than what it was back there.
Yes.
Perceivably.
Yes.
Na hiyo sasa ni mindset ya kitambo. Nitawatoa hapo pole pole. Nimekuja.
Jogo Kimakia.
Bas. Nimepata so.
Hapana, msiongea vibaya kuhusu ni maushago ni like that.
Kumbe pia ni mtu wa Gishagi.
No, these are
Nimepanda Jogo
no.
We are-
Ushago ni relative.
We are equal opportunity.
Jogo Kimakia ni
Nini?
Hapana, ndio nasema, you see like for Jogo Kimakia, you used to know those vehicles, right? Back then. But if you go back and see the kind of things he used to do, he even has a whole estate named
And
after
you see
him.
how them says meno zilikuwa zimepandana hivi.
You know,
Akivaa
okay,
koti,
kupanda doesn't change the kind of
yes.
mentality that he had, but the way he was able to enable the next generation to do better things.
Mm.
And the next even after that. Whatever the
Wacha
was trying to say. Go
atumalizie
back
point
to
yake.
Now, mimi nafurahia
Amekach sana.
unaleta hiyo kitu bwana.
Amekach.
Unanisaidia.
Anajaribu kuleta
Nimekwambia ni
akifikiria
ushago, lakini
akifikiria.
hujui
Mimi
ni
wasikia
ushago.
nimesema uko ni ushago.
Ndio nimekwambia wewe ni ushago lakini hujui wewe ni ushago.
No.
You are
Okay.
helping me.
Hata mimi nimekuja Nairobi kuchase opportunities.
Thank you. God bless you for
So mtarudi lini?
Aturudi. We are here to stay.
You know there's something people need to understand.
Yes.
My shags in Nairobi is only 30 minutes. I'm still part
That's
of
it.
Metropolitan.
I think it's not
Sasa-
shags then,
sasa-
it's not
ndio hii
a
sasa.
shags then,
Exactly, it's not shags.
Ndio hii kitu sasa ninajaribu kuwapeleka hapo
Mm.
Watu unaona kuna mindset ya kitambo. Watu wataona kuna technology lakini mindset.
Endelea
Well,
endelea
acha story
wewe.
mingi.
Wacha story mob.
Ushaguzwa hadi
Wewe sema.
mabonde.
Mimi nimetoka ushago.
Ndio.
Nimekuja hii Nairobi
Mm.
to eke out a living
Mm.
probably, or even better to just my financial situation, because opportunities zenye nitapata huku si zenye nitapata not necessarily.
Ndio.
The way I will make money here is not the way I will make it home. Here is a bit more faster, it's a bit more direct, na pia flexible. I can do anything as you said. But one thing I quickly established that hizi rules ziko huku ni watu watano wametengeneza. And you are not really even conversant with them, and not even just conversant, you are not willing to amend them. For example, nani amesema mambo ya pipeline? Nionyeshe huyo mtu. Ni wewe?
Yeah.
Oh. Now, nimekuja Nairobi. I already saw a problem. Karembo alikuwa anasema mambo ya solutions. Sisi hatukujangi kutafuta solutions. Sisi tumekuja tu right? You guys already mulitaka workers. Watu wa town, ndio mtaki kufanya kazi. Unasema sisi
nani alikuambia tutaki kufanya kazi?
Mtaki kufanya kazi.
Nani alikuambia tutaki kufanya?
Naambia
No, that is your assumption.
That is your assumption.
That is your assumption.
Lack mentality.
That is your assumption.
Sasa hapa ndio tunaenda. Unaona venye unasema mimi na assume. Mna assume kitu moja.
Sawa
Mna assume sisi tuko kwa lack. Sasa sisi tunakuja kufanya hiyo kazi.
Kama mko kwa lack mnatafuta nini huko?
I wonder.
Bro, mnatutafutianga nini?
Ngoja kwanza watakuja. Kwanza atatafuta the cheapest residential.
Definitely.
Atakimbia pipeline.
Ile imperial mindset, extractive.
Sasa nitoke ushago sina pesa nikae kwa nyumba.
Si niyo extractive mindset. Kama mbeberu.
Now, you guys are very funny because you
extractive mindset.
Mtu wa town, and I've seen this thing happen so many times that I keep on wondering.
Wewe sema point yako, acha kutupatia. Hii for play yako imekuwa mingi sana. Get to your point.
Amtaki kudungwa.
Get to the point.
Watu wa town, you literally create this monster that you're crying about.
How?
In this way. Umse wa town anakuja, mnakuja mnamexploit.
Now, in
you guys exploit.
Mtungani anaexploitiwa.
Mimi nimekuja. Sitaki kuwa victim.
No, the ruler person becomes now a victim.
No, I'm not saying he's a victim.
Take advantage. What's going on?
Bro, house girls wako wengi wametoka hapa?
Okay, see, wengi step on. But definitely no, actually the latest that I have, the father even used to go to work in South Africa. Bruh, what does that tell you? Wewe ni mtu hajajua maisha ya town?
No. Wewe endelea na point yako.
Tunaenda hapo.
Machakos.
How much are you paying her?
Why am I discussing that?
How much is minimum wage?
For?
Kenya.
For nannies?
No, minimum wage too.
12,000.
It's 12. Actually, it's 12, 13 there.
Are you paying her that money? Close.
Yes.
Very good.
Adjusted for accommodation and
thank you. No, listen, he makes a big point because see day back. No, but that's the way it is.
But that's how it is.
No, that's the way it is.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm telling you, man. Unaona?
You see, you had to go to a place where sasa unajaribu kufikiria, now you can cut it that way. And
but I've already done it.
No, but continue with your point.
Now we go to unskilled labor. Mtu wa town nataka pia kutengeneza pesa. Unajua mimi nachekanga mkisema watu wa Gishagi ndio wanataka kutengeneza pesa, but mtu wa town pia anataka kutengeneza.
Si ndio
but pia yeye anaelewa sheria na vitu kama taxes. How do I avoid taxes?
Why are you avoiding taxes at the first place?
There's nothing wrong with avoiding taxes. Let's avoid taxes.
Nitakuuliza swali. So if I am avoiding taxes, there are very many ways of avoiding taxes. One of them is looking for cheap labor. Cheap labor most of the time is very ignorant. Haielewi sheria venye iko na haielewi rights zake. For example, kama hii swali nauliza Karembo, minimum wage. Kama una employ mtu si umememploy kwa
wanaelewa sheria.
Mimi
hata nikwambie.
Nyinyi ndio mnaointerpretianga sheria.
Mimi nimeenda kudeal na makesi labor mingi sana. So huwezi niambia waelewi, wanaelewa.
Tupeleke kwa zenye
wanaelewa. Mimi nimedeal na makesi mingi sana.
Nipatie moja yenye huyu mtu alikuwa analipwa.
Didn't I not tell you of a same story earlier today that we were told one of somebody told me that a previous domestic help has taken her to court, labor court, and claiming they want a certain amount of money. Does that even make sense?
It makes a lot of sense.
Yes, but if you look at now what you could call compensation. So are you telling us now, which probably is the direction that you're going to go at? We if it means we now start making them sign contracts. Remember again, akikuja mimi nilikuwa natafuta mdema atafanya jobs ndio. So this even hata labda jamaliza kusoma hata hajui kuandika. But akienda akipatana na Baiko who just came the other day to Nairobi, anamwambia wewe msasi kosa kukulipa this much amount of money.
Hebu acha na Baiko kwanza. Wewe hebu tuambie point yako. Wewe point yako hujatuambia.
Nimeshaambia point yangu.
Point yako ni nini?
No,
how do we create them?
Because nyinyi watu mnafikanga mahali.
No, you're the people who are actually coming to destabilize the current systems that are there. Because umesikia vile umesema.
Which current systems?
Umesema the people who are in the urban setups are the one who come up with the laws at place. But
based
because,
on that
yes, but sasa umekuja, you don't want to adhere to it. So you want to show them, I can surpass this and get to a certain place.
How am I surpassing a law?
But aren't you the one
hiyo ni swali hata unauliza.
Nauliza
Mbona unauliza na wewe mwenyewe umesema unataka
how am I surpassing a law?
Because you're lawless.
Bro, kwani nyinyi mlitengeneza hii law ya nini?
So that it can preserve the quality of life for all of us.
Thank you.
Because law is a common good. It's supposed to benefit all of us.
In the place, right?
Yeah?
Mimi nafikaje mahali?
But no umetoka kusema unataka kuruka ukuje kutupita.
That's what you
ameanza kuuza tomato vitu.
Because kuna mtu wenye ushago pia alijaribu kwenda kuingia kwa system.
Ngoja, unajua sikiza.
Ushago bana.
No, sikiza, mimi na get. Sasa sikiza.
No, sasa mimi sikiza. Wewe umekuja umeforce kibanda. It wasn't supposed to be there.
Ngoja. Nataka kujibu point yake. Ameulizaje? Because hiyo issue ya washamba si tu wale wamekuja. Kuna wengine pia wanakuja na wanaingia gava. Yes. So kuna wale weko ndani ya gava. Weko na hiyo ujinga. Unaona mtu ameenda Moi Avenue, sikiza. Mtu ameenda Moi Avenue, kwa akili yake anaona ni sawa, nitarent e-parking, nieke matents, nikuwe na get do kutoka hapo.
Mimi unajua point yangu yenye nyamshiki ni mtu amekuja ndio amefanya hivi.
Atushiki point yako juu you're not clear with your point.
I'm very clear with my point.
Which is
I'm asking this point in this way. Hata nirudie tena. Hata ndio niuliza magana ya Kiswahili. Mimi nimetoka ushago. Ndio nimekuja nimefanya hizo vitu. Basi kutoka tu mahali moja tu nikakuja tu nimeingia kwa gava. I have had to go through a process.
Yeah.
People were seeing me going through this process.
Yes.
Kwa mkono because wewe ni mdu wa nyumba.
Hata tusiende huko, usiende huko. Wacha nini?
How was I able to jump all those loops mpaka kwenye nimefika na now I'm audacious enough to rent out hiyo parking. Kwani hilo mnasema
ya kwanza
common good.
Mm.
Kitu ya kwanza mtu wa ushago akija, mi na wewe tupate same salary, let's say 50,000 per month. Mi kitu ya kwanza naenda kutafuta nyumba ya 30,000, chukua gari ya loan. My kids will go to prestigious school, right? Because I need to wear something nice. My wife also has to wear something nice. Wewe 50,000 yako utafuta nyumba ya 5,000, right? Mabatini huko wakili wako, watoto wako wataenda government schools. Wewe kwako labda kutaliwa 1 meal a day. 30,000 will go to the bank. 20,000 will just be expenditure. Mimi, I'll be going over my budget because I have
You're a bad financial manager. That one has nothing to do with the. No, but
I thought the urban person has better opportunities of trying to think of what is
Mimi na Baiko will have $1 million in the account. Mimi I'll be negative $1 million because of bad debts, bad decisions, and because I want to impress people who don't even.
Watu ni mtu ajielewi.
Hiyo
Ndio
ndio,
ignorant.
In town.
ile ujinga iko evenly distributed.
Sasa ndio sasa hapo
Na usisahau pia kuna mtu wa ushago anakuja.
Utapeleka bank utaomba.
No, sikiza.
na ndio nasema when mnasema mnatumia the words that ujinga iko evenly distributed and then you apportion it to a certain group.
Mi sija apportion it to a group. So let me answer your question. They get to where they get because we allow them.
Correct.
Yeah? And we've allowed it for a very long time.
Mm.
But now we are seeing it's gotten to a point
Very
where
okay.
it is destroying the fabric of the city. And that's why you've had people talking about it now. Tunasema, this mindset is not sustainable because it's going to destroy. If you want to come to the city and get money, get your money, go and invest it huko nyumbani. Or if you want to come to the city and live here and become integrated into the fabric and the culture of the city, then there are certain norms that you must follow. Hiyo ndio tunasema. Yeah? Yes. Yeah.
No, it's
So the city, first of all, there are many socioeconomic levels or classes, and in those places unakuta, like for instance, ukienda Kibera huwezi sema iko city. Ukienda Kibera na uende Lavington or nini, unaona there's a big socioeconomic gap, si ndio? So there's also an aspect of economics at play. But we are talking about a certain mindset that I admire people from Shags because they are very determined, they are very focused, and they are very hardworking. Yeah, that one I can't take it away from them. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, all cities, after you go where, cities will always need people to come in.
Sure.
Yeah, because you need new fresh minds to come, new ideas, new energy. Yeah, but as you bring these people, and it's also the problem that like a lot of cities in Europe are facing, munaleta watu kutoka Somalia, but these people don't want to fit in and to nini. They want to come and rebuild nini in the image of their village. Yeah, so you know that saying that says if you take a clown to a castle, he does not become king, the castle becomes a circus. Yeah, so there's a certain mindset shift that needs to happen. Now you find people in the city, they are living the way they are living. Now they could be whatever, maybe it's their fathers or grandfathers, they've lived there for several generations, they've been able to work, but where they are did not happen overnight. Yeah, so they've grown, they've worked, in the city, they've made the connections they need, the networks, all that. Wakafika mahali wako. When you come to the village, from the village, you also know you don't have any contacts. You don't have connections. In a way, you're also vulnerable. So you can't afford to keep your guards down. Yeah,
True.
it's the same way if you go abroad. You know, you go there, you see there are some people, you're in the same nini, but they're not struggling the way you're struggling because they have the support networks. You don't have support networks. You're very vulnerable. So, but we are saying, even as you go to accumulate, you have to, number one, think long term. Yeah. And also think about the city. Yeah. You can't go destroying the fabric of the city. Yeah. And then just try and fit it. You know, there's something called sophistication. Sophistication is learned. Yeah. Nobody is born sophisticated.
True.
It's just happened that some people are born in families where they are taught from the time they are young, or they can see, they can model it. But I know people who come and actually put in effort. Some even take etiquette classes and what, just to learn how to fit in, yes, in different settings. That can be learned. But unakuta kuna watu wengine, they don't want to learn. In fact, these people, in their mind, there's something, I think there's this philosopher, it's called Ayn Rand. She said, it's called the hatred for the good. You hate the good for being good. You can see there's a certain good culture, good life. You also admire it. Yeah. But you also hate it deep down. Yeah. And what happens with the hatred of the good, it also comes from, I don't know if it's inferiority or what, but unaona, now I can't get there. So the only way tunaweza fikiana ni mimi ni hawa nao ni wapunguze hewa, ni warudishe chini, ndio tutoshane sisi sote. So unasema hata hii will destroy the fabric of the nini. Kuna building code, we don't follow it. Tutajenga. Why? Because we want to build a lot of units, we make a lot of money, ndio hata sisi economically to nini. You have no vested interest in that community. So you can build whatever you want. Now, no amenities, nothing. Yeah? But when you look at Nairobi, a lot of the cities that were built in the past, and I don't like dwelling so much on the past, you'll find that they were well planned. There were playing fields. There were clinics there. There were schools. But no, there was a library. Because you're also from the village, you don't understand that those things are important. Unaona?
Hiyo ni waste of space.
Hiyo ni waste of space. I can make hapa kuna kwa library, hapa naweza inua flat
Yeah, the way
ingine.
like MKU pale ilijengwa yote.
Yes, so there's a certain, because there are people who live in that city, so you also have to consider their nini. Kama wewe umekuja tu kuchukua pesa urudishe kwenyu, ama eventually unajua utarudi huko, of course you won't care what happens. Yeah, you'll cut corners, you'll do everything. Yeah, nasema kibanda, wacha niweke kibanda mpaka ile siku atanitoa. Unaweka kibanda kidogo nini. But also our local governments have also failed us. But yeah, I think it's also part of that issue. I don't
Which
know.
I also feel like
It's a very complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated.
You can't just
the
blame it and say,
infiltration of
because
it all,
I know people who, I can show you, this person came from Shags. Today they live in Karen. Very upstanding guy.
Yes.
But they worked hard, clean business, no shortcuts.
Yes.
I know another guy who grew up in Kibera. Today they live in Runda. Yeah. Same, very upstanding guy. Yeah. But I think there needs to be a shift where you say, if I want to live in this city, uanze kujibeba kama mtu wa hii city, and like you have a stake in the city. But if you're just saying,
can we say that
ni
for
mafala?
both?
But it's also, even when I was growing up, it's not even guys from, pia unaona unasikia, ni mababi. Unajua? Si watu wa ghetto, hao ni mababi, hao ni mafala. Unajua? Unaona? So you wonder, but let me tell you guys something. There's a principle in the universe that says you cannot become that which you hate or despise. Yeah. So if you want to be wealthy, there's another principle that says bless what you want. If you want to be wealthy, bless wealthy people. Otherwise, if you hate them, you'll never become wealthy.
Never become them.
Yeah. So that's a principle. So me, I it's a complicated issue. I don't think it can be. And I also don't want to start a war at sasa ikue between guys who come from mashambani and guys who
There's like a balance in all.
because there are also some people who are born in the city who are
Turned down.
yes,
Fire.
bad news.
Kongo.
Kuna watu na tunawajua, we grew up with them. Yeah. Mm.
anatengeneza hiyo flat hata kama ni that the corner wanile
Mm.
him he's winning
Mm.
and he's winning in the city so and he has come, he has overpowered all the laws of the city, wamepewa permits za kutengeneza hiyo building, so until he wins ndio sasa kuna nini sasa kunaanza kuona hiyo conversation sasa kunaanza kuona mbona huyu mzee anatengeneza nyumba zao but amekaa mmewapata hapo ni wote hakuna mzee
Mita yake ya kwanza,
ya kwanza
ya tatu.
so once building iko hapo na watu na the same people wenye wako hapo walimuona millions zake ndio na dwell kwa hiyo hao ndio sasa kuanza kuwa na issue mzee hata hajui kudesign mzee hata hakunini but yeye amewin for him he's won.
Sasa hapo kwenye mimi hapa ndio kwenye hii conversation inaletanga shida because when you sometimes I feel like when you start labeling you're just looking for
A scapegoat. Yes.
because you are not taking accountability of the things that you had to do that
Yes. Yes.
Because when he was doing it, you were there.
Mimi
You saw
kama
it.
kwenye nimelelewa mimi nimegrow up bana one of our neighbors umse alikuwa ananibamba sana alikuwa anachoma makaa nyuma ya nyumba yake
Buru.
bwana yasaidia umo
Eh.
bro jamaa anachoma makaa hapo
Wah.
so kila saa nilikuwa nashangaa at first it was never a problem
Mm.
that was their business ndio actually somesha mtoi wake na hiyo makaa we used to be in the same school so it was never really a problem because he also used to serve now the community
Mm.
where it became a problem is whereby now people are trying to shift from one upgrade mahouse
Mm.
ukiangalia huko nyuma ni makazi iko na ni black huko wall ni ya black
Mm.
mpaka juu that is why it became a problem but initially it was never a problem
Mm.
because it was serving you but now mnataka kujump but kuna mtu hajump na nyinyi because you never took him through that those ones that you were saying because at one point this guy tried to kutengeneza nasema ni shedia kwenye anaweza uzia sasa professional
Mm.
iache kuuza kwa magunia sana anazipackage vizuri kwa bags nini bro the first people to report him walikuwa tumsewa estate kanjika kama disrupted that whole business jamaa ameenda mpaka amecreate ma packaging papers wakakuja wakafungiwa so the same people that were complaining were at one point uneasy this person and I feel that is what is happening in the city because unaona kama hii example ya Putin by the time say bro kupata pesa ya kutengeneza flat si kidogo this guy has been doing something all along
Mm.
He had a plan.
yes and at the same time he also submitted those plans somewhere
No, he had a plan for that he's budgeting.
You know, the most interesting thing is because when hata yeah, nimekaa hivi nikarealize pia times ina change, those laws get to change as you go, because the problems that like different places were facing in 80s or 90s is not the same that they're facing now. There's always something else that they are fighting against. Because now I'm looking at growing up, the estate that I used to be in, they were not residential because it's not allowed there. You're not supposed to have residential. Anybody who has a plot as big as maybe probably 2 acres, au wanaweza kuwa hata na burial within their compound. Almost everybody was keeping cows, everything, because compound, like you could do a whole farming and nobody even realizes that uko nayo. And then you notice that, yeah, it's from this next, because that's the way the situation was. And everybody had a system of even taking care of the waste. So others moved to biogas, others were just, you're nachukua napeleka, because they have all the manpower to do it. They shift it to probably a rural home that they have. And at one point nakumbuka, one neighbor came because alikuwa ametoka Nairobi from Donholm. He was like, no, you people are not supposed to be having some things like animals within such an estate.
Yeah.
Because there's a standard you're supposed to keep it.
To
a point ikakua, napier grass should not be grown where near the road. Such things. I'm telling you, it right now when I look at the same estate now, nobody's actually keeping any animals. Right now, the same estate, I think people are fighting one neighbor who's been trying to build commercial flats in his plot because it's not the standard of.
Yes.
So I feel like
so-
today's problem is not probably
So-
for tomorrow.
So the issue is, it's an issue of values, what's valuable, but also the good life. What constitutes the good life? Because kuna kuishi ingine unasema you're really not living, yani you're just existing. Yeah? But there's somebody in their mind that's okay. Yeah? They don't know any better. So to them that is okay. In fact, muki complain, anashangaa, what are you guys complaining about? Yeah? Like, I remember there's a picture that was being circulated of a guy who had built a flat, but he was living in a Kamabati house there next.
Mtu alikuwa anaitwa Baiko.
Yeah. Yeah. Unaelewa tu. Unaelewa? Hizo ndio zile manifestations za ushamba tunasema. Because, no, it is, honestly. Honestly.
Ni wewe uko kwa mabati.
No, it's about the good life. It's about the good life. And also standards. Yeah? Because I remember there are some places, there are some structures you're not supposed to build in some places. Yeah? I even remember, like in Rwanda when Kagame came, he told people, bana, no more grass thatched house. Hii nyumba zote ziekwe iron sheets, mabati, roof. Na ikapitishwa, unaambiwa weka iron sheet ama tunakuja kubomoa hiyo nyumba. And
allow some behavior to keep on going, but the people who they benefit most. But who are those demanding those laws? Hapa ndio governor wa Nairobi but Islands you don't call Nairobi.
Hapana.
Hajakuwa
No.
Sasa wewe. Sasa
Mzee
now
hapana.
confine your movements to Kenda Island utanyoroshwa.
We are doing the whole inclusion of slums, everything.
No.
Nairobi naishia.
No.
Nairobi naishia wapi?
Tuseme hivi tuseme. There's a difference too, lakini kuna difference. Kubali tu kuna difference. Wacha nikwambie. Sasa,
as long as you're being served by a certain road,
there's an issue you've
raised,
raised, and you also raised it, is that the laws are not changing, and I have a problem with it because kuna kitu inaitwa the building code. So when you go to, I think Kenyans want to go Mayolos, Maju, want to go there and enjoy, but you see these countries are so beautiful, everything is working, but it's because they have a building code and they follow those laws.
True.
To the letter. Yeah, because it preserves the fabric of the community. Because yes, you'll want to build flats or build whatever you're building. But in the process of doing that, you might lower the value of all the properties there. Yeah, because of your shady buildings and nini. Kenya, I think the building code we had was like written in 1960. I heard that they had tried to update it, nini. But so what Kenyans are doing, they are sitting there now. They want to go through the whole building code, yote tu nini. If they really like the way people do things abroad, there's something called the International Building Code. Why don't they take that as a template and just adjust? Because the building code even gives you the dimensions of roads. This is the size of the road. You look at some of the roads we have, they are so narrow. Unaenda mali ingine. You know, me, those are the things I don't understand. And we have people, there's someone sitting somewhere drawing a salary, doing shit. Nothing.
Ndio mnatabiri alafu
No, but you make
watu
a lot of
husoma.
sense.
Mtu hutoka ushago anaenda anasoma
Tumesema mtu
planning
kujituma.
university na anaandikwa job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hapana.
No.
Don't forget amesema when they
We know,
the
you
national
see, you are
school
asking,
from
you are asking how a lot of these people also end up in the government. That's how they end up. They go, they are taken to uni, they study, and then nini.
But most of the time, it's not even they qualify for that job. It's privilege who is doing it. Who fixed you. Most of the time, when I put these governmental jobs, they end up doing shady job because somebody who did not qualify because of the favorism of the person who is.
That's what Soleil is saying. Mtu is just sitting but doesn't even know.
Mhm.
It's not the
Oh.
most qualified person who is planning that project.
Mhm.
their mindset.
Yeah, lack mentality.
It's a bigger problem because when we talk about the issue of the hatred for the good, it's not just, you can say like people from the rural area hating the urban. It might be just a small aspect because the hatred for the good is much bigger than that. Even in the urban area, there are people who hate other people. Yeah. So it goes, hata ukienda mashinani, there are people who hate other people. Unaona mtu anaendelea, mtu anasema hapana. We are going to bring this guy down. Kwa nini watu wanashindanga huko kwa wachawi na nini? Yeah?
Kwa chief.
Whether it is what, yeah. We don't know how to be
That
genuinely.
mentality is rooted in witchcraft. You are as good as a witch. You are as good as a witch because you're just wishing other people
Bad,
mabaya. Yeah. So that mindset, I think it needs to be exposed. It needs to be
abolished.
exposed. Mwambiwe kama unafikiria hivyo, you are working against
Or just
us. Because if all of us tukiinuka, we'll all be better off. Yeah. Dindi Nyoro.
That's Muranga, it's not Kiambu. That's Muranga.
So he was trying to justify himself in parliament that Ndindi had
Ameanza kuleta story yako.
Yeah, it's just nini. Yeah.
remember that story? This Somali guy, what is it called?
Yeah, but thank God for social media because nowadays you put nonsense like that, people will debunk. Yeah.
It was shown how stupid his argument was.
CDF is set, kila mtu tunajua wanapata ngapi. What do you mean you get more? How you get more?
But through the same things, you get to see a lot of things, eh? Because I don't know, they were comparing which MP or governors that one has already made solutions of water system in place they've not seen water from boreholes or all that being drilled, but somebody is giving I don't know what donkeys and jerry cans,
Jerrycans. It's just the other
and
day.
they pay.
But that issue, for instance, back to the issue of common good, there are some things which benefit all of us. So the issue of, for instance, water, we can't go digging boreholes. That is applying an individual solution to a collective problem. Yeah. Why don't we try and improve our water distribution system na tutafute maji, tuchimbue Nairobi dam, to nini, yeah, so that we get water for everyone. Yeah.
But you
Nairobi
see,
River
like-
is a freshwater river also. It
No,
can.
but right
nini.
now is it still fresh?
No, you
It's
see,
not.
those are the
You
things.
remember-
But
that's
there's
why I
an
say,
idiot somewhere
hapo
who
naweza
is polluting that river.
No, not even
Bana,
polluting.
mimi
Look at
nitasema hivi.
Yeah.
times of Bichuki. He cleaned that thing up, right?
But
Now
there's
it's back
someone
to-
still
No,
who
no,
pees there.
actually,
And nini.
mimi sikuangi Nairobi, so when I notice something ina sticking ina mimi I was passing through Gikomba hapo kwa hiyo
Mm.
There's so many places.
unaona kwenye kuna uzango viatu Gikomba
Mm.
hizo opposite majengo, yes mtu imepitia hapo bro. For the first time I could actually see from one end to the other end.
But Majengo, actually, they've tried to, since the
Actually,
construction of the road,
Mm.
things have lined up. Look, even at Isili, talking of the way you were saying code of building, Isili has come up very fast. You can even tell you're in which street. You can walk.
But those guys don't do any building code. There are certain
Exactly.
streets,
But there's
it's just
somebody-
a one-way street.
Yeah, but there's somebody who's tried to make it better. They've been there. But before, do you understand? When they Isilia, almost, let me
Those
say,
streets have always been there. Like,
I'm talking of
40,
15 years
50,
back,
70.
kidogo, it was difficult to be in Isili. Nashika. So right now, ati ukinaweza kaa hivi niambie, I can use one of those streets even to cross either towards sides of Eastlands and all that.
But it's
Kitambo
just
it was to
very,
be
it's
there.
very basic, nini. We lower the value of all the property, make the place look shitty. We buy out everything. Once we've bought out everything, we start fixing the
We
place.
start fixing the place.
Mm.
And I feel like that is what they've done, especially for
Yeah, that's what
the
they've done.
regions, Ngara, Pangani, Eastland.
Where
Isili,
they've bought,
go in that way.
that's what they've done. But they also don't follow the building code. Yeah, building skyscrapers.
Okay, hizo walishatoa, yeah?
they are buying even the markets. The market
Hizo walitoa.
Now they want to buy more airbase.
Yeah, I had.
Yeah.
now what very
Ati-
joking, nasema, you sell your property to a Somali, then you become the watchman.
That's what has happened. Even if you look at look at the new pipelines. Senior Kina Lavington, Kileleshwas. Those are the new pipelines. Because
But you know,
everything has
you
gone
can't
up.
now. We can't. In as much as we want to blame them, I don't blame them. It's good we also take accountability because these guys came and they analyzed us and they saw our weakness. They saw our weakness is money.
Money.
Unaweza uza hata mama yako ukipewa pesa. No, that's what they analyzed. And they bought everything and they're buying everything, even
Yeah.
jobs in government.
Yes.
They are buying them.
Yeah, because your shida yako ni pesa.
But there's an idiot somewhere who's selling. Unaona? So we can't blame them.
By himself to be transported from Kisumu to Nairobi.
A whole bus.
Si ule alikuwa na demu yake.
He sold Ataliuza, the family, whatever, and booked a whole bus to himself to transport him to Nairobi.
Inaitwa
Mtu wa
lifestyle.
ushago ignorance anakuja kumaliza pesa yote.
Hapana,
Lakini
huyo jamaa-
Nairobi wanamuongoja hivi
huyo si wa
Nairobi.
ushago, bro.
Ashajitangaza he's coming.
Bus.
Easy coach.
Oxygen.
Guardian Angel. No, this is a guy from
It's
Guardian
another one that
Angel.
was there, I think,
It's
the
only
other
but
day.
It's a bias, actually. It's an history. Something which is being talked about. I know. You see, those are the ones who create histories.
Actually, sijui hata tunacheka, but last month I went for a burial, and there are doctors who are saying that they were able to own pieces of land because there's one Jaluo person who was like, it shouldn't be about Morima people owning properties in Nairobi. Even then, they're going to do it. So they became a consolidation where they would help each. Yeah. So it's like you're being loaned money by them, you buy, they support you.
Yeah, but
that
you see
way.
the problem
And it
that
helped,
we are
I
having,
think.
you know, like if you go to developed country, they even have rules where they say certain percentage of houses cannot be owned as second homes or whatever, or B&Bs, because they want to preserve the community. Yeah? So a community is people who lived there, they know each other. Yeah, so it's a proper community, and a good community will have even the amenities, you know, hospitals, shopping centers, whatever, just schools, things like that. Yeah, that sense of community in kitambo, it used to be there, where when those days you used to be told mtoto unapeleka shule to the school that's nearest.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So they used to build proper communities, but that sense of community has been destroyed.
It's
Unakuta,
no longer there.
and the people who are doing there, they have no vested interest in that community because they don't live there. Mtu aishi hapo. So
that's the way it used to be kitambo.
Atainua maflats, unafungwa hivi kio yako, unaangalia bedroom yao mtu mwingine tu iko hapo across. No sunshine, nothing. Yeah?
Vibes and inshallah.
Na mtu anaona tu that is okay because this person doesn't live.
Your balcony is somebody's washing area.
Sindio? Mtu anafunga mawaya za kamba za kuanika nguo kwa balkoni yako bwana.
Story kwa ex. Guys were living in this mabati houses. So this lady, the next house was a Mkamba who had a wife, and they used to have sex every day. So he had managed to make a small home where every day you could peep and see. And every time it was around 10 to 11. That's the time they used to have sex. So it was like he was having a
wacha tu nini ndio so
that
that tumfundishe tu.
I was having a pool. So this time came, the guy couldn't pay the power bill. So they were in dark for 2 days. So this lady was really suffering. So she had to go to the landlord, had to pay their power bill so that they can continue.
Wasikae kwa giza bana. Nikiwa hapa bana.
Yeah, but those houses are so close to each other. Hata mkianza nini bwana. Mtu wako kama ni wakupiga nduru, the whole neighbor knows. Leo ni siku gani? Leo ni Wednesday. Wednesday wanakuanga tu wanafanya
vizuri bana. Mimi amjeka kwa nyumba yenye ukuta iko paper thin. Amjeka kwa nyumba yenye.
Wait, are you talking of a wall?
No, I'm not
like
talking.
Like a stone wall.
Naongea plywood.
Okay, I don't know where exactly.
Hey, lakini kuna nduru ingine hata yezi zuiwa na mawe. Kuna nduru yezi zuiwa na mawe.
Okay.
Na bamba bwana.
Mimi nakumbuka
kifo cha Mende no.
Na mahali nilikuwa nakaa nikiingia hivi campus.
I thought ulikuwa unakuja Nairobi.
Na mimi nilikataa kukaa Nairobi. Nitaka kukaa Ushago. Hizo zilikuwa zimeseparatiwa na plywood.
Hizo campus.
Hata si cube kwenye sasa nilikuwa nimekaa. Mimi nzuri nilienda nikakomboa nje ya shule kidogo. Sasa makosa ilifanyika. Mzee wangu alilipa miezi 3. Sasa nilikuwa nimeenda kuona kwenye nakaa vizuri. Sasa vile nilifika ndio nilikuwa what the fuck? Huku ni wapi? Ukuta ni plywood. Alafu tunalala watu 3. So kuna neighbor yangu mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Pastor. Nimeona kwenye shida ilitokea. One guy came with a lady. Akaanza kazi. Sasa kuna mahali wametoboa vizuri alafu si plywood. Wameweka ile mask ile ya white. Wakapaka cutex ya brown. Tena kama mbao tu. So ukianza kazi anakuja na anainua hivi kidogo anaona wanamaliza. So siku moja watu wamepiga story waanze kazi na wasima jamaa wako hapo wanangojea ianze. Jamaa akasikia ukuta Mumekaa sana.
No, but it used to even happen in some of the campuses, by the way. Because even hata sijui mbona anasema story ya plywood nashtuka. Even some of the
Hata ulipitia plywood.
No. But I saw actually there was I think there were time we used to come for inter-university competitions in high school, in college. And I think there were some of the dorms that were just weird for you. Hata sijui kama ni plywood ama ilikuwa ni nini. And also I think I saw others for, I think even the theater plywood, the way the construction was done, the two doors are too close. Somebody can even peep from up and they can see. There's a way hizo two halls to
It's mostly
Let them spread their wings. They are young. Ama ni spread their legs. Sijui ni gini wana spread.
na unaona
sole hapana
Ona masaa imeenda and we have gotten to our tupitishangi hapa. Hapa tukipitisha tunaanza kumwaga unga tu. This is our
Hapa
personal
tukipitisha
best.
tutatrend.
Bana 5 hours. That is our personal best bro. Na naona tumefika.
Leo tumeongea sana.
Bana swali si tuanze na wewe tukipatia closing remarks.
So mi naweza sema hivi.
Tuambie jina ya bibi na namba ya simu.
Hapana, hiyo ni private. Vitu private zinakaa private.
Nilikuwa naulizia fans.
Sasa I think mi naona Kenya, in as much as tunasema vitu zinaenda mbaya, but I think there's a lot of hope, especially with the younger generation, because what happened during the maandamano, if you watched carefully during that area, people had very deep and candid conversations about very many topics. In short, ni kama tulipata upgrade ya software ya watu, because certain seeds were planted in our mind. And like all seeds, because the law of the farm applies, these seeds are slowly growing in people's minds. People are now beginning to think differently. And I know in the future, when these seeds that were planted start bearing fruits, they'll bear good fruits, because there's a lot of things that were uncovered, a lot of things that were discussed and dissected in detail. So those in power, sahi najua wanaona ni kama wameshinda, but in the spirit, they already lost. They are just ceremonial leaders, but the people have moved on. Yes, and I think there'll be good things coming to Kenya.
So there's that mutual, we called it what? Consciousness.
Yes, the level of consciousness. I'm telling you,
Right now it's on
the level of consciousness in the youth. I don't think there's any politician who can discuss, because the youth are discussing real issues.
Are you saying
things that matter?
These man-made solutions zimefika mahali sasa?
Yeah.
No, the old order. I think the old order thinking has reached its end, and it's been phased out, or it's being phased out, and there's a new order that's coming in. Whether they choose to accept it or not, it's already happened. So it's just a matter of when. Yeah.
So it's the power of information.
Actually, watu wameenda further venye alikuwa sema. They've known.
Yes.
And now even if you're coming in, you just know you're dealing with a more conscious
yes.
person.
He's not scared anymore.
Yes.
You can't come with lies, because I think where we've reached, the age of lies has come to an end. What people want the truth. And you even have technologies like AI. AI is an algorithm. It's mathematics. Even if you program it with lies, it will still figure out what the truth is. And that is what the West is really crying about. Oh, sijui artificial general intelligence. No, they are just they are scared that AI will uncover all the lies that they've been telling the world, that they've based their civilization on. So their civilizations are crumbling. You can, if you ask AI some things and you know how to prompt it, it will reason with you because it's been trained in logic. It's mathematics. It will reason 1 + 1, and you feed it with the proper information. It will give you the accurate answer. Eh. Okay. Ali.
I think we've reached an age of where the nature will take its own course. The power of information, I think, is the strongest thing that we are having now. And the kind of kids that we've brought up, I think they are more knowledgeable compared to where we were. I think we were too scared. We were not courageous enough to take actions on the things that we were being told. And you see, when we were growing up, we were told to respect our elders. So whatever our elder says, that was law. But now we've come to see that kids can sit down and tell dad that what you're telling me is bullshit. This is not how things are done. And I think it's a nice way that it has opened up after the Mandamano thing. It has shown us that if people come together and they have the right information and they act together, changes can happen. Changes are not impossible. And I think we just need somebody who is willing to sacrifice for that action to be taken. And it's not that hard. And I think at the era we are going now, we are going to see a lot of changes. Changes that I don't think we over our leaders who are sitting now, they did not foresee it happening, but it's happening. And the changes are coming sooner than we expect. And I think with time, all we need is time. Be patient.
Put in number. Anything? Mama Kanisa.
I think the best for me is that whole thing of whatever you said about nature. Because for me, I feel nature will always supersede the man-made. Will always be the one that, resets everything, order, and punishes and does everything. It will either award you, punish you, or reset the whole situation. So the way you said about you need to before you command it, you said you must obey. Then you can command. So for me, I think that actually summarized a lot of it. Yeah.
And
Tuma Diesel Salam.
Oh yes, and also on behalf of Dizo, obey, and then I'll be able to command.
That doesn't even make sense.
You're going against the nature.
No. I'm not going. I don't want Dizo. I want Dizo. Dizo needs to come back. I will obey to his command.
In Jesus' name. T-shirt za kitambo zilikuwa zimeandikwa obey. Lakini mtu amevaa hiyo shati ukiangalia Kenya anafanya. Bro, it is literally in your shirt, man. Obey.
But they're not obeying.
Yako hapa. And obey is that's true. Anyway, for me, hii topic ya leo imekuwa interesting sana. Thank you Sultan. Ni star thank you. Mnakuanga hapa kila saa. Thank you Kamam for appearing in the camera. Tulikuwa tumeshangaa tutafanya.
Emergencies.
I mean, niko camera shy.
No, emergencies.
Naanza
I made it
nikitokea
for me and Daisy and Dizo. I've made it for the team.
Thank you. God will bless you.
Thank you.
Yes. May the Lord be with you.
Afanye kufanyavyo.
Yes, asante sana. For the super producers, mimi nawashukuru sana. Without you, we would not be here. Sasa nimeanza zile gratitude za ushago. Nimeanza kuona ushago iko deep inside me. But if we're talking about man-made systems and natural systems, as you said, it is very complex. It is very, very complex. It depends on where you are, the solution you are looking for. Na Kenya Sultan time. Because if you're going for urgency, then man-made solutions make a lot of sense. You need direct, and then you throw in so much resources to solve that problem for the fastest time possible. But if you're looking for a long-term solution, then you go the natural way. but sasa shida ya natural way, you have to have patience. You also have to align with its purpose, which I feel that kwenye sisi na society iko, and I think you're trying to go towards that direction. We have started slowly going there, whereby you said something about the greater good. We are now looking at the greater good. What is the greater good?
The common good.
Yes, a common good. Hey.
Greater good, common good.
Iko tu sawa.
Lakini watu wa mashambani they're that patient because if you plant something and wait for it to grow, to
lazima
harvest,
mudungane ya
ai,
mwisho.
hiyo
Inatokea.
patience
Inatokea,
Sasa-
bro. Yes.
sasa mtu hata unajui
Ndio maana
hiyo.
tunaweza wangojea
time-
mlale tutengeneze
Next
flat
time
hapo kwa
tupewe
kona.
disclaimer producer, at least hata ni bebe ya Remis. This is too much.
Oh,
Lazima istop here.
Ndio nasema sisi tunakuanga patient, tunangojea watu walale, tunaweka kibanda pale kwa kona.
anaweka mbolea anangoja ime
But anyway, man, I think when we comes for this topic, I honestly feel to me explore, believe you. So really thank you for the rabbit holes. Mimi napenda rabbit holes, hiyo ni kitu moja ya kuanga guarantee. But as you said, kuna kitu moja umesema imestick na mimi, whereby we need to get to a point whereby we are getting to a collective consciousness. But at that point, that's a discussion I would want to have. How are we going to do it? How is it going to happen? Where we are, as we are saying, kama Sultan anasema, we look for a leader. Kuna mtu mwingine atasema, tuamke sote, tujue rights zetu. But how are we going to do it? The way we phrase our information, the way we get our information, pia iko targeted for a very specific product. Na sana haikwangi to your own benefit. It's to the benefit of other people, not even the society.
ndio jina la mkombozi lilitoka hapo.
So you don't even know whether things are working for you or not. You find out much later that kitu haikunisaidia bana. Now you start to retrogress. But man-made or natural solutions, wewe kama mpenzi mtazamaji, unafikiria tunafaa kwenda direction gani? This was Embrace the Darkness in the motherfucking rabbit hole with Karembo pale, Kamam, mkuwa na mzee Ali Chiapu. Grok inasema kitu nimeona nikacheka bro. Inasema the term, this is Grok bro, mjue Ali Chiapu ameingia kwa system natural solution. Ali Mapono does not correspond to any widely recognized individual or public figure. However, it is possible that there might be some confusion on typographical error in the name. One notable individual with a similar name is Ali Chiapu. Also known as Sultan, or the most married man in Kenya. Amen.
As it has already picked that up.
Imemchukua man. Ama hapa naona pia imeandika ama jamaa wa Marinda. Sasa sijui kama hiyo ni
hizo zote inaonekana they came from that thing. It's a collective from Oyo.
Nimeona kwa group. Na mimi leo ninaambia wase, I have confirmed today, nimewaangalilia Sultan hajatumia ChatGPT kwa hii conversation. Alitumia mara 2 peke yake. Hiyo nyingine yote ni imetoka kwake.
Yes.
Lakini sasa the question is, vita yangu na Sultan itaisha?
Never.
Embrace your darkness in the rabbit hole hosted by Soft Life Dizo, the God, Askofu Papa Baiko, and Mama Kanisa Kamom Karembo. Produced and directed by Putuwine and Phantom Noir.
When my bitches act like they not slaves. And I'm a born sinner, but I got